The book of YUBALYM, Chapter 1. And it came to be in the first year of the children of Yasharal, coming out of Mizraim, in the 3rd month, on the 16th day of the month, that Elohim spoke to Moshe, saying, Come up to me on the mountain, and I shall give you 2 tablets of stone of the Torah and of the command, which I have written that you may teach them. And Moshe went up into the mountain of Elohim, and the esteem of YAHUAH dwelt on Mount Sinai, and a cloud overshadowed it 6 days. And he called to Moshe on the 7th day out of the midst of the cloud, and the appearance of the esteem of YAHUAH was like a flaming fire on the top of the mountain. And Moshe was on the mountain 40 days and 40 nights. And Elohim taught him the earlier and the latter history of the division of all the days of the law and of the witness. And he said, Incline your heart to every word which I shall speak to you on this mountain, and write them in a book, in order that their generations may see how I have not forsaken them for all the evil which they have done in transgressing the covenant which I established between me and you for their generations this day on Mount Sinai. And so it shall come to be, when all these matters come upon them, that they shall recognize that I am more righteous than they in all their judgments and in all their actions, and they shall recognize that I have been true with them. And you shall write for yourself all these words which I declare to you this day, for I know their rebellion and their stiff neck, before I bring them into the land of which I swore to their fathers, to Abraham and to Ishak and to Yaakov, saying, Unto your seed I shall give a land flowing with milk and honey. And they shall eat and be satisfied, and they shall turn to strange mighty ones, to mighty ones which cannot deliver them from any of their tribulation. And this witness shall be heard for a witness against them. For they shall forget all my commands, even all that I command them, and they shall walk after the Gentiles, and after their uncleanness, and after their shame, and shall serve their mighty ones. And these shall come to be an offense to them, and a tribulation, and an affliction, and a snare. And many shall perish, and they shall be taken captive, and shall fall into the hands of the enemy, because they have forsaken my laws, and my commands, and the festivals of my covenant, and my Shabbaoth, and my Kodesh place, which I have Kadosh for myself in their midst, and my Mishkan, and my Mikdash, which I have Kadosh for myself in the midst of the land, that I should place my name upon it, and there it should dwell. And they shall make for themselves high places, and asherim, and carved images, and they shall worship, each his own, so as to go astray. And they shall offer their children to demons, and to all the works of the straying of their hearts. And I shall send witnesses to them, that I may witness against them, but they shall not hear, and they shall slay the witnesses also. And they shall persecute those who seek the law, and they shall overturn and change all, so as to work evil before my eyes. And I shall hide my face from them, and I shall deliver them into the hands of the Gentiles for captivity, and for a prey, and for devouring. And I shall remove them from the midst of the land, and I shall scatter them among the Gentiles. And they shall forget all my Torah, and all my commands, and all my right rulings, and shall go astray as to new moons, and Shabbaoth, and festivals, and YUBALYM, and laws. And after this they shall turn to me from among the Gentiles with all their heart, and with all their being, and with all their strength, and I shall gather them from among all the Gentiles. And they shall seek me, so that I shall be found by them, when they seek me with all their heart, and with all their being. And I shall reveal to them great peace with righteousness, and I shall plant them in this land in truth, with all my heart and with all my being, and they shall be for a barakah and not for a curse, and they shall be the head and not the tail. And I shall build my Mikdash in their midst, and I shall dwell with them, and I shall be their Elohim, and they shall be my people in truth and righteousness. And I shall not forsake them nor fail them, for I am YAHUAH their Elohim. And Moshe fell on his face and prayed and said, O Adonai, my Elohim, do not forsake your people and your inheritance, so that they should wander in the straying of their hearts. And do not deliver them into the hands of their enemies, the Gentiles, lest they should rule over them and cause them to sin against you. Let your kindness, O Adonai, be lifted up on your people, and create in them an upright spirit, and do not let the spirit of Belial rule over them to accuse them before you, and to ensnare them from all the paths of righteousness, so that they might perish from before your face. But they are your people and your inheritance, which you have delivered with your great power from the hands of the Mitzrites. Create in them a clean heart and according to the powers of the Shamayim, and according to all the creation of the earth, until the Mikdash of YAHUAH shall be made in Yerushalayim on Mount Zion, and all the lights be renewed for healing and for peace and for a barakah, for all the chosen of Yasharal, and so it shall be from that day and to all the days of the earth. Chapter 2. And the messenger of the presence spoke to Moshe according to the word of YAHUAH, saying, Write the complete history of the creation, how in 6 days YAHUAH Elohim finished all his works and all that he created, and guarded the Shabbat on the 7th day, and kadashed it for all ages, and appointed it as a sign for all his works. For on the 1st day he created the Shamayim, which are above, and the earth, and the waters, and all the Ruachath which serve before him, the messengers of the presence, and the messengers of Kodeshah, and the messengers of the Ruach HaRuachath, and the messengers of the Ruach of the clouds, and of darkness, and of snow, and of hail, and of hoarfrost, and the messengers of the voices, and of the thunder, and of the lightning, and the messengers of the Ruach of cold, and of heat, and of winter, and of spring, and of autumn, and of summer, and of all the Ruachath of his creatures, which are in the Shamayim, and on the earth, the abysses, and the darkness, evening and night, and the light, dawn and day, which he has prepared in the knowledge of his heart. And we looked upon his works, and praised him, and exalted before him because of all his works. For 7 great works he created on the 1st day, and on the 2nd day he created the expanse in the midst of the waters, and the waters were divided on that day. Half of them went above, and half of them went down below the expanse, in the midst over the face of the whole earth. And this was the only work created on the 2nd day. And on the 3rd day he commanded the waters to pass from off the face of the whole earth into one place, and the dry land to appear. And the waters did so, as he commanded them, and they withdrew from off the face of the earth into one place outside of this expanse, and the dry land appeared. And on that day he created for them all the seas according to their separate gatherings, and all the rivers, and the gatherings of the waters in the mountains, and on all the earth, and all the lakes, and all the dew of the earth, and the seed which is sown, and all the sprouting matters, and fruit-bearing trees, and trees of the forest, and the garden of Eden, and all plants after their kind. These 4 great works Elohim created on the 3rd day. And on the 4th day he created the sun, and the moon, and the stars, and placed them in the expanse of the Shamayim, to give light upon all the earth, and to rule over the day and the night, and divide the light from the darkness. And Elohim appointed the sun to be a great sign on the earth for days, and for Shabbaoth, and for months, and for festivals, and for years, and for Shabbaoth of years, and for YUBALYM, and for all seasons of the years. And it divides the light from the darkness for good, that all matters may thrive, sprout, and grow on the earth. These 3 kinds he made on the 4th day. And on the 5th day he created great leviathans in the depths of the waters, for these were the first matters of flesh that were created by his hands, the fish and all that moves in the waters, and all that flies, the birds and all their kind. And the sun rose above them to prosper them, and above all that was on the earth, all that sprouts out of the earth, and all fruit-bearing trees, and all flesh. These three kinds he created on the fifth day. And on the sixth day he created all the beasts of the earth, and all cattle, and all that moves on the earth. And after all this he created man and a woman he created them, and gave him rulership over all that is on the earth, and in the seas, and over all that flies, and over beasts, and over cattle, and over all that moves on the earth, and over the whole earth, and over all this he gave him rulership. And these four kinds he created on the sixth day. And there were altogether 22 kinds. And he finished all his works on the sixth day, all that is in the Shamayim, and on the earth, and in the seas, and in the abysses, and in the light, and in the darkness, and in all. And he gave us a great sign, the Shabbat day, that we should work 6 days, but guard the Shabbat on the seventh day from all work. And all the messengers of the presence, and all the messengers of Kodeshah, these two great classes, he has hidden us to guard the Shabbat with him in the Shamayim and on earth. And he said to us, See, I shall separate unto myself a people from among all the peoples, and they shall guard the Shabbat day, and I shall kadosh them unto myself as my people, and shall barak them, as I have kadoshed the Shabbat day, and kadoshed it unto myself. Even so shall I barak them, and they shall be my people, and I shall be their Elohim. And I have chosen the seed of Yaakov from among all that I have seen, and have written him down as my firstborn son, and have kadoshed him unto myself, forever and ever. And I shall teach them the Shabbat day, that they may guard the Shabbat thereon from all work. And so he created therein a sign in accordance with which they should guard the Shabbat with us on the seventh day, to eat and to drink and to barak him who has created all matters, as he has barak and kadosh unto himself a treasured possession, a people above all peoples, and that they should guard the Shabbat together with us. And he caused his commands to ascend as a sweet fragrance acceptable before him all the days. There were 22 heads of mankind from Adam to Yaakov, and 22 kinds of work were made until the seventh day. This is Baruch and Kodesh, and the former also is Baruch and Kodesh, and this one serves with that one for Kodeshah and Barakah. And to them, Yaakov and his seed, it was granted that they should always be the Baruch and Kadeshim of the first witness and Torah, even as he had Kadosh and Barak the Shabbat day on the seventh day. He created the Shamayim and earth and all that he created in 6 days, and Elohim made the seventh day Kodesh for all his works. Therefore he commanded for this reason, that whoever does any work on it shall die, and that he who defiles it shall certainly die. Therefore you shall command the children of Yasharal to observe this day, that they may kadosh it, and not do any work on it, and not to defile it, as it is more kodesh than all other days. And whoever profanes it shall certainly die, and whoever does any work on it shall certainly die forever, that the children of Yasharal may observe this day throughout their generations, and not be rooted out of the land. For it is a Kodesh day and a Baruch day. And everyone who observes it and guards the Shabbat thereon from all his work shall be Kodesh and Baruch throughout all days like us. Declare and say to the children of Yasharal the law of this day, both that they should guard the Shabbat on it, and that they should not forsake it in the straying of their hearts, that it is not right to do any work on it which is improper, to do their own pleasure on it, and that they should not prepare whatever on it to be eaten or drunk, and to draw water, or bring in or take out through their gates any burden on it, which they had not prepared for themselves on the 6th day in their dwellings. And they shall not bring in nor take out from house to house on that day, for that day is more Kodesh and Baruch than any Yovel, day of the Yubalym. On this we guarded the Shabbat and the Shamayim before it was made known to any flesh to guard the Shabbat thereon on the earth. And the Creator of all matters barak it, but he did not kadosh all peoples and nations to guard the Shabbat on it, but Yasharal alone. They alone he permitted to eat and drink and to guard the Shabbat thereon on the earth. And the Creator of all matters barak this day, which he had created for a barakah and a kodeshah, and an esteem above all days. This Torah and witness was given to the children of Yasharal as a law forever unto their generations. Chapter 3. And on the 6th day of the 2nd week, according to the word of Elohim, we brought to Atham all the beasts, and all the cattle, and all the birds, and all that moves on the earth, and all that moves in the water, according to their kind, and according to their types, the beast on the 1st day, the cattle on the 2nd day, the birds on the 3rd day, and all that which moves on the earth on the 4th day, and that which moves in the water on the 5th day. And Atham named them all by their respective names, and as he called them, so their name was. And on these 5 days Atham saw all these, male and female, according to every kind that was on the earth. But he was alone, and found no helper for himself. And Yahuwah said to us, It is not good that the man should be alone. Let us make a helper for him. And Yahuwah our Elohim caused a deep sleep to fall upon him, and he slept. And he took for the woman 1 rib from among his ribs, and this rib was the origin of the woman from among his ribs. And he built up the flesh in its stead, and made the woman. And he woke Atham out of his sleep, and upon waking he rose on the 6th day, and he brought her to him, and he knew her, and said to her, This is now bone of my bones, and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman, because she was taken out of man. Therefore man and wife shall be one, and therefore a man shall leave his father and his mother, and cling to his wife, and they shall be one flesh. In the 1st week Atham was created, and the rib, his wife, in the 2nd week he showed her to him. And for this reason the command was given to keep in their defilement for a male 7 days, and for a female twice 7 days. And after Atham had completed 40 days in the land where he had been created, we brought him into the Garden of Eden to till and keep it. But his wife they brought in on the 18th day, and after this she entered into the Garden of Eden. And for this reason the command is written on the tablets of the Shamayim in regard to her that gives birth. If she brings forth a male, she shall remain in her uncleanness 7 days according to the 1st week of days, and 33 days she shall remain in the blood of her purifying. And she shall not touch any Kodesh matter, nor enter into the Mikdash, until she accomplishes these days which are commanded in the case of a male child. But in the case of a female child, she shall remain in her uncleanness 2 weeks of days, according to the first 2 weeks, and 66 days in the blood of her purification, and they shall be 80 days in all. And when she had completed these 80 days, we brought her into the Garden of Eden, for it is more Kodesh than all the earth besides, and every tree that is planted in it is Kodesh. Therefore there was ordained regarding her who brings forth a male or a female child, the law of those days that she should touch no Kodesh matter, nor enter into the Mikdash until these days for the male or female child are accomplished. This is the Torah and witness which was written down for Yasharal, in order that they should observe it forever. And in the 1st week of the 1st Yovel, Atham and his wife were in the Garden of Eden for 7 years, tilling and keeping it. And we gave him work, and we instructed him to do all that is suitable for serving. And he tilled the garden, and was naked, and was not aware of it, and was not ashamed. And he protected the garden from the birds and beasts and cattle, and gathered its fruit and ate, and put aside the remainder for himself and for his wife. And after the completion of the 7 years which he had completed there, 7 years exactly, and in the 2nd month, on the 17th day of the month, the serpent came and approached the woman. And the serpent said to the woman, Has Elohim commanded you, saying, You shall not eat of every tree of the garden? And she said to him, Of all the fruit of the trees of the garden Elohim has said to us, Eat. But on the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, Elohim has said to us, You shall not eat of it, neither shall you touch it, lest you die. And the serpent said to the woman, You shall certainly not die. For Elohim knows that on the day you eat of it, your eyes shall be opened, and you shall be like Elohim, and you shall know good and evil. And the woman saw the tree, that it was agreeable and pleasant to the eye, and that its fruit was good for food, and she took of it and ate. And when she had first covered her shame with fig leaves, she gave of it to Atham, and he ate. And his eyes were opened, and he saw that he was naked. And he took fig leaves and sewed them together, and made a covering for himself, and covered his shame. And Elohim cursed the serpent, and was wroth with it forever. And he was wroth with the woman, because she listened to the voice of the serpent, and ate. And he said to her, I shall greatly multiply your sorrow and your pains. In sorrow you shall bring forth children, and your return shall be unto your husband, and he shall rule over you. And to Atham he said, Because you have listened to the voice of your wife, and have eaten of the tree which I commanded you that you should not eat of it, cursed be the ground for your sake. Thorns and thistles it shall bring forth to you, and you shall eat your bread in the sweat of your face, till you return to the earth from where you were taken. For dust you are, and to dust shall you return. And he made for them coats of skin, and clothed them, and sent them out from the garden of Eden. And on that day on which Atham went out from the garden, he offered as a sweet fragrance an offering, frankincense, galbanum, and fragrant gum, and spices in the morning with the rising of the sun from the day when he covered his shame. And on that day the mouth of all beasts was closed, and of cattle, and of birds, and of whatever walks, and of whatever moves, so that they could no longer speak, for they had all spoken, one with another, with one lip and with one tongue. And he sent out of the garden of Eden all flesh that was in the garden of Eden, and all flesh was scattered according to their kinds, and according to their types to the places which had been created for them. And to Atham alone he gave the means to cover his shame of all the beasts and cattle. On this account it is prescribed on the tablets of the Shamayim, as regarding all those who know the right ruling of the Torah, that they should cover their shame, and should not uncover themselves as the Gentiles uncover themselves. And on the new moon of the 4th month, Atham and his wife went out from the garden of Eden, and they dwelt in the land of Eldah, in the land of their creation. And Atham called the name of his wife Kawa, and they had no son till the 1st Yovel. And after this he knew her. Now he tilled the land as he had been instructed in the garden of Eden. Chapter 4. And in the 3rd week, in the 2nd Yovel, she gave birth to Cain. And in the 4th she gave birth to Havel. And in the 5th she gave birth to her daughter Awen. And in the 1st year of the 3rd Yovel, Cain slew Havel, because Elohim accepted the offering of Havel, and did not accept the offering of Cain. And he slew him in the field, and his blood cried from the ground to the Shamayim, lamenting because he had slain him. And YAHUAH reproved Cain because of Havel, because he had slain him, and he had made him a fugitive on the earth because of the blood of his brother, and he cursed him upon the earth. And on this account it is written on the tablets of the Shamayim, Cursed is he who smites his neighbor treacherously. And let all who have seen and heard say, So be it. And the man who has seen and not declared, let him be accursed as the other. And for this reason, we announce when we come before Yahuwah our Elohim all the sin which is committed in the Shamayim and on earth and in light and in darkness and everywhere. And Atham and his wife mourned for Havel 4 weeks of years, and in the 4th year of the 5th week they became joyful, and Atham knew his wife again, and she bore him a son, and he called his name Shaith, for he said, Elohim has raised up a second seed for us on the earth instead of Havel, for Cain slew him. And in the 6th week he brought forth his daughter Azurah, and Cain took Awan his sister to be his wife, and she bore him Kanuk at the close of the 4th Yovel. And in the 1st year of the 1st week of the 5th Yovel, dwellings were built on the earth, and Cain built a city, and called its name after the name of his son Kanuk. And Atham knew Kawa his wife, and she bore a further 9 sons. And in the 5th week of the 5th Yovel, Shaith took Azurah his sister to be his wife, and in the 4th year of the 6th week she bore him Enosh. And he began to call on the name of Yahuwah on the earth. And in the 7th Yovel, in the 3rd week, Enosh took Noam his sister to be his wife, and she bore him a son in the 3rd year of the 5th week, and he called his name Canaan. And at the close of the 8th Yovel, Canaan took Mual-leleth his sister to be his wife, and she bore him a son in the 9th Yovel, in the 1st week, in the 3rd year of this week, and he called his name Mahalalel. And in the 2nd week of the 10th Yovel, Mahalalel took as wife Dinah, the daughter of Barakael, the daughter of his father's brother, and she bore him a son in the 3rd week in the 6th year, and he called his name Yereth. For in his days the messenger of Yahuwah descended on the earth, those who are named the Watchers, that they should instruct the children of men, and that they should do right ruling and uprightness on the earth. And in the 11th Yovel, Yereth took a wife, and her name was Berakah, the daughter of Razuyal, a daughter of his father's brother, in the 4th week of this Yovel, and she bore him a son in the 5th week, in the 4th year of the Yovel, and he called his name Kanuk. And he was the first among men that are born on earth who learned writing and knowledge and wisdom, and who wrote down the signs of the Shamayim according to the order of their months in a book, that men might know the seasons of the years according to the order of their separate months. And he was the first to write a witness, and he witnessed to the sons of men among the generations of the earth, and recounted the weeks of the YUBALYM, and made known to them the days of the years, and put in order the months, and recounted the Shabbaoth of the years as we made known to him. And what was and what shall be he saw in a vision of his sleep, as it shall happen to the children of men throughout their generations until the day of judgment. He saw and understood all, and wrote his witness, and placed the witness on earth for all the children of men and for their generations. And in the 12th Yovel, in the 7th week, he took a wife, and her name was Edni, the daughter of Daniel, the daughter of his father's brother. And in the 6th year, in this week, she bore him a son, and he called his name Methushelach. And he was furthermore with the messengers of Elohim these 6 Yavalim of years, and they showed him all which is on earth and in the Shamayim, the rule of the sun, and he wrote it all down. And he witnessed to the Watchers who had sinned with the daughters of men, for these had begun to unite themselves so as to be defiled with the daughters of men, and Kanuk witnessed against them all. And he was taken from among the children of men, and we conducted him into the garden of Eden in majesty and honor, and see, there he writes down the condemnation and judgment of the world, and all the wickedness of the children of men. And on account of it, Elohim brought the waters of the flood upon all the land of Eden, for there he was appointed as a sign, and that he should witness against all the children of men, that he should recount all the deeds of the generations until the day of condemnation. And he burned the incense of the Mikdash, sweet spices acceptable before Yahuwah on the mountain. For Yahuwah has 4 places on the earth, the Garden of Eden, and the mountain of the east, and this mountain on which you are this day, Mount Sinai, and Mount Zion, which shall be Kadash in the new creation for a Kodashah of the earth. Through it the earth shall be Kadash from all guilt and its uncleanness throughout the generations of the world. And in the 14th Yovel, Methushelach took a wife, Athna, the daughter of Azriel, the daughter of his father's brother, in the 3rd week, in the 1st year of this week, and he brought forth a son, and called his name Lamech. And in the 15th Yovel, in the 3rd week, Lamech took a wife, and her name was Beit Tenos, the daughter of Barachiel, the daughter of his father's brother. And in this week she bore him a son, and he called his name Noach, saying, This one shall comfort me for my trouble and all my work, and for the ground which Yahuwah has cursed. And at the close of the 19th Yovel, in the 7th week, in the 6th year, Atham died, and all his sons buried him in the land of his creation, and he was the first to be buried in the earth. And he was less 70 years from 1,000 years, for 1,000 years are as one day in the witness of the Shamayim, and therefore was it written concerning the tree of knowledge, On the day that you eat of it, you shall die. For this reason he did not complete the years of this day, for he died during it. And at the close of this Yovel, Cain was killed after him in the same year, for his house fell upon him, and he died in the midst of his house. And he was killed by stones, for with a stone he had killed Havel, and by a stone he was killed in righteous judgment. For this reason it was ordained on the tablets of the Shamayim, with the instrument with which a man kills his neighbor with, the same shall he be killed, after the manner that he wounded him, in like manner shall they deal with him. And in the 25th Yovel, Noach took a wife, and her name was Amzara, the daughter of Rachiel, the daughter of his father's brother, in the 1st year, in the 5th week. And in the 3rd year she bore him Shem, in the 5th year she bore him Cam, and in the 1st year, in the 6th week, she bore him Japheth. Chapter 5. And it came to be, when the children of men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born to them, that the messengers of Elohim saw them on a certain year of this Yovel, that they were lovely to look upon, and they took themselves wives of all whom they chose, and they bore unto them sons, and they were giants. And lawlessness increased on the earth, and all flesh corrupted its way, alike men and cattle, and beasts and birds, and all that walks on the earth. All of them corrupted their ways and their orders, and they began to devour each other. And lawlessness increased on the earth, and every imagination of the thoughts of all men was only evil continually. And Elohim looked upon the earth, and see, it was corrupt, and all flesh had corrupted its order, and all that were upon the earth had wrought all kinds of evil before his eyes. And he said, I shall destroy man and all flesh upon the face of the earth which I have created. But Noach found favor before the eyes of Yahuwah, and against the messengers whom he had sent upon the earth, he was exceedingly wroth. And he gave a command to root them out of all their reign, and he commanded us to bind them in the depths of the earth. And see, they are bound in the midst of it, and are kept separate. And against their sons went forth a command from before his face, that they should be smitten with the sword, and be removed from under the Shamayim. And he said, Your spirit shall not always abide on man, for they also are flesh, and their days shall be 120 years. And he sent his sword into their midst, that each should slay his neighbor. And they began to slay each other, till they all fell by the sword, and were destroyed from the earth. And their fathers were witnesses of their destruction, and after this they were bound in the depths of the earth forever, until the day of the great condemnation, when judgment is executed on all those who have corrupted their ways and their works before Yahuwah. And he destroyed all from their places, and not one remained of them whom he did not judge according to all their wickedness. And he appointed for all his works a new and righteous nature, so that they should not sin in their whole nature forever, but should be all righteous, each in his kind always. And the judgment of all is ordained and written on the tablets of the Shamayim in righteousness, even the judgment of all who depart from the path which is ordained for them to walk in. And if they do not walk therein, judgment is written down for every creature and for every kind. And there is none in the Shamayim or on earth, or in light, or in darkness, or in the grave, or in the depth, or in the place of darkness, which is not judged. And all their judgments are ordained and written and engraved. In regard to all, he shall rightly rule, the great according to his greatness, and the small according to his smallness, and each according to his way. And he is not one who shall regard the face of any, nor is he one who shall receive bribes. If he says that he shall execute judgment on each, if one gave all that is on the earth, he shall not regard the bribes or the face of any, nor accept any matter at his hands, for he is a righteous judge. And of the children of Yasharal it has been written and ordained, if they turn to him in righteousness, he shall forgive all their transgressions and pardon all their sins. It is written and ordained that he shall show kindness to all who turn from all their guilt once each year. And as for all those who corrupted their ways and their thoughts before the flood, no man's face was accepted except for that of Noah alone, for his face was accepted in behalf of his sons, whom Elohim saved from the waters of the flood on his account, for his heart was righteous in all his ways, accordingly as it was commanded regarding him, and he had not departed from any matter that was ordained for him. And Yahuwah said that he would destroy all which was upon the earth, both men and cattle and beasts and birds of the air, and that which moves on the earth. And he commanded Noah to make himself an ark, that he might save himself from the waters of the flood. And Noah made the ark in all respects as he commanded him, in the 27th Yovel of years, in the 5th week, in the 5th year, on the new moon of the 1st month. And he entered in the 6th year, in the 2nd month, on the new moon of the 2nd month, till the 16th. And he entered, and all that we brought to him, into the ark, and Yahuwah closed it from without on the 17th evening. And Yahuwah opened 7 windows of the Shamayim, and the mouths of the fountains of the great deep, 7 mouths in number. And the windows began to pour down water from the Shamayim 40 days and 40 nights. And the fountains of the deep also sent up waters, until the whole earth was filled with water. And the waters increased upon the earth, 15 amah, the waters rose above all the high mountains. And the ark was lifted up above the earth, and it moved upon the face of the waters. And the waters were mighty on the face of the earth 5 months, 150 days. And the ark went and rested on the top of Luvar, one of the mountains of Ararat. And on the new moon in the 4th month, the fountains of the great deep were closed, and the windows of the Shamayim were restrained. And on the new moon of the 7th month, all the mouths of the abysses of the earth were opened, and the water began to descend into the deep below. And on the new moon of the 10th month, the tops of the mountains were visible. And on the new moon of the 1st month, the earth became visible. And the waters disappeared from above the earth in the 5th week in the 7th year. And on the 17th day in the 2nd month, the earth was dry. And on the 27th, he opened the ark and sent out from it beasts and cattle and birds and every moving creature. Chapter 6. And on the new moon of the 3rd month, he went out from the ark and built an altar on the mountain. And he made atonement for the earth, and took a young goat and made atonement with its blood for all the guilt of the earth. For all that had been on it had been destroyed, except those that were in the ark with Noah. And he placed the fat of it on the altar. And he took a bull and a goat and a male goat and salt and a turtle dove and the young pigeon, and placed a burnt offering on the altar, and poured an offering on it mixed with oil, and sprinkled wine, and spread frankincense over all. and cause a sweet fragrance to arise, acceptable before Yahuwah. And Yahuwah smelled the sweet fragrance, and he made a covenant with him that there should no longer be a flood to destroy the earth, that all the days of the earth, seed time and harvest, should never cease, cold and heat, and summer and winter, and day and night should not change their order nor cease forever. And you increase and multiply upon the earth, and become numerous upon it, and be a barakah upon it. The fear of you and the dread of you I shall inspire in all that is on earth and in the sea. And see, I have given to you all beasts, and all flying creatures, and all that moves on the earth, and the fish in the waters, and all matters for food. As the green plants, I have given you all matters to eat. But flesh with its life, with the blood, you shall not eat. For the life of all flesh is in the blood, lest your blood of your lives be required. At the hand of every man, at the hand of every beast, I shall require the blood of man. Whoever sheds man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. For in the image of Elohim he made man. And you increase and multiply on the earth. And Noah and his sons swore that they would not eat any blood that was in any flesh. And he made a covenant before Yahuwah Elohim forever throughout all the generations of the earth in this month. On this account he spoke to you that you should make a covenant with the children of Yasharal in this month upon the mountain with an oath, and that you should sprinkle blood upon them because of all the words of the covenant which Yahuwah made with them forever. And this witness is written concerning you, that you should observe it continually, so that you should not eat on any day any blood of beast or birds or cattle during all the days of the earth. And the man who eats the blood of beasts or of cattle or of birds during all the days of the earth, he and his seed shall be rooted out of the land. And you shall command the children of Yasharal to eat no blood, so that their names and their seed may be before Yahuwah our Elohim continually. And for this law there is no limit of days, for it is forever. They shall observe it throughout their generations, so that they may continue atonement on your behalf with blood before the altar. Every day and at the time of morning and evening they shall seek forgiveness on your behalf continually before Yahuwah, that they may keep it and not be rooted out. And he gave to Noah and his sons a sign that there should not be a flood on the earth again. He placed his rainbow in the cloud for a sign of the everlasting covenant, that there should not be a flood again on the earth to destroy it all the days of the earth. For this reason it is ordained and written on the tablets of the Shamayim that they should celebrate the festival of Shabuoth in this month once a year, to renew the covenant every year. And this whole festival was celebrated in the Shamayim from the day of creation till the day of Noah, 26 YUBALYM and 5 weeks of years. And Noah and his sons observed it for 7 YUBALYM and 1 week of years, till the day of Noah's death. And from the day of Noah's death his sons forsook it until the days of Abraham, and they ate blood. But Abraham observed it, and Yitzchak and Yaakov and his children observed it up to your days. And in your days the children of Yasharal forgot it until you celebrated it anew on this mountain. And you shall command the children of Yasharal to observe the festival in all their generations for a command unto them. 1 day in the year in this month they shall celebrate the festival. For it is the festival of Shabuoth, and the feast of first fruits. The feast is twofold and of a double nature, according to what is written and engraved concerning it. Celebrate it. For I have written in the book of the first Torah, in that which I have written for you, that you should celebrate it in its season, 1 day in the year. And I explained to you its slaughterings, that the children of Yasharal should remember and should celebrate it throughout their generations in this month, 1 day in every year. And on the new moon of the first month, and on the new moon of the 4th month, and on the new moon of the 7th month, and on the new moon of the 10th month are the days of remembrance, and the days of the seasons in the 4 divisions of the year. These are written and ordained as a witness forever. And Noah ordained them for himself as festivals for the generations forever, so that they have become thereby a memorial to him. And on the new moon of the 1st month he was told to make an ark. And on that day the earth became dry, and he opened the ark and saw the earth. And on the new moon of the 4th month the mouths of the depths of the abysses beneath were closed. And on the new moon of the 7th month all the mouths of the abysses of the earth were opened, and the waters began to descend into them. And on the new moon of the 10th month the tops of the mountains were seen, and Noah was glad. And on account of this he ordained them for himself as festivals for a memorial forever, and thus are they ordained. And they placed them on the tablets of the Shamayim. Each had 13 weeks. Their memorial passed from one to another, from the first to the second, and from the second to the third, and from the third to the fourth. And all the days of the command shall be 52 weeks of days, and these shall make the entire year complete. Thus it is engraved and ordained on the tablets of the Shamayim, and there is no neglecting this command for a single year or from year to year. And you shall command the children of Yasharal that they observe the years according to this reckoning, 364 days, and these shall constitute a complete year, and they shall not disturb its time from its days and from its festivals, for all shall fall out in them according to their witness, and they shall not leave out any day nor disturb any festivals. But if they neglect and do not observe them according to his command, then they shall disturb all their seasons, and the years shall be dislodged from this order, and they shall neglect their laws. And all the children of Yasharal shall forget, and shall not find the path of the years, and shall forget the new moons, and seasons, and Shabbaoth, and they shall go astray as to all the order of the years. For I know, and from this time on I shall declare it to you, and it is not of my own devising, for the book is written before me. And on the tablets of the Shamayim the division of days is ordained, lest they forget the festivals of the covenant, and walk according to the festivals of the Gentiles after their straying and after their ignorance. For there shall be those who shall assuredly make observations of the moon. Now it disturbs the seasons, and comes in from year to year 10 days too soon. For this reason the years shall come upon them when they shall disturb the order, and make an abominable day the day of witness, and an unclean day a feast day, and they shall confuse all the days, the Kodesh with the unclean, and the unclean day with the Kodesh, for they shall go astray as to months and Shabbaoth and festivals and YUBALYM. For this reason I command and witness to you that you may witness to them. For after your death your children shall confuse them, so that they shall not make the year 364 days only. And for this reason they shall go astray as to the new moons and seasons and Shabbaoth and festivals, and they shall eat all kinds of blood with all kinds of flesh. Chapter 7. And in the 7th week, in the 1st year, in this Yovel, Noah planted vines on the mountain on which the ark had rested, named Luvar, one of the mountains of Ararat. And they produced fruit in the 4th year, and he guarded their fruit, and gathered it in this year, in the 7th month. And he made wine from them, and put it into a vessel, and kept it until the 5th year, until the 1st day on the new moon of the 1st month. And he celebrated with joy the day of this festival, and he made a burnt offering to Yahuwah, 1 young bull and 1 ram, and 7 sheep, each a year old, and a young goat, that he might make atonement thereby for himself and his sons. And he prepared the young goat first, and placed some of his blood on the flesh that was on the altar which he had made. And all the fat he laid on the altar where he made the burnt offering, and the bull and the ram and the sheep, and he arranged all their flesh on the altar. And he placed all their offerings mixed with oil on it, and afterwards he sprinkled wine on the fire which he had previously made on the altar. And he placed incense on the altar, and caused a sweet fragrance to ascend, acceptable before Yahuwah his Elohim. And he rejoiced and drank of this wine, he and his children with joy. And it was evening, and he went into his tent, and being drunk, he lay down and slept, and was uncovered in his tent as he slept. And Cam saw Noach his father naked, and went out and told his two brothers outside. And Shem took his garment and arose, and he and Japheth, and they placed the garment on their shoulders, and went backward, and covered the shame of their father, and their faces were backward. And Noach awoke from his sleep, and knew all that his younger son had done to him. And he cursed his son, and said, Cursed be Canaan, let him become a servant of servants to his brothers. And he baraked Shem, and said, Baruch be YAHUAH ALAHYM of Shem, and let Canaan become his servant. Let Elohim enlarge Japheth, and let Elohim dwell in the dwelling of Shem, and let Canaan become his servant. And Cam knew that his father had cursed his younger son, and he was displeased that he had cursed his son, and he parted from his father, he and his sons with him, Cush and Mitzrayim and Put and Canaan. And he built a city and called its name after the name of his wife, Ne-elatamauk. And Japheth saw it and became envious of his brother, and he too built a city, and he called its name after the name of his wife, Adatanesis. And Shem dwelt with his father Noach, and he built a city close to his father on the mountain, and he too called its name after the name of his wife, Sethek-Televav. And see, these three cities are near Mount Luvar, Tesethek-Telavav, before the mountain of its east, and Ne-elatamauk on the south, Adatanesis towards the west. And these are the sons of Shem, Elam and Asher and Arpachshad. This son was born 2 years after the flood, and Luth and Aram. The sons of Japheth, Gomer and Magog and Madai, and Yawin, Tuval, and Meshech and Tyrus. These are the sons of Noach. And in the 28th Yovel, Noach began to command his sons, the laws and commands, and all the right rulings that he knew, and he urged his sons to observe righteousness, and to cover the shame of their flesh, and to barak their Creator, and honor father and mother, and love their neighbor, and guard their beings from whoring and uncleanness and all wickedness. For owing to these three matters, the flood came upon the earth, namely, due to the whoring by which the watchers against the Torah of their laws went whoring after the daughters of men, and took wives for themselves of all they chose, and they made the beginning of uncleanness. And they brought forth sons, the Nephidim, but they were all evil, and they devoured one another. And the giants slew the Nephil, and the Nephil slew the Elyo, and the Elyo mankind, and one another. And everyone sold himself to work wickedness, and to shed much blood, and the earth was filled with wickedness. And after this they sinned against the beast and birds, and all that moves and walks on the earth. And much blood was shed on the earth, and every inclination and desire of men planned worthlessness and evil continually. And YAHUAH destroyed all from off the face of the earth because of the wickedness of their deeds, and because of the blood which they had shed in the midst of the earth. He destroyed all. And we were left, you and I, my sons, and all that entered with us into the ark. And look, I see your works before me, that you do not walk in righteousness. For you have begun to walk in the path of destruction, and you are parting from one another, and are envious of one another. And so it is that you are not in unity, my sons, each with his brother. For I look and see the demons have begun their enticements against you and against your children. And now I fear on your behalf that after my death you shall shed the blood of men upon the earth, and that you shall also be destroyed from the face of the earth. For whoever sheds man's blood, and whoever eats the blood of any flesh, shall all be destroyed from the earth. And there shall not be left any man that eats blood, or that sheds the blood of man on the earth, nor shall there be left to him any seed or descendants living under the Shamayim, for they shall go into the grave, and they shall descend into the place of condemnation, and they shall all be removed into the darkness of the deep by a violent death. No blood is to be seen upon you. Of all the blood there shall be, all the days in which you have killed any beast or cattle or whatever flies upon the earth, and you perform a good work toward your beings by covering that which has been shed on the face of the earth. And you shall not be like him who eats with blood, but guard yourselves that none may eat flesh before you cover the blood. For thus have I been commanded to witness to you and your children together with all flesh. And do not allow the life to be eaten with the flesh, that your blood, which is your life, may not be required at the hand of any flesh that sheds it on the earth. For the earth shall not be clean from the blood which has been shed upon it. For only through the blood of him that shed it shall the earth be purified throughout all its generations. And now, my children, listen. Work right ruling and righteousness, that you may be planted in righteousness over the face of the whole earth, and your esteem lifted up before my Elohim, who saved me from the waters of the flood. And see, you shall go and build for yourselves cities, and plant in them all the plants that are upon the earth, and also all fruit-bearing trees. For 3 years the fruit of all that is eaten shall not be gathered, and in the 4th year its fruit shall be reckoned Kodesh, acceptable before the Most High Al, who created the Shamayim and earth and all matters. Let them offer in abundance the first of the wine and oil as first fruits on the altar of Yahuwah who receives it, and what is left let the servants of the house of Yahuwah eat before the altar which receives it. And in the 5th year you perform the release, so that you release it in righteousness and uprightness, and you shall be righteous, and all that you plant shall prosper. For so Canuk, the father of your father, commanded Methuselah his son, and Methuselah his son Lamech, and Lamech commanded me all the matters which his fathers commanded him. And I also shall give you command, my sons, as Canuk commanded his son in the first YUBALYM, while still living, the 7th in his generation, he commanded and witnessed to his son and to his sons' sons until the day of his death. Chapter 8. In the 29th Yovel, in the 1st week, in the beginning of it, Arpachshad took a wife, and her name was YAHUAH, the daughter of Elam, and she bore him a son in the 3rd year in this week, and he called his name Canaan. And the son grew, and his father taught him writing, and he went to seek a place where he might seize a city. And he found a writing which former generations had carved on the rock, and he read what was on it, and he transcribed it and sinned in regard to it, for it contained the teaching of the watchers in accordance with which they used to observe the signs of the sun and moon and stars and all the signs of the Shamayim. And he wrote it down, but said naught regarding it, for he was afraid to speak to Noach about it, lest he should be wroth with him because of it. And in the 13th Yovel, in the 2nd week, in the 1st year, he took a wife, and her name was Melchah, the daughter of Madai, the son of Japheth. And in the 4th year he brought forth a son, and called his name Shelach, for he said, Truly I have been sent. And Shelach grew up and took a wife, and her name was Muach, the daughter of Cashapp, his father's brother, in the 31st Yovel, in the 5th week, in the 1st year. And she bore him a son in the 5th year, and he called his name Aver. And he took a wife for himself, and her name was Azarath, the daughter of Nevroth, in the 32nd Yovel, in the 7th week, in the 3rd year. And in the 6th year she bore him a son, and he called his name Peleg. For in the days when he was born, the children of Noach began to divide the earth among themselves. For this reason he called his name Peleg. And they divided it secretly among themselves, and told it to Noach. And it came to be in the beginning of the 33rd Yovel that they divided the earth into 3 parts, for Shem, and for Cam, and Japheth, according to the inheritance of each, in the 1st year, in the 1st week, when one of us who had been sent was with them. And he called his sons, and they came near to him, they and their children, and he divided the earth into the lots, which his 3 sons were to take in possession. And they reached out their hands, and took the writing out of the bosom of Noach their father. And there came forth on the writing of Shem's lot the middle of the earth, which he should take as an inheritance for himself and for his sons for the generations forever, from the middle of the mountain range of Rapha, from the mountain of the water, from the river Tina. And his portion goes towards the west through the midst of this river, and it extends till it reaches the waters of the abysses, out of which this river goes forth and pours its waters into the sea, Mayat. And this river flows into the great sea, and all that is towards the north is Japheth's, and all that is towards the south belongs to Shem. And it extends till it reaches Carasso. This is in the bottom of the tongue which looks towards the south. And this portion extends along the great sea, and it extends in a straight line till it reaches the west of the tongue which looks towards the south. For this sea is named the tongue of the Mitzrite Sea. And it turns from here towards the south towards the mouth of the great sea on the shore of its waters, and it extends to the west to Aphra, and it extends till it reaches the waters of the river Gakon, and to the south of the waters of Gakon, to the banks of this river. And it extends towards the east till it reaches the garden of Eden, to the south from there, and from the east of the whole land of Eden, and of the whole east, it turns to the east and proceeds till it reaches the east of the mountain named Rapha, and it descends to the bank of the mouth of the river Tina. This portion came forth by lot for Shem and his sons, that they should possess it forever unto his generations forever. And Noach rejoiced that this portion came forth for Shem and for his sons, and he remembered all that he had spoken with his mouth in Nebuah. For he had said, Baruch be YAHUAH ALAHYM of Shem, and let YAHUAH dwell in the dwelling of Shem. And he knew that the Garden of Eden is the most Kodesh place, and the dwelling of YAHUAH, and Mount Sinai, the center of the desert, and Mount Zion, the center of the navel of the earth. These three were created as Kodesh places facing each other. And he Barak the Elohim of mighty ones, who had put the word of YAHUAH into his mouth, and YAHUAH the everlasting. And he knew that a Baruch portion and a Barakah had come to Shem and his sons to the generations forever. The whole land of Eden, and the whole land of the sea of reeds, and the whole land of the east, and Hodu, and on the sea of reeds, and the mountains thereof, and all the land of Bashan, and all the land of Lebanon, and the islands of Caphtor, and all the mountains of Senir, and Ammana, and the mountains of Asher, in the north, and all the land of Elam, Asher, and Babel, and Shushan, and Madai, and all the mountains of Ararat, and all the region beyond the sea, which is beyond the mountains of Asher, towards the north, a Baruch and spacious land, and all that is in it is very good. And for Cam came forth the second portion beyond the Gihon, towards the south to the right of the garden, and it extends towards the south, and it extends to all the mountains of fire, and it extends towards the west to the sea of Attel, and it extends towards the west till it reaches the sea of Maach, that sea into which all which is not destroyed descends. And it extends towards the north to the limits of Gathir, and it extends to the coast of the waters of the sea to the waters of the great sea, till it draws near to the river Gihon, and passes along the river Gihon till it reaches the right of the Garden of Eden. And this is the land which came forth for Cam as the portion which he was to occupy forever, he and his sons to their generations forever. And for Japheth came forth the third portion beyond the river Tina to the north of the outflow of its waters, and it extends northeasterly to the whole region of Gog and to all the country east of there. And it extends northerly to the north, and it extends to the mountains of Kelt towards the north, and towards the sea of Maach, and it extends to the east of Gathir as far as the region of the waters of the sea. And it extends until it approaches the west of Phara, and it returns towards Apharag, and it extends easterly to the waters of the sea of Maat. And it extends to the region of the river Tina in a northeasterly direction until it approaches the boundary of its waters towards the mountain of Rapha, and it turns round towards the north. This is the land which came forth for Japheth and his sons as the portion of his inheritance, which he should possess for himself and his sons to their generations forever, 5 great islands and a great land in the north. But it is cold, and the land of Cam is hot, and the land of Shem is neither hot nor cold, but it is mixed of cold and heat. Chapter 9. And Cam divided among his sons, and the first portion came forth for Cush towards the east, and to the west of him for Mizraim, and to the west of him for Put, and to the west of him on the sea of Canaan. And Shem also divided among his sons, and the first portion came forth for Elam and his sons, to the east of the river Tigris, till it approaches the east, the whole land of Hodu, and on the sea of reeds on its coast, and the waters of Dathan, and all the mountains of Mevri, and Elah, and all the land of Shushan, and all that is on the side of Parnak, to the sea of reeds and the river Tina. And for Ashur came forth the second portion, all the land of Ashur, and Nineveh, and Shinar, and to the border of Hodu, and it ascends and surrounds the river. And for Arpachshad came forth the third portion, all the land of the region of the Kasdim, to the east of the Perath, bordering on the sea of reeds, and all the waters of the desert close to the tongue of the sea, which looks towards Mizraim, all the land of Lebanon, and Senir, and Armana, to the border of the Perath. And for Aram there came forth the fourth portion, all the land of Aram Naharaim, between the Tigris and the Perath, to the north of the Kasdim, to the border of the mountains of Ashur, and the land of Arah. And there came forth for Luth the fifth portion, the mountains of Ashur, and all belonging to them till it reaches the great sea, until it reaches the east of Ashur, his brother. And Japheth also divided the land of his inheritance among his sons. And the first portion came forth for Gomer, to the east from the north side to the river Tina, and in the north there came forth for Magog all the inner portions of the north until it reaches to the sea of Maat. And for Mathai came forth as his portion, that he should possess from the west of his two brothers to the islands, and to the coast of the islands. And for Yawin came forth the fourth portion, every island and the islands which are toward the border of Luth. And for Tuval there came forth the fifth portion, in the midst of the tongue which approaches towards the border of the portion of Luth, to the second tongue, to the region beyond the second tongue, to the third tongue. And for Meshach came forth the sixth portion, all the region beyond the third tongue, till it approaches the east of Gathir. And for Tyrus there came forth the seventh portion, 4 great islands in the midst of the sea, which reached to the portion of Cam. And thus the sons of Noach divided to their sons in the presence of Noach their father, and he bound them all by an oath, proclaiming a curse on every one that sought to seize the portion which had not fallen to him by his lot. And they all said, So be it, for themselves and their sons forever throughout their generations, till the day of judgment, on which YAHUAH ALAHYM shall judge them with sword and with fire, for all the unclean wickedness of their strayings, with which they have filled the earth with transgression and uncleanness and whoring and sin. Chapter 10. And in the third week of this Yovel, the unclean demons began to lead astray the children of the sons of Noach, and to mislead and destroy them. And the sons of Noach came to Noach, their father, and they informed him concerning the demons which were leading astray, and blinding and slaying his sons' sons. And he prayed before YAHUAH his Elohim, and said, Elohim of the spirits of all flesh, who has shown kindness to me, and has saved my sons and I from the waters of the flood, and has not caused me to perish as you did the sons of destruction. For your favor has been great towards me, and your kindness has been great to my being. Let your favor be lifted upon my sons, and let not wicked spirits rule over them, lest they should destroy them from the earth. But may you barak my sons and I, that we may increase and multiply and fill the earth. And you know how your watchers, the fathers of these spirits, acted in my day. And as for these spirits which are living, imprison them and hold them fast in the place of condemnation, and let them not bring destruction on the sons of your servant, my Elohim, for these are evil and created in order to destroy. and let them not rule over the spirits of the living, for you alone exercise rule over them. And let them not have power over the sons of the righteous from this time and forever. And YAHUAH our Elohim commanded us to bind all. And the chief of the spirits, Mastema, came and said, Adonai, Creator, let some of them remain before me, and let them listen to my voice, and do all that I shall say to them. For if some of them are not left to me, I shall not be able to execute the power of my purpose on the sons of men. For these are for corruption and leading astray before my right ruling, for the wickedness of the sons of men is great. And he said, let the 10th part of them remain before him, and let 9 parts descend into the place of condemnation. And one of us he commanded that we should teach Noach all their medicines, for he knew that they would not walk in uprightness, nor strive in righteousness. And we did according to all his words. All the wicked evil ones we bound in the place of condemnation, and a 10th part of them we left that they might be subject before Satan on the earth. And we explained to Noach all the medicines of their diseases, together with their accomplishments, how he might heal them with herbs on the earth. And Noach wrote down all matters in a book as we instructed him concerning every kind of medicine. Thus the evil spirits were prevented from hurting the sons of Noach. And he gave all that he had written to Shem, his eldest son, for he loved him exceedingly above all his sons. And Noach slept with his fathers, and was buried on Mount Luvar in the land of Ararat. 950 years he completed in his life, 19 YUBALYM, and 2 weeks and 5 years. And in his life on earth he excelled the children of men, except Canuck, because of the righteousness, wherein he was perfect. For Canuck's office was ordained for a witness to the generations of the world, so that he should recount all the deeds of generation unto generation till the day of judgment. And in the 33rd Yovel, in the 1st year, in the 2nd week, Peleg took a wife, whose name was Lamna, the daughter of Sinar. And she bore him a son in the 4th year of this week, and he called his name Reu, for he said, See, the children of men have become evil through the wicked purposes of building for themselves a city and a tower in the land of Shinar. For they departed from the land of Ararat eastward toward Shinar. For in his days they built the city and the tower, saying, Come, let us ascend thereby into the Shamayim. And they began to build, and in the 4th week they made brick with fire, and the bricks served them for stone, and the clay with which they cemented them together was asphalt, which comes out of the sea and out of the fountains of the water in the land of Shinar. And they built it, 43 years they were building it. Its breadth was 203 bricks, and the height of a brick was the third of one. Its height amounted to 5,433 amah and 2 tophak, and the extent of one wall was 13 stades, and of the other 30 stades. And YAHUAH our Elohim said to us, See, they are one people, and this they begin to do, and now naught shall be withheld from them. Come, let us go down and confuse their language, that they may not understand one another's speech, and they may be dispersed into cities and nations, and one purpose shall no longer endure with them till the day of judgment. And YAHUAH descended, and we descended with him to see the city and the tower which the children of men had built. And he confused their language, and they no longer understood one another's speech, and they ceased then to build the city and the tower. For this reason the whole land of Shinar is called Babel, because there YAHUAH confounded all the language of the children of men, and from there they were dispersed into their cities, each according to his language and his nation. And YAHUAH sent a mighty wind against the tower and overthrew it upon the earth. And see, it was between Asher and Babel in the land of Shinar, and they called its name Overthrow. In the 4th week, in the beginning of the 1st year, in the 34th Yovel, they were dispersed from the land of Shinar. And Cam and his sons went into the land which he was to occupy, which he acquired as his portion in the land of the south. And Canaan saw the land of Lebanon to the river of Mizraim, that it was very good. But he did not go into the land of his inheritance to the west, that is, to the sea, but he dwelt in the land of Lebanon, eastward and westward, from the border of Jordan and from the border of the sea. And Cam, his father, and Cush, and Mizraim, his brothers, said to him, You have settled in a land which is not yours, and which did not fall to us by lot. Do not do so, for if you do so, you and your sons shall fall in the land and be accursed through rebellion. For by rebellion you have settled, and by rebellion your children shall fall, and you shall be rooted out forever. Do not dwell in the dwelling of shame, for to shame and to his sons it came by their lot. Cursed are you, and cursed shall you be over all the sons of Noach, with the curse by which we bound ourselves with an oath in the presence of the Kodesh judge, and in the presence of Noach our father. But he did not listen to them, and dwelt in the land of Lebanon from Chemath as far as the entrance of Mizraim, he and his sons to this day. And for this reason that land is named Canaan. And Japheth and his sons went towards the sea and dwelt in the land of their portion. And Madai saw the land of the sea, and it did not please him. And he begged a portion from Elam and Asher and Arpachshad, his wife's brother, and he dwelt in the land of Madai, near to his wife's brother to this day. And he called his dwelling and the dwelling of his sons Madai, after the name of their father Madai. Chapter 11. And in the 35th Yovel, in the 3rd week, in the 1st year, Reu took a wife, and her name was Orah, the daughter of the son of Caseth, and she bore him a son in the 7th year of this week, in this Yovel, and he called his name Serach. And the sons of Noach began to fight with each other, to capture and to slay each other, and to shed the blood of men on the earth, and to eat blood, and to build strong cities, and walls, and towers. And some exalted themselves above the nation, and established the beginnings of reigns, and went to battle, people against people, and nation against nation, and city against city, and all did evil, and acquired weapons, and taught their sons battle, and they began to capture cities, and to sell male and female slaves. And the son of Caseth, built the city of Era of the Casdim, and called its name after his own name, and the name of his father. And they made for themselves molded images, and they each worshipped the idol, the molded image which they had made for themselves. And they began to make carved images and unclean likenesses, and evil spirits assisted and seduced them into committing transgression and uncleanness. And the prince Mastema exerted himself to do all this, and he sent out other spirits, those which were put under his hand, to do all kinds of evil and sin, and all kinds of transgression, to corrupt and destroy, and to shed blood on the earth. For this reason he called the name of Serach, Serug, for everyone turned to do all kinds of sin and transgression. And he grew up and dwelt in Casdim, near to the father of his wife's mother, and he worshipped idols. And he took a wife in the 36th Yovel, in the 5th week, in the 1st year, and her name was Melcha, the daughter of Kaver, the daughter of his father's brother. And she bore him Nachor in the 1st year of this week, and he grew and dwelt in Casdim. And his father taught him the researches of the Casdim to divine and foretell, according to the signs of the Shamaim. And in the 37th Yovel, in the 6th week, in the 1st year, he took a wife, and her name was Iaska, the daughter of Nestag of the Casdim. And she bore him Terach in the 7th year of this week. And the prince Mastema sent ravens and birds to devour the seed which was sown in the land, in order to destroy the land and rob the children of men of their labors. Before they could plow in the seed, the ravens pecked it from the surface of the ground. And for this reason he called his name Terach, because the ravens and the birds reduced them to destitution and devoured their seed. And the years began to be barren because of the birds, and they devoured all the fruit of the trees from the trees. It was only with great effort that they could save a little of all the fruit of the earth in their days. And in this 39th Yovel, in the second week in the first year, Terach took a wife, and her name was Ethna, the daughter of Avram, the daughter of his father's sister. And in the 7th year of this week she bore him a son, and he called his name Avram, by the name of the father of his mother, for he had died before his daughter had conceived a son. And the child began to understand the strayings of the earth, that all went astray after carved images and after uncleanness. And his father taught him writing, and he was 14 years old. And he separated himself from his father, that he might not worship idols with him. And he began to pray to the Creator of all matters, that he might save him from the strayings of the children of men, and that his portion should not fall into straying after uncleanness and wickedness. And the seed time came for the sowing of seed on the land, and they all went out together to protect their seed against the ravens. And Avram went out with those that went, and the child was a lad of 14 years. And a cloud of ravens came to devour the seed, and Avram ran to meet them before they settled on the ground, and cried to them before they settled on the ground to devour the seed, and said, "Do not descend, return to the place where you came." And they proceeded to turn back. And he caused the clouds of the ravens to turn back that day 70 times. And of all the ravens throughout all the land where Avram was, not so much as one settled there. And all who were with him throughout all the land saw him cry out, and all the ravens turned back. And his name became great in all the land of the Casdim. And there came to him this year all those that wished to sow, and he went with them until the time of sowing ceased. And they sowed their land, and that year they brought enough grain home, and ate and were satisfied. And in the first year of the 5th week, Avram taught those who made implements for oxen, the craftsmen in wood, and they made a vessel above the ground, facing the frame of the plow, in order to put the seed on, and the seed fell down from there upon the share of the plow, and was hidden in the earth, and they no longer feared the ravens. And in this way they made vessels above the ground on all the frames of the plows, and they sowed and tilled all the land accordingly, as Avram commanded them, and they no longer feared the birds. Chapter 12. And it came to be in the 6th week, in the 7th year, that Abram spoke to Terach his father, saying, "Father." And he said, "See, here I am, my son." And he said, "What help and profit have we from those idols which you worship, and before which you bow yourself? For there is no spirit in them, for they are dumb images, and a misleading of the heart. Do not worship them. Worship the Elohim of the Shamayim, who causes the rain, the dew to descend on the earth, and does all upon the earth, and has created all by his word, and all life is from before his face. Why do you worship matters that have no spirit in them? For they are the work of hands, and you carry them on your shoulders, and you have no help from them, but they are a great cause of shame to those who make them, and a misleading of the heart to those who worship them. Do not worship them." And his father said to him, "I also know it, my son, but what shall I do with a people who have made me to serve before them? And if I tell them the truth, they shall slay me, for their being clings to them to worship them and honor them. Keep silent, my son, lest they slay you." And he spoke these words to his 2 brothers, but they were wroth with him, and he kept silent. And in the 40th Yovel, in the 2nd week, in the 7th year, Abram took a wife, and her name was Sarai, the daughter of his father, and she became his wife. And Haran, his brother, took a wife in the 3rd year of the 3rd week, and she bore him a son in the 7th year of this week, and he called his name Lot. And Nachor, his brother, took a wife. And in the 60th year of the life of Abram, that is, in the 4th week, in the 4th year, Abram arose by night and burned the house of the idols, and he burned all that was in the house, and no man knew it. And they arose in the night and sought to save their mighty ones from the midst of the fire. And Haran hurried to save them, but the fire burned over him, and he was burned in the fire, and he died in Casdim before Terach his father, and they buried him in Casdim. And Terach went out from Casdim, he and his sons, to go to the land of Lebanon and to the land of Canaan. and he dwelt in the land of Canaan. And Abram dwelt with Terach his father in Canaan 14 years. In the 6th week, in the 5th year, Abram sat up throughout the night on the new moon of the 7th month to observe the stars from the evening to the morning, in order to see what would be the character of the year with regard to the rains. And he was alone as he sat and observed. And a word came into his heart, and he said, All the signs of the stars and the signs of the moon and of the sun are all in the hands of Yahuwah. Why do I search them out? If he desires, he causes it to rain morning and evening. And if he desires, he withholds it. And all matters are in his hand. And he prayed that night and said, My Elohim, Elohim Most High, you alone are my Elohim, and you in your rule I have chosen, and you have created all matters, and all matters that exist are the work of your hands. Deliver me from the hands of evil spirits who have power over the thoughts of men's hearts, and do not let them lead me astray from you, my Elohim. And may you establish my seed and I forever, that we do not go astray from this time and forever. And he said, Shall I return to Kasdim, that I may return to them who seek my face? Or am I to remain here in this place? Prosper me the right path before you in the hands of your servant, that he may fill it, and that I may not walk in the deceitfulness of my heart, O my Elohim. And he made an end of speaking and praying. And see, the word of Yahuwah was sent to him through me, saying, Get up from your land and from your clan, and from the house of your father, to a land which I shall show you, and I shall make you a great and numerous nation. And I shall barak you, and I shall make your name great, and you shall be Baruch in the earth, and in you shall all generations of the earth be Baruch. And I shall barak them that barak you, and curse them that curse you. And I shall be an Elohim to you and your son, and to your son's son, and to all your seed. Do not fear from this time and to all generations of the earth. I am your Elohim. And Yahuwah Elohim said, Open his mouth and his ears, that he may hear and speak with his mouth, with the language which has been revealed. For it has ceased from the mouths of all the children of men from the day of the overthrow. And I opened his mouth and his ears and his lips, and I began to speak with him in Ivri, in the tongue of the creation. And he took the books of his fathers, and these were written in Ivri, and he transcribed them, and he began from this time to study them. And I made known to him that which he could not understand, and he studied them during the 6 rainy months. And it came to be in the 7th year of the 6th week that he spoke to his father, and informed him that he would leave Canaan to go to the land of Canaan, to see it and return to him. And Terach his father said to him, Go in peace. May the everlasting Elohim make your path straight, and Yahuwah protect you from all evil, and grant to you favor, kindness, and peace before those who see you, and may none of the children of men have power over you to harm you. Go in peace. And if you see a land pleasant to your eyes to dwell in, then arise and bring me to you, and take Lot with you, the son of Haran your brother, as your own son. Yahuwah be with you. But leave Nachor your brother with me till you return in peace, and we go with you all together. Chapter 13. And Abram journeyed from Canaan, and he took Sarai his wife, and Lot his brother Haran's son, to the land of Canaan. And he came to the land and proceeded to Shechem, and dwelt near a great terebinth. And he looked, and see, the land was very pleasant from the entering of Cameth to the great terebinth. And Yahuwah said to him, To you and to your seed I shall give this land. And he built an altar there, and he offered a burnt offering on it to Yahuwah, who had appeared to him. And he moved from there to the mountain Baeth El on the west, and Ai on the east, and pitched his tent there. And he looked, and see, the land was very wide and good, and all grew upon it, vines and fig trees and pomegranates, oaks and mulberries, and terebinths and olive trees and cedars and cypresses and date palms and all trees of the field, and there was water on the mountains. And he barak Yahuwah, who had led him out of Kasdim, and had brought him to this land. And it came to be in the 1st year, in the 7th week, on the new moon of the 1st month, that he built an altar on this mountain, and called on the name of Yahuwah. You, the everlasting Elohim, are my Elohim. And he offered on the altar a burnt offering to Yahuwah, that he should be with him and not forsake him all the days of his life. And he moved from there and went towards the Negev, and he came to Cabron, and Cabron was built at that time. And he dwelt there 2 years. And he went to the land of the Negev to Be-Aloth, and there was a scarcity of food in the land. And Abram went to Mizraim in the 3rd year of the week, and he dwelt in Mizraim 5 years before his wife was taken away from him. Now Tanais in Mizraim was at that time built, 7 years after Cabron. And it came to be, when Pharaoh seized Sarai, the wife of Abram, that Yahuwah plagued Pharaoh and his house with great plagues because of Sarai, Abram's wife. And Abram was very rich by reason of possessions in sheep and cattle and donkeys and horses and camels and male and female servants, and in silver and gold exceedingly. And Lot also, his brother's son, was wealthy. And Pharaoh gave back Sarai, the wife of Abram, and he sent him out of the land of Mizraim. And he journeyed to the place where he had pitched his tent at the beginning, to the place of the altar, with Ai on the east and Baeth El on the west. And he barak Yahuwah, his Elohim, who had brought him back in peace. And it came to be in the 41st Yovel, in the 3rd year of the 1st week, that he returned to this place and offered a burnt offering there, and called on the name of Yahuwah, and said, You, the Most High El, are my Elohim forever and ever. And in the 4th year of this week, Lot parted from him, and Lot dwelt in Sedom. And the men of Sedom were exceedingly wicked. And it grieved him in his heart that his brother's son had parted from him, for he had no children. In that year when Lot was taken captive, Yahuwah said to Avram, after Lot had parted from him, in the 4th year of this week, lift up your eyes from this place where you are dwelling, northward and southward and westward and eastward. For all the land which you see, I shall give to you and to your seed forever, and I shall make your seed as the sand of the sea. Though a man may number the dust of the earth, yet your seed shall not be numbered. Arise, walk in the length of it and the breadth of it, and see it all, for to your seed I shall give it. And Avram went to Hebron and dwelt there. And in this year, Ketharlaomer, sovereign of Elam, and Amraphel, sovereign of Shinar, and Aryak, sovereign of Elasar, and Tithal, sovereign of Goyim, came and slew the sovereign of Amorah, and the sovereign of Sedom fled, and many fell through wounds in the valley of Siddim by the salt sea. And they took Sedom and Atham and Savoim captive. And they also took Lot captive, the son of Avram's brother, and all his possessions, and they went to Dan. And one who had escaped came and told Avram that his brother's son had been taken captive, and he armed his household servants. For Avram and for his seed, 1/10 of the first fruits to Yahuwah, and Yahuwah ordained it as a law forever, that they should give it to the Kohanim who serve before him, that they should possess it forever. And to this law there is no limit of days, for he has ordained it for the generations forever, that they should give to Yahuwah the 10th of all, of the seed and of the wine and of the oil and of the cattle and of the sheep. And he gave it to his Kohanim to eat and to drink with joy before him. And the sovereign of Sedom came to him and bowed himself before him and said, Our master Avram, give to us the beings which you have rescued, but let the booty be yours. But Avram said to him, I lift up my hands to the Most High El, that from a thread to a sandal strap I shall not take any that is yours, lest you should say, I have made Avram rich, except only what the young men have eaten, and the portion of the men who went with me, Aner, Eshcol, and Mamre, these shall take their portion. Chapter 14. After these matters, in the 4th year of this week, on the new moon of the 3rd month, the word of Yahuwah came to Avram in a dream, saying, Do not fear, Avram, I am your defender, and your reward shall be exceedingly great. And he said, Adonai, Adonai, what shall you give me, seeing I go childless, and the son of Mesech, the son of my female servant, is Eleazar of Damascus. He shall be my heir, and to me you have given no seed. And he said to him, this shall not be your heir, but one that shall come out of your own body, he shall be your heir. And he brought him outside and said to him, Look toward the Shamayim and number the stars, if you are able to number them. And he looked toward the Shamayim and saw the stars. And he said to him, So shall your seed be. And he believed in Yahuwah, and it was reckoned to him for righteousness. And he said to him, I am Yahuwah, that brought you out of Ur-Kasdim, to give you the land of the Canaanites, to possess it forever. And I shall be Elohim to you, and to your seed after you. And he said, Adonai, Adonai, whereby shall I know that I shall inherit it? And he said to him, Bring me a 3-year-old heifer, and a 3-year-old ram, and a 3-year-old sheep, and a turtle dove, and a young pigeon. And he took all these in the middle of the month, and he dwelt at the terebinth tree of Mamre, which is near Kebron. And he built there an altar, and slaughtered all these, and poured their blood on the altar, and cut them in the middle, and placed each half opposite the other, but he did not cut the birds. And birds of prey came down upon the carcasses, but Avram drove them away, and did not allow the birds of prey to touch them. And it came to be, when the sun had gone down, that a deep sleep fell on Avram, and see, a frightening great darkness fell upon him. And it was said to Avram, Know for certainty that your seed shall be sojourners in a land that is not theirs, and they shall bring them into bondage, and afflict them 400 years. And the nation also to whom they shall be in bondage, I shall judge. And after that they shall come out from there with great possessions. And you shall go to your fathers in peace, and be buried in a good old age. But in the 4th generation they shall return here, for the wickedness of the Amorites is not yet complete. And he awoke from his sleep, and he arose, and the sun had gone down, and there was a flame, and see, a smoking oven, and a burning torch passed between the pieces. And on that day Yahuwah made a covenant with Avram, saying, To your seed I shall give this land, from the river of Mizraim to the great river, the river Perith, the Canaanites, the Kenizzites, the Kadmonites, the Perizzites, and the Rephaim, the Phacharites, and the Kiwites, and the Amorites, and the Canaanites, and the Girgashites, and the Jebusites. And the day passed, and Avram offered the pieces, and the birds, and their grain offerings, and their drink offerings, and the fire devoured them. And on that day we made a covenant with Abraham accordingly, as we had covenanted with Noach in this month. And Avram renewed the festival and law for himself forever. And Avram rejoiced, and made all these matters known to Sarai his wife. And he believed that he would have seed, but she did not bear. And Sarai advised her husband Avram, and said to him, Go into Hagar, my Mitzrite female servant. It may be that I shall build up seed to you by her. Avram listened to the voice of Sarai his wife, and said to her, Do so. And Sarai took Hagar, her female servant, the Mitzrite, and gave her to Avram, her husband, to be his wife. And he went into her, and she conceived, and bore him a son. And he called his name Yishmael, in the 5th year of this week, and this was the 86th year in the life of Avram. Chapter 15. And in the 5th year of the 4th week of this Yovel, in the 3rd month, in the middle of the month, Avram celebrated the festival of the first fruits of the grain harvest. And he offered new offerings on the altar, the first fruits of the produce to Yahuwah, a heifer and a goat and a sheep on the altar as a burnt offering to Yahuwah. Their grain offerings and their drink offerings he offered on the altar with frankincense. And Yahuwah appeared to Avram and said to him, I am El Shaddai. Approve yourself before me and be perfect. And I shall make my covenant between me and you, and I shall multiply you exceedingly. And Avram fell on his face, and Elohim spoke with him and said, See, my law is with you, and you shall be the father of many nations. No longer shall your name be called Avram, but your name from this time even forever shall be Abraham, for I have made you the father of many nations. And I shall make you very great, and I shall make you into nations, and sovereigns shall come forth from you. And I shall establish my covenant between me and you and your seed after you throughout their generations, for an everlasting covenant, so that I may be Elohim to you, and to your seed after you, to give to you the land where you have been a sojourner, the land of Canaan, that you may possess it forever, and I shall be their Elohim. And Yahuwah said to Abraham, And as for you, you shall keep my covenant, you and your seed after you, and circumcise every male among you, and circumcise your foreskins, and it shall be a sign of an everlasting covenant between me and you. And the child on the 8th day you shall circumcise, every male throughout your generations, he that is born in the house or whom you have bought with silver from any stranger, whom you have acquired, who is not of your seed. He that is born in your house shall surely be circumcised, and those whom you have bought with silver shall be circumcised, and my covenant shall be in your flesh for an everlasting law. And the uncircumcised male who is not circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin on the 8th day, that being shall be cut off from his people, for he has broken my covenant. And Elohim said to Abraham, As for Sarai your wife, her name shall no longer be called Sarai, but Sarah shall be her name. And I shall barak her, and give you a son by her, and I shall barak him, and he shall become a nation, and sovereigns of nations shall proceed from him. And Abraham fell on his face, and rejoiced, and said in his heart, Shall a son be born to him that is 100 years old, and shall Sarah, who is 90 years old, bring forth? And Abraham said to Elohim, Oh, let Ishmael live before you. And Elohim said, Yes, but Sarai shall also bear you a son, and you shall call his name Yishkak, and I shall establish my covenant with him, an everlasting covenant, and for his seed after him. And as for Ishmael, I have also heard you, and see, I shall barak him, and make him great, and multiply him exceedingly, and he shall bring forth 12 princes, and I shall make him a great nation. But my covenant I shall establish with Yishkak, whom Sarah shall bear to you in these days in the next year. And he left off speaking with him, and Elohim went up from Abraham. And Abraham did accordingly as Elohim had said to him, and he took Ishmael his son, and all that were born in his house, and whom he had bought with his silver, every male in his house, and circumcised the flesh of their foreskin. And on the same day Abraham was circumcised, and all the men of his house, and all those whom he had bought with silver from the children of the stranger, were circumcised with him. This law is for all the generations forever, and there is no circumcision of the days, and no omission of one day out of the 8 days, for it is an everlasting law, ordained and written on the tablets of the Shamayim. And every one that is born, the flesh of whose foreskin is not circumcised on the 8th day, does not belong to the children of the covenant which Yahuwah made with Abraham, but to the children of destruction. Nor is there, moreover, any sign on him that he is of Yahuwah, but to be destroyed and slain from the earth, and to be rooted out of the earth, for he has broken the covenant of Yahuwah your Elohim. For all the messengers of the presence, and all the messengers of Cashapp had been so created from the day of their creation, and before the messengers of the presence and the messengers of Cashapp, he has Kadash Yasharal, that they should be with him, and with his Kodesh messengers. And you shall command the children of Yasharal, and let them observe the sign of this covenant for their generations as an everlasting law, and they shall not be rooted out of the land. For the command is ordained for a covenant, that they should observe it forever among all the children of Yasharal. For Ishmael and his sons and his brothers and Esau, Yahuwah did not cause to approach him, and he did not choose them because they are the children of Abraham, because he knew them, but he chose Yasharal to be his people. And he kadashed them and gathered them from among all the children of men, for there are many nations and many peoples, and all are his. And over all he has placed spirits and authority to lead them astray from him. But over Yasharal he did not appoint any messenger or ruach, for he alone is their ruler, and he shall preserve them and require them at the hand of his messengers and his ruachath, and at the hand of all his powers, in order that he may preserve them and barak them, and that they may be his and he may be theirs from this time and forever. And now I announce to you that the children of Yasharal shall not keep true to this law, and they shall not circumcise their sons according to all this Torah, For in the flesh of their circumcision they shall omit this circumcision of their sons, and all of them, sons of Belial, shall leave their sons uncircumcised as they were born. And there shall be great wrath from Yahuwah against the children of Yasharal, because they have forsaken his covenant and turned aside from his word, and provoked and blasphemed, inasmuch as they do not observe the law of this Torah. For they have treated their members like the Gentiles, so that they may be removed and rooted out of the land. And there shall no more be pardon or forgiveness to them for all the sins of this straying forever. Chapter 16. And on the new moon of the 4th month, we appeared to Abraham at the terebinth of Mamre, and we talked with him, and we announced to him that a son would be given to him by Sarah his wife. And Sarah laughed, for she heard that we had spoken these words to Abraham. And we admonished her, and she became afraid, and denied that she laughed on account of the words. And we told her the name of her son, as his name is ordained and written in the tablets of the Shamaim, Yishkak. And when we returned to her at an appointed time, she would have conceived a son. And in this month Yahuwah executed his judgments on Sedom and Amorah, and Sevoim, and all the region of the Yarden, and he burned them with fire and sulfur, and destroyed them until this day, even as I have declared to you all their works, that they are evil and exceedingly wicked, and that they defile themselves and commit whoring in their flesh, and work uncleanness on the earth. And in like manner Elohim shall execute judgment on the places where they have done according to the uncleanness of the Sedomites, like the judgment of Sedom. But Lot we saved, for Elohim remembered Abraham and sent him out from the midst of the overthrow. And he and his daughters committed sin on the earth, such as had not been on the earth since the days of Atham, till his time. For the man lay with his daughters. And see, it was commanded and engraved concerning all his seed on the tablets of the Shamaim, to remove them and root them out, and to execute judgment upon them like the judgment of Sedom, and to leave no seed of the man on earth on the day of condemnation. And in this month Abraham moved from Hebron, and departed and dwelt between Kadesh and Shur in the mountains of Gerar. And in the middle of the 5th month he moved from there, and dwelt at Beersheba. And in the middle of the 6th month Yahuwah visited Sarah, and did to her as he had spoken, and she conceived. And she bore a son in the 3rd month. And in the middle of the month, at the time of which Yahuwah had spoken to Abraham, on the festival of the first fruits of the harvest, Yishkak was born. And Abraham circumcised his son on the 8th day. He was the first that was circumcised according to the covenant which is ordained forever. And in the 6th year of the 4th week we came to Abraham to Beersheba, and we appeared to him, as we had told Sarah that we would return to her, and she would have conceived a son. And we returned in the 7th month, and found Sarah with child before us. And we barak him, and we announced to him all the matters which had been established concerning him, that he should not die till he should bring forth 6 more sons, and should see them before he died. But in Yishkak should his name and seed be called. And all the seed of his sons should be Gentiles, and be reckoned with the Gentiles. But from the sons of Yishkak one should become a Kodesh seed, and should not be reckoned among the Gentiles. For he should become the portion of the Most High, and his seed had fallen into the possession of Elohim, that it should be to Yahuwah a people for possession above all nations, and that it should become a reign and Kohanim and a Kadesh nation. And we went our way, and we announced to Sarah all that we had told him, and they both rejoiced with exceedingly great joy. And he built there an altar to Yahuwah, who had delivered him, and who was making him rejoice in the land of his sojourning. And he celebrated a festival of joy in this month 7 days, near the altar which he had built at Beersheba. And he built booths for himself and for his servants on this festival, and he was the first to celebrate the festival of Sukkoth on the earth. And during these 7 days he brought each day to the altar a burnt offering to Yahuwah, 2 bulls, 2 rams, 7 sheep, 1 goat for a sin offering, to make atonement for himself and for his seed. And as a slaughter of thanksgiving, 7 rams, 7 young goats, 7 sheep, and 7 goats, and their grain offerings, and their drink offerings. And he burned all the fat of them on the altar, a choice offering to Yahuwah for a sweet-smelling fragrance. And morning and evening he burned fragrant substances, frankincense, and galbanum, and fragrant gum, and nard, and myrrh, and spices, and cinnamon. All these 7 he offered crushed, mixed together in equal parts, pure. And he celebrated this festival during 7 days, rejoicing with all his heart and with all his being, he and all those who were in his house. And there was no stranger with him, nor any that was uncircumcised. And he barak his Creator, who had created him in his generation. For he had created him according to his good pleasure. For he knew and perceived that from him would arise the branch of righteousness for the everlasting generations, and from him a Kodesh seed, so that it should become like him who had made all matters. And he barak and rejoiced, and he called the name of this festival the festival of Yahuwah, a joy acceptable to the Most High El. And we barak him forever, and all his seed after him throughout all the generations of the earth, because he celebrated this festival in its season, according to the witness of the tablets of the Shamayim. For this reason it is ordained on the tablets of the Shamayim concerning Yasharal, that they shall celebrate the festival of Succoth 7 days with joy, in the 7th month, acceptable before Yahuwah, a law forever throughout their generations, every year. And to this there is no limit of days, for it is ordained forever regarding Yasharal, that they should celebrate it and dwell in booths, and put wreaths upon their heads, and take leafy branches and willows of the stream. And Abraham took branches of palm trees and the fruit of good trees, and every day going round the altar with the branches 7 times in the morning, he praised and gave thanks to his Elohim for all matters in joy. Chapter 17. And in the 1st year of the 5th week, Yishkak was weaned in this Yovel, and Abraham made a great feast in the 3rd month on the day his son Yishkak was weaned. And Yishmael, the son of Hagar, the Mizrite, was before the face of Abraham his father in his place, and Abraham rejoiced and barak Elohim, because he had seen his sons and had not died childless. And he remembered the words which he had spoken to him on the day on which Lot had parted from him, and he rejoiced because Yahuwah had given him seed upon the earth to inherit the earth. And he barak with all his mouth the Creator of all matters. And Sarah saw Yishmael playing and dancing, and Abraham rejoicing with great joy. And she became jealous of Yishmael, and said to Abraham, "Drive out this female servant and her son, for the son of this female servant shall not be heir with my son Yishkak." And the matter was evil in Abraham's sight, because of his female servant and because of his son, that he should drive them from him. And Elohim said to Abraham, "Let it not be evil in your sight, because of the child and because of the female servant. In all that Sarah has said to you, listen to her words and act, for in Yishkak shall your name and seed be called. But as for the son of this female servant, I shall make him a great nation, because he is of your seed." And Abraham rose up early in the morning, and took bread and a flask of water, and placed them on the shoulders of Hagar and the child, and sent her away. And she departed and wandered in the wilderness of Beer-Sheva. And the water in the flask was used up, and the child was thirsty, and was not able to go on, and fell down. And his mother took him and placed him under an olive tree, and went and sat down opposite him, at the distance of a bowshot. For she said, "Let me not see the death of my child." And as she sat, she wept. And a messenger of Elohim, one of the Kadeshim, said to her, "Why do you weep, Hagar? Arise, take the child, and hold him in your hand, for Elohim has heard your voice, and has seen the child." And she opened her eyes, and she saw a well of water, and she went and filled her flask with water, and she gave her child to drink. And she arose and went towards the wilderness of Paran. And the child grew and became an archer, and Elohim was with him. And his mother brought him a wife from among the daughters of Mizraim. And she bore him a son, and he called his name Nevayath, For she said, Yahuwah was near to me when I called upon him. And it came to be in the 7th week, in the 1st year, in the 1st month in this Yovel, on the 12th of this month, there were voices in the Shamayim regarding Abraham, that he was trustworthy in all that he told him, and that he loved Yahuwah, and that in every affliction he was trustworthy. And the prince of Matstema came and said before Elohim, See, Abraham loves Yitzchak his son, and he delights in him above all other matters. Command him to offer him as a burnt offering on the altar, and you shall see if he shall do this command, and you shall know if he is trustworthy in all in which you try him. And Yahuwah knew that Abraham was trustworthy in all his afflictions, for he had tried him through his land and with scarcity of food, and had tried him with the wealth of sovereigns, and had tried him again through his wife when she was taken, and with circumcision, and had tried him through Ishmael and Hagar, his female servant, when he sent them away. And in all in which he had tried him, he was found trustworthy, and in his being was not impatient, and he was not slow to act, for he was trustworthy and loved Yahuwah. Chapter 18. And Elohim said to Abraham, Abraham, and he said, See, here I am. And he said, Take your beloved son Yitzchak, whom you love, and go to the high country and offer him on one of the mountains, which I shall point out to you. And he rose early in the morning, and saddled his donkey, and took his 2 young men with him, and Yitzchak his son, and cut the wood for the burnt offering. And he went to the place on the 3rd day, and he saw the place far off. And he came to a well of water, and he said to his young men, You stay here with the donkey, and I and the lad shall go on. And when we have worshipped, we shall come again to you. And he took the wood for the burnt offering, and laid it on Yitzchak his son. And he took in his hand the fire and the knife, and they went, both of them together, to that place. And Yitzchak said to his father, Father, and he said, Here I am, my son. And he said to him, See, the fire and the knife and the wood, but where is the sheep for the burnt offering, father? And he said, Elohim shall provide a sheep for a burnt offering, my son. And he drew near to the place of the mountain of Elohim. And he built an altar, and he placed the wood on the altar, and bound Yitzchak his son, and placed him on the wood which was upon the altar, and stretched out his hand to take the knife to slay Yitzchak his son. And I stood before him, and before the prince of Matstema, and Yahuwah said, Command him not to lay his hand on the lad, nor to do any matter to him, for I have shown that he reveres Yahuwah. And I called to him from the Shamayim, and said to him, Abraham, Abraham. And he was afraid, and said, See, here I am. And I said to him, Do not lay your hand on the lad, neither do any matter to him. For now I have shown that you revere Yahuwah, and have not withheld your son, your firstborn son, from me. And the prince of Matstema was put to shame, and Abraham lifted up his eyes and looked, and see, a single ram caught by its horns. And Abraham went and took the ram and offered it as a burnt offering instead of his son. And Abraham called that place YAHUAH Yireh, so that it is said, Yahuwah provides, that is Mount Zion. And Yahuwah called Abraham by his name a second time from the Shamayim, as he caused us to appear to speak to him in the name of Yahuwah. And he said, By myself I have sworn, says Yahuwah, because you have done this matter, and have not withheld your son, your beloved son, from me, that in Barakah I shall barak you, and in multiplying I shall multiply your seed as the stars of the Shamayim, and as the sand which is on the seashore. And your seed shall inherit the cities of its enemies, and in your seed all nations of the earth shall be Baruch, because you have obeyed my voice, and I have shown to all that you are trustworthy to me in all that I have said to you. Go in peace. And Abraham went to his young men, and they arose and went together to Be'ersheva. And Abraham dwelt by Be'ersheva. And he celebrated this festival every year, 7 days with joy. And he called it the festival of Yahuwah, according to the 7 days during which he went and returned in peace. And accordingly, it has been ordained and written on the tablets of the Shamayim regarding Yasharal and its seed that they should observe this festival 7 days with the joy of a festival. Chapter 19. And in the first year of the first week, in the 42nd Yovel, Abraham returned and dwelt opposite Cavron, that is, Kiriath Arba, 14 years. And in the first year of the third week of this Yovel, the days of the life of Sarah were accomplished, and she died in Hebron. And Abraham went to mourn over her and bury her. And we tried him, if his spirit was patient. But he was not bitter in the words of his mouth, and he was found patient in this, and was not disturbed. For in patience of spirit he spoke with the children of Cath, to the intent that they should give him a place in which to bury his dead. And Yahuwah gave him favor before all who saw him, and he pleaded with the sons of Cath, and they gave him the land of the cave of Machpelah, opposite Mamre, that is, Kivron, for 400 pieces of silver. And they pleaded with him, saying, We shall give it to you for naught. But he would not take it from their hands for naught, for he gave the price of the place, the silver in full, and he bowed down before them twice. And after this he buried his dead in the cave of Machpelah. And all the days of the life of Sarah were 127 years, that is, 2 Yubalym and 4 weeks and 1 year. These are the days of the years of the life of Sarah. This is the 10th trial which Abraham was tried, and he was found trustworthy, patient in spirit. And he did not speak, not a single word regarding the report in the land how that Elohim had said that he would give it to him and to his seed after him. And he pleaded a place there to bury his dead, for he was found trustworthy, and was recorded on the tablets of the Shamaim as the friend of Elohim. And in the 4th year he took a wife for his son Yishkak, and her name was Rivkah, the sister of Laban and daughter of Bethuel. And Bethuel was the son of Milcah, who was the wife of Nachor, the brother of Abraham. And Abraham took a 3rd wife, and her name was Keturah, from among the daughters of his household servants, for Hagar had died before Sarah. And she bore him 6 sons, Zimran, and Yakshin, and Methan, and Midian, and Yishbak, and Shuach, in the 2 weeks of years. And in the 6th week, in the 2nd year, Rivkah bore to Yishkak 2 sons, Yaakov and Esau. And Yaakov was smooth-skinned and an upright man, but Esau was fierce, a man of the field, and hairy, and Yaakov dwelt in tents. And the youths grew, and Yaakov learned to write, but Esau did not learn. For he was a man of the field and a hunter, and he learned battle, and all his deeds were mighty. And Abraham loved Yaakov, but Yishkak loved Esau. And Abraham saw the deeds of Esau, and knew that in Yaakov his name and seed should be called. And he called Rivkah and gave command regarding Yaakov, for he knew that she loved Yaakov much more than Esau. And he said to her, My daughter, watch over my son Yaakov, for he shall be in my place on the earth, and for a barakah in the midst of the children of men, and for the esteem of the whole seed of Shem. For I know that Yahuwah shall choose him to be a people for possession unto himself, above all peoples that are on the face of the earth. And see, Yishkak my son loves Esau more than Yaakov, but I see that you truly love Yaakov. And still further to your kindness to me, and let your eyes be upon him in love. For he shall be a barakah to us on the earth from this time to all generations of the earth. Let your hands be strong, and let your heart rejoice in your son Yaakov. For I have loved him far beyond all my sons. He shall be Baruch forever, and his seed shall fill the whole earth. If a man could number the sand of the earth, his seed shall also be numbered. And all the barakoth with which Yahuwah has barak, my seed and I, shall belong to Yaakov and his seed always. And in his seed shall my name be Baruch, and the name of my fathers, Shem and Noach and Kanuk and Mahalalel and Enosh and Shath and Atham. And these shall serve to lay the foundations of the Shamaim, and to strengthen the earth, and to renew all the luminaries which are in the expanse. And he called Yaakov before the eyes of Rivkah, his mother, and kissed him, and barak him, and said, Yaakov, my beloved son, whom my being loves, may Elohim barak you from above the expanse, and may he give you all the Barakoth with which he barak Atham and Kanuk and Noach and Shem, and all the words of which he told me, and all the matters which he promised to give me, may he cause to cling to you and to your seed forever, according to the days of the Shamayim above the earth. And the spirits of Mastema shall not rule over you or over your seed to turn you from Yahuwah, who is your Elohim, from this time and forever. And may Yahuwah Elohim be a father to you, and you the firstborn son, and to the people always. Go in peace, my son. And they both went out together from Abraham. And Rivkah loved Yaakov with all her heart and with all her being, very much more than Esau, but Yishkak loved Esau much more than Yaakov. Chapter 20. And in the 42nd Yovel, in the first year of the 7th week, Abraham called Yishmael and his 12 sons, and Yishkak and his 2 sons, and the 6 sons of Keturah and their sons. And he commanded them that they should observe the way of Yahuwah, that they should work righteousness, and each love his neighbor, and act in this manner among all men, that they should each so walk with regard to them as to do right ruling and righteousness on the earth, that they should circumcise their sons according to the covenant which he had made with them, and not deviate to the right hand or the left of all the paths which Yahuwah had commanded us, and that we should guard ourselves from all whoring and uncleanness. And if any woman or female servant commit whoring among you, burn her with fire, and let them not commit whoring with her after their eyes and their heart, and let them not take to themselves wives from the daughters of Canaan, for the seed of Canaan shall be rooted out of the land. And he told them of the judgment of the Rephaites, and the judgment of the Sethamites, how they had been judged on account of their wickedness, and had died on account of their whoring and uncleanness, in each one's corruption through whoring. And guard yourselves from all whoring and uncleanness, and from all pollution of sin, lest you make our name a curse, and your whole life a hissing, and all your sons be destroyed by the sword, and you become a curse like Setham, and all your remnant as the sons of Amorah. I implore you, my sons, love the Elohim of the Shamayim, and you cling to all his commands, and do not walk after their idols and after their uncleannesses. And do not make for yourselves molded or carved mighty ones, for they are worthless, and there is no spirit in them, for they are work of hands, and all who trust in them trust in naught. Do not serve them nor worship them, but you serve the Most High El, and worship him continually, and trust in his face always, and work uprightness and righteousness before him, that he may have pleasure in you and grant you his kindness, and send rain upon you morning and evening, and barak all your works which you have wrought upon the earth, and barak your bread and your water, and barak the fruit of your womb, and the fruit of your land, and the herds of your cattle, and the flocks of your sheep. And you shall be for a barakah on the earth, and all nations of the earth shall desire you, and barak your sons in my name, that they may be Baruch as I am. And he gave to Yishmael and to his sons and to the sons of Keturah gifts, and sent them away from Yishkak his son, and he gave all to Yishkak his son. And Yishmael and his sons and the sons of Keturah and their sons went together and dwelt from Paran to the entering in of Babel, in all the land which is towards the east facing the desert. And these intermixed with each other, and their name was called Arabs and Yishmaelites. Chapter 21. And in the 6th year of the 7th week of this Yovel, Abraham called Yishkak his son, and commanded him, saying, I have become old, and do not know the day of my death, and am full of my days. And see, I am 175 years old, and throughout all the days of my life I have remembered Yahuwah, and sought with all my heart to do his desire, and to walk uprightly in all his ways. My being has hated idols, that I might observe to do the desire of him who created me. For he is the living Elohim, and he is Kodesh and trustworthy, and he is righteous beyond all, and with him there is no partiality and no accepting of bribes. For Elohim is righteous and executes right ruling on all those who transgress his commands and despise his covenant. And you, my son, shall observe his commands and his laws and his right rulings, and do not walk after the abominations and after the carved images and after the molded images, and eat no blood at all of beasts or cattle or of any bird which flies in the Shamayim. And if you slaughter whatever as an acceptable peace offering, you slay it and pour out its blood upon the altar. And all the fat of the offering offer on the altar with fine flour mixed with oil, with its drink offering. Offer them all together on the altar of burnt offering. It is a sweet fragrance before Yahuwah. And you shall offer the fat of the slaughtering of thanksgiving on the fire which is upon the altar, and the fat that covers the entrails, and all the fat that is on the entrails, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is on them by the loins, and the appendage on the liver you shall remove together with the kidneys, and offer all these for a sweet fragrance acceptable before Yahuwah, with its grain offering and with its drink offering, for a sweet fragrance, the bread of the offering to Yahuwah. And eat its meat on that day and on the second day, and do not let the sun on the second day go down on it till it's eaten, and let none be left over for the third day, for it is not acceptable, and let it no longer be eaten. And all who eat of it shall bring sin upon themselves, for thus I have found it written in the books of my forefathers, and in the words of Canuck, and in the words of Noach. And you shall put salt on all your offerings, and do not let the salt of the covenant be lacking in all your offerings before Yahuwah. And regarding the wood of the slaughterings, beware lest you bring wood for the altar in addition to these: cypress, Dephron, Sigad, pine, fir, cedar, juniper, palm, olive, myrrh, laurel, and citron, broom, and balsam. And of these kinds of wood put upon the altar under the offering, such as have been tried as to their appearance, and do not place any split or dark wood, hard and clean, without fault, a sound and new growth, and do not place old wood, for there is no longer fragrance in it as before. Besides these kinds of wood, there is none other that you shall place, for the fragrance is dispersed, and the smell of its fragrance does not ascend to the Shamayim. Observe this command and do it, my son, that you may be upright in all your deeds. And at all times be clean in your body, and wash yourself with water before you approach to offer on the altar, and wash your hands and your feet before you draw near to the altar. And when you are done offering, wash your hands and your feet again. And let no blood appear upon you, nor on your clothes. Be on your guard, my son, against blood. Be on your guard exceedingly. Cover it with dust. And do not eat any blood, for it is the life. Eat no blood whatsoever. And take no gifts for the blood of man, lest it be shed with impunity, without right ruling. For it is the blood that is shed that causes the earth to sin. And the earth cannot be cleansed from the blood of man, except by the blood of him who shed it. And take no bribe or gift for the blood of man. Blood for blood, that you may be accepted before Yahuwah, the Most High El. For he is the defense of the good, and that you may be preserved from all evil, and that he saves you from every kind of death. I see, my son, that all the works of the children of men are sin and wickedness, and all their deeds are uncleanness and an abomination and a defilement, and there is no righteousness with them. Beware lest you walk in their ways and tread in their paths, and sin a sin unto death before the Most High El. Else he shall give you back into the hands of your transgression, and root you out of the land, and your seed likewise from under the Shamayim, and your name and your seed shall perish from the whole earth. Turn away from all their deeds and all their uncleanness, and observe the law of the Most High El, and do his desire, and be upright in all matters. And he shall barak you in all your deeds, and shall raise up from you the branch of righteousness through all the earth, throughout all generations of the earth, and my name and your name shall not be forgotten under the Shamayim forever. Go in peace, my son. May the Most High El, my Elohim and your Elohim, strengthen you to do his desire, and may he barak all your seed and the remnant of your seed for generations forever, with all righteous barakoth, that you may be a barakah on all the earth. And he went out from him rejoicing. Chapter 22. And it came to be in the first week, in the 44th Yovel, in the second year, that is, the year in which Abraham died, that Yitzchak and Yishmael came from Be'ersheva to celebrate the feast of Shavuoth, that is, the feast of the first fruit of the harvest, to Abraham their father. And Abraham rejoiced because his 2 sons had come. For Yitzchak had many possessions in Be'ersheva, and Yitzchak used to go and see his possessions and to return to his father. And in those days Yishmael came to see his father, and they both came together. And Yitzchak offered a slaughtering for a burnt offering, and presented it on the altar of his father, which he had made in Hebron. And he offered a slaughtering of thanksgiving, and made a feast of joy before Yishmael his brother. And Rivkah made new cakes from the new grain, and gave them to Yaakov her son, to take them to Abraham his father, from the first fruits of the land, that he might eat and barak the creator of all matters before he died. And Yitzchak too sent by the hand of Yaakov to Abraham a best slaughtering of thanksgiving, that he might eat and drink. And he ate and drank and baraked the Most High El, who has created the Shamayim and earth, who has made all the fatness of the earth, and given them to the children of men, that they might eat and drink and barak their creator. And now I give thanks to you, my Elohim, because you have caused me to see this day. See, I am 175 years, an old man and full of days, and all my days have been peace unto me. The sword of the adversary has not overcome me in all that you have given my children and I, all the days of my life until this day. My Elohim, may your kindness and your peace be upon your servant and upon the seed of his sons, that they may be to you a chosen nation, an inheritance from among all the nations of the earth, from this time to forever of the generations of the earth, unto all the ages. And he called Yaakov and said, My son Yaakov, may the Elohim of all barak you and strengthen you to do righteousness, and his desire before him, and may he choose you and your seed, that you become a people for his inheritance, according to his desire always. And you, my son Yaakov, draw near and kiss me. And he drew near and kissed him, and he said, Baruch be my son Yaakov, and all the sons of Elohim Most High, unto all the ages. May Elohim give unto you a seed of righteousness, and some of your sons may be Kodash in the midst of the whole earth. May nations serve you, and all the nations bow themselves before your seed. Be strong in the presence of men, and exercise authority over all the seeds of Sheth. Then your ways and the ways of your sons shall be declared right, so that they shall become a Kodesh nation. May the Most High El give you all the barakoth with which he has barak me, and with which he barak Noach and Atham. May they rest on the Kodesh head of your seed from generation to generation forever. And may he cleanse you from all unrighteousness and impurity, that you may be forgiven all transgressions, your sins of ignorance. And may he strengthen you and barak you, and may you inherit the whole earth. And may he renew his covenant with you, that you may be to him a nation for his inheritance for all the ages, and that he may be to you and to your seed an Elohim in truth and righteousness throughout all the days of the earth. And you, my son Yaakov, remember my words, and observe the commands of Abraham your father. Separate yourself from the nations, and do not eat with them, and do not do according to their works, and do not become their associate. For their works are unclean, and all their ways are defiled, and an abomination and uncleanness. They offer their offerings to the dead, and they worship evil spirits, and they eat over the graves, and all their works are worthless and emptiness. They have no heart to understand, and their eyes do not see what their works are. And how they stray and sing to a piece of wood, You are my mighty one, and to a stone, You are my master, and You are my deliverer. And as for you, my son Yaakov, may the Most High El help you, and the Elohim of the Shamayim barak you, and remove you from their uncleanness and from all their straying. Beware, my son Yaakov, of taking a wife from any seed of the daughters of Canaan, for all his seed is to be rooted out of the earth. For owing to the transgression of Canaan strayed, and all his seed shall be destroyed from off the earth, and all his remnant, and none springing from him shall be saved on the day of judgment. And as for all the worshippers of idols and the profane, there shall be no hope for them in the land of the living, and there shall be no remembrance of them on the earth. For they shall descend into the grave, and into the place of condemnation they shall go. As the children of Sedom were taken away from the earth, so shall all those who worship idols be taken away. Do not fear, my son Yaakov, and be not dismayed, O son of Abraham. May the Most High El preserve you from destruction, and may he deliver you from all the paths of straying. This house I have built for myself, that I might put my name upon it in the earth, and it shall be named the house of Abraham. It is given to you and to your seed forever, for you shall build my house and establish my name before Elohim forever. Your seed and your name shall stand throughout all generations of the earth. And he ceased commanding him and to barak him. And the two lay together on one bed, and Yaakov slept in the bosom of Abraham, his father's father, and he kissed him 7 times, and his affection and his heart rejoiced over him. And he barak him with all his heart and said, The Most High El, the Elohim of all, and Creator of all, who brought me out from Kasdim, that he might give me this land to inherit it forever, and that I might establish a Kodesh seed. Baruch be the Most High forever. And he barak Yaakov and said, My son, over whom with all my heart and my affection I rejoice. May your favor and your kindness be lifted up on him and upon his seed always. And do not forsake him, nor despise him from this time and forever. And may your eyes be open on him and upon his seed, that you may preserve him and barak him, and may kadosh him as a nation for your inheritance. And barak him with all your barakoth from this time and forever, and renew your covenant and your favor with him and with his seed according to all your good pleasure unto all the generations of the earth. Chapter 23. And he placed 2 fingers of Yaakov on his eyes, and he baraked the Elohim of mighty ones. And he covered his face and stretched out his feet and slept the everlasting sleep, and was gathered to his fathers. And through all this Yaakov was lying in his bosom, and did not know that Abraham his father's father was dead. And Yaakov awoke from his sleep, and see, Abraham was cold as ice, and he said, Father, Father. But there was none that spoke, and he knew that he was dead. And he arose from his bosom, and ran and told Rivkah his mother. And Rivkah went to Yishkak in the night and told him. And they went together, and Yaakov with them. And a lamp was in his hand. And when they had gone in, they found Abraham lying dead. And Yishkak fell on the face of his father, and wept and kissed him. And the voices were heard in the house of Abraham, and Ishmael his son arose, and went to Abraham his father, and wept over Abraham his father, he and all the house of Abraham, and they wept with a great weeping. And his sons Yishkak and Ishmael buried him in the cave of Machpelah, near Sarah his wife, and they wept for him 40 days, all the men of his house, and Yishkak and Ishmael, and all their sons, and all the sons of Keturah in their places, and the days of weeping for Abraham were ended. And he lived 3 Yubalym and 4 weeks of years, 175 years, and completed the days of his life, being old and full of days. For the days of the forefathers of their life were 19 Yubalym, but after the flood they began to grow less than 19 Yubalym, and to decrease in Yubalym, and to grow old quickly, and to be full of their days by reason of much tribulation and the wickedness of their ways, with the exception of Abraham. For Abraham was perfect in all his deeds with Yahuwah, and well-pleasing in righteousness all the days of his life. And see, he did not complete 4 Yubalym in his life, when he had grown old by reason of the wickedness and was full of his days. And all the generations which shall rise from this time until the day of the great judgment shall grow old quickly, before they complete 2 Yubalym, and their knowledge shall forsake them by reason of their old age. And in those days, if a man lives a yovel and a half of years, they shall say regarding him, he has lived long. But the greater part of his days are pain and sorrow and tribulation, and there is no peace. For calamity follows on calamity, and wound on wound, and tribulation on tribulation, and evil words on evil words, and sickness on sickness, and all evil judgments such as these, one with another, sickness and overthrow, and snow and frost and ice, and fever and chills and languishing, and scarcity of food, and death and sword and captivity, and all kinds of calamities and pains. And all these shall come on an evil generation, which transgresses on the earth. Their works are uncleanness, and whoring, and pollution, and abominations. Then they shall say, the days of the forefathers were many, to 1,000 years, and were good. But see, the days of our life, if a man has lived many, are 70 years, and if he is strong, 80 years. And those evil, and there is no peace in the days of this evil generation. And in that generation the sons shall convict their fathers and their elders of sin and unrighteousness, and of the words of their mouth and the great wickednesses which they do, and concerning their forsaking the covenant which Yahuwah made between them and him, that they should observe and do all his commands and his laws and all his Torah, without departing either to the right hand or to the left. For all have done evil, and every mouth speaks wickedness, and all their works are an uncleanness and an abomination, and all their ways are pollution, uncleanness, and destruction. See, the earth shall be destroyed on account of all their works, and there shall be no seed of the vine, and no oil, for their works are altogether unbelieving, and they shall all perish together, beasts and cattle and birds, and all the fish of the sea, on account of the children of men. And they shall strive one with another, the young with the old, and the old with the young, the poor with the rich, and the lowly with the great, and the needy with the prince, on account of the Torah and the covenant. For they have forgotten command and covenant, and festivals, and new moons, and Shabbath oath, and Yubalym, and all right rulings. And they shall stand with swords in battle to turn them back to the way, but they shall not return until much blood has been shed on the earth, one by another. And those who have escaped shall not turn from their wickedness to the way of righteousness, but they shall all exalt themselves to deceit and wealth, that they may each take all that is his neighbor's, and they shall name the great name, but not in truth and not in righteousness. And they shall defile the most kodesh place with their uncleanness, and the corruption of their pollution. And a great punishment shall come upon the deeds of this generation from Yahuwah, and he shall give them over to the sword, and to judgment, and to captivity, and to be plundered and devoured. And he shall wake against them, the sinners of the Gentiles, who have neither kindness nor compassion, and who shall respect the face of none, neither old nor young, nor anyone. For they are more wicked and mighty to do evil than all the children of men. And they shall use violence against Yasharal, and transgression against Yaakov, and much blood shall be shed upon the earth, and there shall be none to gather and none to bury. In those days they shall cry aloud, and call and pray that they may be saved from the hand of the sinners, the Gentiles, but none shall be saved. And the heads of the children shall be white with gray hair, and a child of 3 weeks shall appear old like a man of 100 years, and their stature shall be destroyed by tribulation and oppression. And in those days the children shall begin to study the laws, and to seek the commands, and to return to the way of righteousness. And the days shall begin to grow many and increase among those children of men, till their days draw near to 1,000 years, and to a greater number of years than was their number of the days. And there shall be no old man, nor one who is not satisfied with his days, for all shall be children and youths. And all their days they shall complete, and live in peace and in joy, and there shall be no adversary, nor any evil destroyer, for all their days shall be days of barakah and healing. And at that time Yahuwah shall heal his servants, and they shall rise up and see great peace, and drive out their adversaries. And the righteous shall see and be thankful, and rejoice with joy forever and ever, and shall see all their judgments and all their curses on their enemies. And their bones shall rest in the earth, and their spirits shall have much joy. And they shall know that it is Yahuwah who executes right ruling, and shows kindness to hundreds and thousands and to all that love him. And you, Moshe, shall write down these words, for so they are written and recorded on the tablets of the Shamayim for a witness for the generations forever. Chapter 24. And it came to be after the death of Abraham that Yahuwah barak Yishkak his son, and he went up from Hebron and went and dwelt at Beer Lakai Roi in the first year of the third week of this Yovel, 7 years. And in the first year of the fourth week, a scarcity of food began in the land, besides the first scarcity of food which had been in the days of Abraham. And Yaakov cooked lentil stew, and Esau came from the field hungry. And he said to Yaakov his brother, Give me of this red stew. And Yaakov said to him, Sell to me your birthright, and shall I give you bread, and also some of this lentil stew? And Esau said in his heart, I shall die. Of what profit to me is this birthright? And he said to Yaakov, I give it to you. And Yaakov said, Swear to me this day. And he swore unto him. And Yaakov gave his brother Esau bread and stew, and he ate till he was satisfied. But Esau despised his birthright. For this reason was Esau's name called Edom, on account of the red stew which Yaakov gave him for his birthright. And Yaakov became the elder, and Esau was brought down from his dignity. And a scarcity of food was over the land, and Yishkak departed to go down into Mizraim in the 2nd year of this week, and went to the sovereign of the Pelethites to Gerar, to Avimelech. And Yahuwah appeared to him and said to him, Do not go down into Mizraim. Dwell in the land that I tell you, and sojourn in this land, and I shall be with you and barak you. For to you and to your seed I shall give all this land, and I shall establish my oath which I swore unto Abraham your father, and I shall multiply your seed as the stars of the Shamayim, and shall give unto your seed all this land. And in your seed shall all the nations of the earth be Baruch, because your father obeyed my voice, and kept my charge, and my commands, and my Torah, and my laws, and my covenants. And now obey my voice, and dwell in this land. And he dwelt in Gerar 3 weeks of years. And Avimelech commanded concerning him, and concerning all that was his, saying, Any man that touches him, or any that is his, shall certainly die. And Yishkak grew strong among the Pelethites, and he gained many possessions, oxen, and sheep, and camels, and donkeys, and a large household. And he sowed in the land of the Pelethites, and brought in 100-fold, and Yishkak became exceedingly great, and the Pelethites envied him. Now all the wells which the servants of Abraham had dug during the life of Abraham, the Pelethites had stopped them up after the death of Abraham, and filled them with earth. And Avimelech said to Yishkak, Go from us, for you are much mightier than we. And Yishkak departed from there in the 1st year of the 7th week, and sojourned in the Wadi Gerar. And they dug again the wells of water which the servants of Abraham his father had dug, and which the Pelethites had stopped up after the death of Abraham his father. And he called their names as Abraham his father had named them. And the servants of Yishkak dug a well in the wadi, and found running water. And the shepherds of Gerar strove with the shepherds of Yishkak, saying, The water is ours. And Yishkak called the name of the well Asek, because they strove with us. And they dug a second well, and they strove for that too. And he called its name Sitnah. And he arose from there, and they dug another well, and they did not strive for that. And he called the name of it Rechovoth. And Yishkak said, Now Yahuwah has made room for us, and we have increased in the land. And he went up from there to Beersheba in the 1st year of the 1st week in the 44th Yovel. And Yahuwah appeared to him that night on the new moon of the 1st month, and said to him, I am the Elohim of Abraham your father. Do not fear, for I am with you, and shall barak you, and shall surely multiply your seed as the sands of the earth, for the sake of Abraham my servant. And he built an altar there, which Abraham his father had first built. And he called on the name of Yahuwah, and he offered an offering to the Elohim of Abraham his father. And they dug a well, and they found running water. And the servants of Yishkak dug another well, but did not find water. And they went and told Yishkak that they had not found water. And Yishkak said, I've sworn this day to the Pelethites, and this matter has been announced to us. And he called the name of that place the Be'ersheva, for there he had sworn to Abimelech and Achuzzath, his friend, and Pichol, the commander of his army. And Yishkak knew that day that he had sworn to them under constraint to make peace with them. And Yishkak on that day cursed the Pelethites and said, Cursed be the Pelethites unto the day of wrath and displeasure from the midst of all nations. May Elohim make them a mockery and a curse and an object of wrath and displeasure in the hands of the sinners, the Gentiles, and in the hands of the Kittim. And whoever escapes the sword of the enemy and of Kittim, may the righteous nation root out in judgment from under the Shamayim, for they shall be the enemies and foes of my children throughout their generations on the earth. And no remnant shall be left to them, nor one that shall be saved on the day of the wrath of judgment, for destruction and rooting out and expulsion from the earth is for the whole seed of the Pelethites. And there shall no longer be left a name for these Caphtorim, or a seed on the earth. For though he ascends to the Shamayim, from there shall he be brought down. And though he makes himself strong on earth, from there shall he be dragged out. And though he hides himself among the nations, even from there shall he be rooted out. And though he descends into the grave, there also shall his punishment be great, and there also he shall have no peace. And if he goes into captivity, by the hands of those that seek his life, shall they slay him on the way, and neither name nor seed shall be left to him on all the earth, for into everlasting reproach he shall depart. And thus it is written and engraved concerning him on the tablets of the Shamayim, to do unto him on the day of judgments, so that he may be rooted out of the earth. Chapter 25. In the second year of this week, in this Yovel, Rivkah called Yaakov her son, and spoke to him, saying, My son, do not take a wife of the daughters of Canaan, as Esau your brother, who took 2 wives of the daughters of Canaan. And they have embittered my being with all their unclean deeds. For all their deeds are whoring and lust, and there is no righteousness with them because of evil. And I love you exceedingly, my son, and my heart and my affection barak you every hour of the day and watch of the night. And now, my son, listen to my voice, and do the desire of your mother, and do not take yourself a wife of the daughters of this land, but only of the house of my father and of my father's relatives. You shall take a wife of the house of my father, and the Most High El shall barak you, and your children shall be a righteous generation and a Kodesh seed. And then Yaakov spoke to Rivkah, his mother, and said to her, See, mother, I am 9 weeks of years old, and I neither know nor have I touched any woman, nor have I engaged myself to any, nor even thought of taking myself a wife of the daughters of Canaan. For I remember, mother, the words of Abraham our father, for he commanded me not to take a wife of the daughters of Canaan, but to take for myself a wife from the seed of my father's house and from my relatives. I have heard before that daughters have been born to Laban, your brother, and I have laid my heart on them to take a wife from among them. And for this reason I have guarded myself in my spirit against sinning or being corrupted in all my ways throughout all the days of my life. For with regard to lust and whoring, Abraham my father gave me many commands. And despite all that he has commanded me these 22 years, my brother has strove with me and spoken frequently to me and said, My brother, take to wife a sister of my 2 wives. But I refuse to do as he has done. I swear before you, mother, that all the days of my life I shall not take for myself a wife from the daughters of the seed of Canaan, and I shall not act wickedly as my brother has done. Do not fear, mother, be assured that I shall do your desire and walk in uprightness, and not corrupt my ways forever. And afterward she lifted up her face to the Shamayim, and extended the fingers of her hands, and opened her mouth, and barak the Most High El, who had created the Shamayim and the earth. And she gave him thanks and praise. And she said, Baruch be YAHUAH ALAHYM, and may his Kodesh name be Baruch forever and ever, who has given me Yaakov as a pure son and a Kodesh seed, for he is yours, and his seed shall be yours continually and throughout all the generations forever. Barak him, O Adonai, and place in my mouth the barakoth of righteousness, that I may barak him. And in that hour, when the spirit of righteousness descended into her mouth, she placed both her hands on the head of Yaakov and said, Baruch are you, Athan of righteousness, and Elohim of the ages. And may he barak you beyond all the generations of men. May he give you, my son, the path of righteousness, and reveal righteousness to your seed. And may he make your sons many during your life, and may they arise according to the number of the months of the year. And may their sons become many and great beyond the stars of the Shamayim, and their numbers be more than the sand of the sea. And may he give them this good land, as he said he would give it to Abraham, and to his seed after him always, and may they hold it as an everlasting possession. And may I see to you, my son, Baruch children during my life, and a Baruch and Kodesh seed may all your seed be. And as you have refreshed your mother's spirit during life, the womb of her that bore you barak you, and my breast barak you, and my mouth and my tongue praise you greatly. Increase and spread over the earth, and may your seed be perfect in the joy of the Shamayim and earth forever. And may your seed rejoice, and on the great day of peace may it have peace. And may your name and your seed endure to all the ages, and may the Most High El be their Elohim, and may the Elohim of righteousness dwell with them, and by them may his Mikdash be built unto all the ages. Baruch is he that barak you, and all flesh that curses you falsely may it be cursed. And she kissed him and said to him, May Yahuwah of the world love you as the heart of your mother, and her affection rejoice in you and barak you. And she ceased from Barakoth. Chapter 26. And in the 7th year of this week, Yishkak called Esau, his elder son, and said to him, I am old, my son, and see, my eyes are dim in seeing, and I do not know the day of my death. And now take your hunting weapons, your quiver, and your bow, and go out to the field, and hunt and catch for me, my son, and make me a tasty dish, such as my being loves, and bring it to me that I may eat, and that my being may barak you before I die. But Rivkah heard Yishkak speaking to Esau, and Esau went out early to the field to hunt and catch and bring home to his father. And Rivkah called Yaakov her son, and said to him, See, I heard Yishkak your father speaking to Esau your brother, saying, Hunt for me, and make me a tasty dish, and bring to me that I may eat and barak you before Yahuwah, before I die. And now, my son, obey my voice in that which I command you. Go to your flock and fetch me 2 choice young goats, and I shall make them a tasty dish for your father, such as he loves. And you shall bring to your father, that he may eat and barak you before Yahuwah, before he dies, and that you may be Baruch. And Yaakov said to Rivkah his mother, Mother, I shall not withhold any matter which my father would eat, and which would please him, only I fear, my mother, that he shall recognize my voice and want to touch me. And you know that I am smooth, and Esau my brother is hairy, and I shall appear before his eyes as an evildoer, and shall do a deed which he had not commanded me. And he shall be wroth with me, and I shall bring upon myself a curse and not a barakah. And Rivkah his mother said to him, Your curse be upon me, my son, only obey my voice. And Yaakov obeyed the voice of Rivkah his mother, and went and fetched 2 choice and fat young goats, and brought them to his mother, and his mother prepared them such as he loved. And Rivkah took the best garments of Esau, her elder son, which was with her in the house, and she clothed Yaakov her younger son, and she put the skins of the young goats upon his hands, and on the exposed parts of his neck. And she gave the meat and the bread which she had prepared into the hand of her son Yaakov. And Yaakov went into his father and said, I am your son. I have done accordingly as you have asked. Arise and sit and eat of that which I have caught, father, that your being may barak me. And Yishkak said to his son, How have you found so quickly, my son? And Yaakov said, Because your Elohim caused me to find. And Yishkak said to him, Come near, that I may feel you, my son, if you are my son Esau or not. And Yaakov went near to Yishkak his father, and he felt him and said, The voice is Yaakov's voice, but the hands are the hands of Esau. And he did not recognize him, because it was caused from the Shamayim to remove his power of perception, and Yishkak did not recognize, for his hands were hairy as Esau's, so that he barak him. And he said, Are you my son Esau? And he said, I am your son. And he said, Bring near to me that I may eat of that which you have caught, my son, that my being may barak you. And he brought near to him, and he ate, and he brought him wine, and he drank. And Yishkak his father said to him, Come near and kiss me, my son. And he came near and kissed him. And he smelled the smell of his garment, and he barak him, and said, See, the smell of my son is as the smell of a field which YAHUAH has barak. And may YAHUAH give you of the dew of the Shamayim, and of the dew of the earth, and plenty of grain and oil. Let nations serve you, and peoples bow down to you. Be master over your brothers, and let your mother's sons bow down to you. And may all the barakath with which YAHUAH has barak me, and barak Abraham my father, be given to you and to your seed forever. Cursed be he that curses you, and Baruch be he that barak you. And it came to be, as soon as Yishkak had made an end to barak his son Yaakov, and Yaakov had gone out from Yishkak his father, Esau his brother came in from his hunting. And he also made a tasty dish, and brought to his father, and said to his father, Let my father arise, and eat of my wild game, that your being may barak me. And Yishkak his father said to him, Who are you? And he said to him, I am your firstborn, your son Esau. I have done as you have commanded me. And Yishkak was greatly astonished, and said, Who is he that has hunted and caught and brought to me? And I have eaten of all before you came, and have barak him. He shall be Baruch, and all his seed forever. And it came to be, when Esau heard the words of his father Yishkak, that he cried with an exceedingly great and bitter cry, and said to his father, Barak me too, father. And he said to him, Your brother came with deceit, and has taken away your barakah. And he said, Now I know why his name is called Yaakov. See, he has caught me by the heel these 2 times. He took away my birthright, and now he has taken away my barakah. And he said, Have you not reserved a barakah for me, father? And Yishkak answered and said to Esau, See, I have made him your master, and all his brothers I have given to him for servants, and with plenty of grain and wine and oil I have strengthened him. And what now shall I do for you, my son? And Esau said to Yishkak his father, Have you but one barakah, O father? Barak me too, father. And Esau lifted up his voice and wept. And Yishkak answered and said to him, See, far from the dew of the earth shall be your dwelling, and far from the dew of the Shamayim from above. And by your sword you shall live, and you shall serve your brother. And it shall come to be, when you become great, and shake his yoke from off your neck, you shall sin a complete sin unto death, and your seed shall be rooted out from under the Shamayim. And Esau kept threatening Yaakov because of the barakah with which his father barak him. And he said in his heart, May the days of mourning for my father now come, so that I may slay my brother Yaakov. Chapter 27. And the words of Esau, her elder son, were told to Rivkah in a dream. And Rivkah sent and called Yaakov her younger son, and said to him, See, Esau your brother shall take vengeance on you, so as to kill you. Now, therefore, my son, obey my voice, and arise and flee to Laban, my brother, to Charan, and stay with him a few days until your brother's wrath turns away, and he removes his wrath from you, and forgets all that you have done. Then I shall send and bring you from there. And Yaakov said, I am not afraid. If he wants to kill me, I shall kill him. But she said to him, Let me not be bereaved of both my sons on one day. And Yaakov said to Rivkah his mother, See, you know that my father has become old, and does not see because his eyes are dim. And if I leave him, it shall be evil in his eyes, because I leave him and go away from you, and my father shall be wroth, and shall curse me. I shall not go. When he sends me, then only shall I go. And Rivkah said to Yaakov, I shall go in and speak to him, and he shall send you away. And Rivkah went in and said to Yishkak, I loathe my life because of the 2 daughters of Keth, who Esau has taken as wives. And if Yaakov takes a wife from among the daughters of the land such as these, for what purpose do I further live? For the daughters of Canaan are evil. And Yishkak called Yaakov and barak him, and warned him, and said to him, Do not take a wife of any of the daughters of Canaan. Arise and go to Aram Naharaim, to the house of Bethuel, your mother's father, and take a wife from there of the daughters of Laban, your mother's brother. And El Shaddai barak you and increase and multiply you, that you may become a company of nations, and give you the barakoth of my father Abraham to you and to your seed after you, that you may inherit the land of your sojournings and all the land which Elohim gave to Abraham. Go in peace, my son. And Yishkak sent Yaakov away, and he went to Aram Naharaim, to Laban the son of Bethuel, the Aramean, the brother of Rivkah, Yaakov's mother. And it came to be, after Yaakov had arisen to go to Aram Naharaim, that the spirit of Rivkah was grieved after her son, and she wept. And Yishkak said to Rivkah, My sister, do not weep on account of Yaakov my son, for he goes in peace, and in peace he shall return. The Most High El shall preserve him from all evil, and shall be with him, for he shall not forsake him all his days. For I know that his ways shall be prospered in all matters wherever he goes, until he returns to us in peace, and we see him in peace. Do not fear on his account, my sister, for he is on the upright path, and he is a perfect man, and he is trustworthy and shall not perish. Do not weep. And Yishkak comforted Rivkah on account of her son Yaakov, and barak him. And Yaakov went from Beer Arasheva to go to Charan on the first year of the second week in the 44th Yovel. And he came to Luz on the mountains, that is, Beth El, on the new moon of the first month of this week. And he came to the place in the evening, and turned from the way to the west of the road that night, and he slept there, for the sun had gone down. And he took one of the stones of that place, and laid it under the tree, and he was journeying alone, and he slept. And he dreamt that night, and see, a ladder put up on the earth, and the top of it reached to the Shamayim, and see, the messengers of Yahuwah ascending and descending on it. And see, Yahuwah stood upon it. And he spoke to Yaakov and said, I am Yahuwah, Elohim of Abraham your father, and the Elohim of Yishkak, the land on which you are sleeping. To you I shall give it, and to your seed after you. And your seed shall be as the dust of the earth, and you shall increase to the west and to the east, to the north and the south. And in you and in your seed all the families of the nations shall be Baruch. And see, I shall be with you, and shall keep you wherever you go, and I shall bring you again into this land in peace, for I shall not leave you until I do all that I told you of. And Yaakov awoke from his sleep and said, Truly, this place is the house of Yahuwah, and I did not know it. And he was afraid and said, How awesome is this place, which is none other than the house of Elohim, and this is the gate of the Shamayim. And Yaakov arose early in the morning, and took the stone which he had put under his head, and put it as a standing column for a sign, and he poured oil on the top of it. And he called the name of that place Beth El, but the name of the place was Luz at the first. And Yaakov vowed a vow to Yahuwah, saying, If Yahuwah shall be with me, and shall keep me in this way that I go, and give me bread to eat, and garments to put on, so that I come again to my father's house in peace, then Yahuwah shall be my Elohim. And this stone which I put up as a standing column for a sign in this place shall be the house of Yahuwah, and of all that you give me, I shall give the 10th to you, my Elohim. Chapter 28. And he went on his journey, and came to the land of the east to Laban, the brother of Rivkah, and he was with him, and served him for Rachel, his daughter, 1 week. And in the first year of the 3rd week he said to him, Give me my wife, for whom I have served you 7 years. And Laban said to Yaakov, I shall give you your wife. And Laban made a feast, and he took Leah, his elder daughter, and gave her to Yaakov as a wife, and gave her Zilpah, his female servant, for a female servant. But Yaakov did not know, for he thought that she was Rachel. And he went into her, but see, she was Leah. And Yaakov was wroth with Laban, and said to him, Why have you done this to me? Did not I serve you for Rachel, and not for Leah? Why have you wronged me? Take your daughter, and I shall go, for you have done evil to me. For Yaakov loved Rachel more than Leah, for Leah's eyes were weak, and was very lovely of form, but Rachel had lovely eyes and very lovely of form and appearance. And Laban said to Yaakov, It is not done so in our country, to give the younger before the elder, and it is not right to do this. For so it is ordained and written in the tablets of the Shamaim, that no one should give his younger daughter before the elder, but the elder one is given first, and after her the younger. And the man who does so, they lay guilt against him in the Shamaim, and none is righteous that does this matter, for this deed is evil before Yahuwah. And command the children of Yasharal that they do not this matter. Let them neither take nor give the younger before they have given the elder, for it is very wicked. And Laban said to Yaakov, Let the 7 days of the feast of this one pass by, and I shall give you Rachel, that you may serve me another 7 years, that you may pasture my sheep as you did in the former week. And on the day when the 7 days of the feast of Leah had passed, Laban gave Rachel to Yaakov, that he might serve him another 7 years, and he gave to Rachel Bilhah, the sister of Zilpah, as a female servant. And he served yet another 7 years for Rachel, for Leah had been given to him for naught. And Yahuwah opened the womb of Leah, and she conceived and bore Yaakov a son, and he called his name Reuven, on the 14th day of the 9th month, in the 1st year of the 3rd week. But the womb of Rachel was closed, for Yahuwah saw that Leah was hated, but Rachel loved. And again Yaakov went in to Leah, and she conceived, and bore Yaakov a second son, and he called his name Shimon, on the 21st of the 10th month, and in the 3rd year of this week. And again Yaakov went into Leah, and she conceived, and bore him a third son, and he called his name Lewi, in the new moon of the 1st month, in the 6th year of this week. And again Yaakov went into her, and she conceived, and bore him a 4th son, and he called his name Yahudah, on the 15th of the 3rd month, in the 1st year of the 4th week. And on account of all this, Rachel envied Leah, for she did not bear, and she said to Yaakov, Give me children. And Yaakov said, Have I withheld from you the fruits of your womb? Have I forsaken you? And when Rachel saw that Leah had borne 4 sons to Yaakov, Reuben and Shimon and Lewi and Yahudah, she said to him, Go in to Bilhah my female servant, and she shall conceive and bear a son to me. And he went into her, and she conceived, and bore him a son, and he called his name Dan, on the 9th of the 6th month, in the 6th year of the 3rd week. And Yaakov went in again to Bilhah a second time, and she conceived and bore Yaakov another son, and Rachel called his name Naphtali, on the 5th of the 7th month, in the 2nd year of the 4th week. And when Leah saw that she had become barren and ceased bearing, she was jealous. And she also gave her female servant Zilpah to Yaakov his wife. And she conceived and bore a son, and Leah called his name Gath, on the 12th of the 8th month, in the 3rd year of the 4th week. And he went into her again, and she conceived and bore him a second son. And Leah called his name Asher, on the 2nd of the 11th month, in the 5th year of the 4th week. And Yaakov went in to Leah, and she conceived and bore a son, and she called his name Issachar, on the 4th of the 5th month, in the 4th year of the 4th week, and she gave him to a nurse. And Yaakov went into her again, and she conceived and bore 2, a son and a daughter. And she called the name of the son Zebulun, and the name of the daughter Dinah, on the 7th of the 7th month, in the 6th year of the 4th week. And Yahuwah showed favor to Rachel, and opened her womb, and she conceived, and bore a son, and she called his name Yosef, on the new moon of the 4th month, in the 6th year, in this 4th week. And in the days when Yosef was born, Yaakov said to Laban, Give me my wives and sons, and let me go to my father Yishkak, and let me make myself a house. For I have completed the years in which I have served you for your 2 daughters, and I shall go to the house of my father. And Laban said to Yaakov, Stay with me for your wages, and pasture my flock for me again, and take your wages. And they agreed with one another that he should give him as his wages those of the lambs and young goats which were born black and spotted and white were to be his wages. And all the sheep brought forth spotted and speckled and black various marks, and they again brought forth lambs like themselves. And all that were spotted were Yaakov's, and those which were not were Laban's. And Yaakov's possessions multiplied exceedingly, and he possessed oxen and sheep and donkeys and camels and male and female servants. And Laban and his sons envied Yaakov, and Laban took back his sheep from him, and he watched him with evil intent. Chapter 29. And it came to be, when Rachel had borne Yosef, that Laban went to shear his sheep, for they were distant from him 3 days' journey. And Yaakov saw that Laban was going to shear his sheep, and Yaakov called Leah and Rachel, and spoke kindly to them, that they should come with him to the land of Canaan. For he told them how he had seen it all in a dream, even all that he had spoken to him, that he should return to his father's house. And they said, To every place where you go, we shall go with you. And Yaakov barak the Elohim of Yishkak his father, and the Elohim of Abraham his father's father. And he arose and mounted his wives and his children, and took all his possessions, and crossed the river, and came to the land of Gilead. But Yaakov hid his intention from Laban, and did not tell him. And in the 7th year of the 4th week, Yaakov turned toward Gilead in the 1st month on the 21st. And Laban pursued after him, and overtook Yaakov in the mountain of Gilead in the 3rd month on the 13th. But YAHUAH did not allow him to injure Yaakov, for he appeared to him in a dream by night, and Laban spoke to Yaakov. And on the 15th of those days, Yaakov made a feast for Laban, and for all who came with him. And Yaakov swore to Laban that day, and Laban also to Yaakov, that neither should cross the mountain of Gilead to the other with evil purpose. And he made there a heap for a witness. Therefore the name of that place is called Yegar Sahath-Utha, after this heap. But before they used to call the land of Gilead the land of the Rephaim, for it was the land of the Rephaim, and the Rephaim were born giants whose height was 10, 9, 8, down to 7 amah. And their dwelling was from the land of the children of Ammon to Mount Carmel, and the seats of their reign were Karnayaim and Ashtaroth and Ethrai and Mitzar and Beon. And YAHUAH destroyed them because of the evil of their deeds, for they were very evil, and the Amorites dwelt in their place, wicked and sinful, and there is no people today which has filled all their sins, and they have no longer length of life on the earth. And Yaakov sent Laban away, and he departed to Aram Naharaim, the land of the east, and Yaakov returned to the land of Gilead. And he passed over the Yabok in the 9th month on the 11th. And on that day Esau his brother came to him, and he was reconciled to him, and departed from him to the land of Seir. But Yaakov dwelt in tents. And in the 1st year of the 5th week in this Yovel, he crossed the Jordan, and dwelt beyond the Jordan. And he pastured his flocks from the sea of Aath to Baeth Shean, and to Dothan, and to the ascent of Akrabim. And he sent to his father Yishkak of all his substance, garments and food and meat and drink and milk and butter and cheese, and some dates of the wadi. And to his mother Rivkah also 4 times a year, between the times of the months, between plowing and reaping, and between fall and the rain, and between winter and spring, to the tower of Abraham. For Yishkak had returned from Be'ersheba, and gone up to the tower of his father Abraham, and he dwelt there apart from his son Esau. For in the days when Yaakov went to Aram Naharaim, Esau took a wife, Machaleth, the daughter of Ishmael, and he gathered together all the flocks of his father and his wives, and went up and dwelt on Mount Seir, and left Yishkak his father at Be'ersheba alone. And Yishkak went up from Be'ersheba, and dwelt in the tower of Abraham his father, on the mountains of Kivron. And there Yaakov sent all that he sent to his father and his mother from time to time, all they needed, and they barak Yaakov with all their heart and with all their being. Chapter 30. And in the 1st year of the 6th week, he went up to Salem, to the east of Shechem, in peace, in the 4th month. And there they carried off Dinah, the daughter of Yaakov, into the house of Shechem, the son of Chamor, the Kewite, the prince of the land, and he lay with her and defiled her. And she was a little girl, a child of 12 years. And he pleaded with his father and her brothers that she might be given to him as wife. But Yaakov and his sons were wroth because of the men of Shechem, For they have defiled Dinah, their sister, and they spoke to them with evil intent and dealt deceitfully with them and deceived them. And Shimon and Levi came unexpectedly to Shechem and executed judgment on all the men of Shechem and slew all the men whom they found in it, and left not a single one remaining in it. They slew all in anguish because they had dishonored their sister Dinah. And thus let it not be done again from this time on that a daughter of Yasharal be defiled. For judgment is ordained in the Shamayim against them, that they should destroy with the sword all the men of the Shechemites, because they had acted shamefully in Yasharal. And Yahuwah delivered them into the hands of the sons of Yaakov, that they might wipe them out with the sword and execute judgment upon them, and that it might not be done so again in Yasharal, that a maiden of Yasharal should be defiled. And if there is any man in Yasharal who desires to give his daughter or his sister to any man who is of the seed of the Gentiles, he shall certainly die, and they shall stone him with stones, for he has acted shamefully in Yasharal. And they shall burn the woman with fire, because she has dishonored the name of the house of her father, and she shall be rooted out of Yasharal. And do not let an adulteress and no uncleanness be found in Yasharal unto forever of the generations of the earth. For Yasharal is Kodesh unto Yahuwah, and every man who defiles it shall certainly die. They shall stone him with stones. For so it has been ordained and written in the tablets of the Shamayim regarding all the seed of Yasharal. He who defiles it shall certainly die, and he shall be stoned with stones. And to this law there is no limit of days, and no remission, nor any atonement. But the man who has defiled his daughter shall be rooted out of the midst of all Yasharal, because he has given of his seed to Molech, and acted wickedly so as to defile it. And you, Moshe, shall command the children of Yasharal, and charge them not to give their daughters to the Gentiles, and not to take for their sons any of the daughters of the Gentiles, for this is an abomination before Yahuwah. For this reason I have written for you in the words of the law all the deeds of the Shechemites which they did against Dinah, and how the sons of Yaakov spoke, saying, We shall not give our daughters to a man who is uncircumcised, for that is a reproach to us. And it is a reproach to Yasharal, to those who give, and to those who take the daughters of the Gentiles, for this is unclean and an abomination to Yasharal. And Yasharal shall not be free from this uncleanness if it has a wife of the daughters of the Gentiles, or has given any of his daughters to a man who is of any of the Gentiles. For there shall be plague upon plague, and curse upon curse, and every judgment and plague and curse shall come if he does this matter, or hides his eyes from those who commit uncleanness, or those who defile the mikdash of Yahuwah, or those who profane his Kodesh name. The whole nation together shall be judged for all the uncleanness and wickedness of this. And there shall be no respect of faces, and no receiving at his hands of first fruits and offerings and burnt offerings and fat, nor the fragrance of sweet incense, so as to accept it. And so it is for every man or woman in Yasharal who defiles the mikdash. For this reason I have commanded you, saying, Witness this witness to Yasharal. See what became of the Shechemites and their sons, how they were delivered into the hands of 2 sons of Yaakov, and they slew them under agony, and it was unto them for righteousness, and it is written down to them for righteousness. And the seed of Levi was chosen for the kahuna, and to be Levites, that they might serve before Yahuwah, as we continually, and that Levi and his sons may be Baruch forever. For he was ardent to execute righteousness and judgment and vengeance on all those who rose up against Yasharal. And so they inscribed as a witness in his favor on the tablets of the Shamayim, Barakah and righteousness before the Elohim of all. And we remember the righteousness which the man fulfilled during his life. At all periods of the year, until 1,000 generations they shall record it, and it shall come to him and to his descendants after him. And he has been recorded on the tablets of the Shamayim as a friend and a righteous man. All this account I have written for you, and have commanded you to say to the children of Yasharal, that they should not commit sin, nor transgress the laws, nor break the covenant which has been ordained for them, that they should complete it and be recorded as friends. But if they transgress and work uncleanness in every way, they shall be recorded on the tablets of the Shamayim as adversaries, and they shall be destroyed out of the book of Kai. and they shall be recorded in the book of those who shall be destroyed, and with those who shall be rooted out of the earth. And on the day when the sons of Yaakov slew Shechem, a writing was recorded in their favor in the Shamayim, that they had executed righteousness and uprightness and vengeance on the sinners, and it was written for a barakah. And they brought Dinah their sister out of the house of Shechem, and they took captive all that was in Shechem, their sheep and their cattle and their donkeys and all their wealth and all their flocks, and brought them all to Yaakov their father. And he reproached them because they had put the city to the sword, for he feared those who dwelt in the land, the Canaanites and the Perizzites. And the dread of Yahuwah was upon all the cities which are around about Shechem, and they did not rise to pursue after the sons of Yaakov, for terror had fallen upon them. Chapter 31. And on the new moon of the month, Yaakov spoke to all the people of his house, saying, Purify yourselves, and change your garments, and let us arise and go up to Beth-el, where I vowed a vow to him on the day when I fled from the face of Esau my brother, because he has been with me and brought me into this land in peace, and put you away the strange mighty ones that are among you. And they gave up the strange mighty ones, and that which was in their ears, and which was on their necks, and the idols which Rachel stole from Laban her father, she gave all to Yaakov. And he burned and broke them to pieces, and destroyed them, and hid them under a terebinth which is in the land of Shechem. And he went up on the new moon of the 7th month to Beth-el, and he built an altar at the place where he had slept. And he put up a standing column there, and he sent word to his father Yishkak to come to him to his offering, and to his mother Rivkah. And Yishkak said, Let my son Yaakov come, and let me see him before I die. And Yaakov went to his father Yishkak and to his mother Rivkah, to the house of his father Abraham, and he took 2 of his sons with him, Lewi and Yehudah. And he came to his father Yishkak and to his mother Rivkah. And Rivkah came out from the tower to the front of it to kiss Yaakov and embrace him, for her spirit had revived when she heard, See, Yaakov, your son, is come. And she kissed him. And she saw his 2 sons, and she recognized them, and said to him, Are these your sons, my son? And she embraced them and kissed them and baraked them, saying, In you shall the seed of Abraham become great, and you shall prove a barakah on the earth. And Yaakov went in to Yishkak his father, to the chamber where he lay, and his 2 sons were with him. And he took the hand of his father, and stooping down he kissed him. And Yishkak clung to the neck of Yaakov his son, and wept upon his neck. And the darkness left the eyes of Yishkak, and he saw the 2 sons of Yaakov, Lewi and Yehudah. And he said, Are these your sons, my son? For they are like you. And he said to him that they were truly his sons, and you have indeed seen that they are truly my sons. And they came near to him, and he turned and kissed them and embraced them both together. And the spirit of Nevuah came down into his mouth, and he took Lewi by his right hand and Yehudah by his left. And he turned to Lewi first, and began to barak him first, and said to him, May the Elohim of all, the very Athan of all the ages, barak you and your children throughout all the ages. And may Yahuwah give to you and to your seed greatness and great esteem, and cause you and your seed from among all flesh to approach him to serve in his mikdash, as the messengers of the presence, and as the Kadashim, as they shall the seed of your sons be for esteem and greatness and kodashah, and may he make them great unto all generations. And they shall be princes and judges and chiefs of all the seed of the sons of Yaakov. They shall speak the word of Yahuwah in righteousness, and they shall rightly rule all his right rulings in righteousness. And they shall declare my ways to Yaakov and my paths to Yasharal. The barakah of Yahuwah shall be given in their mouths to barak all the seed of the beloved. Your mother has called your name Lewi, and rightly has she called your name. You shall be joined to Yahuwah and be the companion of all the sons of Yaakov. Let his table be yours, and you and your sons shall eat of it. And may your table be full unto all generations, and your food not fail unto all generations. And let all who hate you fall down before you, and let all your adversaries be rooted out and perish. And Baruch is he that barak you, and cursed is every nation that curses you. And to Yehudah he said, May Yahuwah give you strength and power to tread down all that hate you. A prince you shall be, you and one of your sons, over the sons of Yaakov. May your name and the name of your sons go forth and cover every land and region. Then shall the Gentiles fear before your face, and all the nations shall quake. In you shall be the help of Yaakov, and in you be found the deliverance of Yasharal. And when you sit on the throne of the honor of your righteousness, there shall be great peace for all the seed of the sons of the beloved. And Baruch shall he be that barak you, and all that hate you and afflict you and curse you shall be rooted out and destroyed from the earth and accursed. And turning, he kissed him again and embraced him, and rejoiced greatly, for he had seen the sons of Yaakov, his son, in great truth, and went forth from between his feet and fell down and worshipped him. And he barak them, and rested there with Yishkak his father that night, and they ate and drank with joy. And he made the two sons of Yaakov sleep, the one on his right hand and the other on his left, and it was counted to him for righteousness. And Yaakov told his father all during the night how Yahuwah had shown him great kindness, and how he had prospered all his ways and protected him from all evil. And Yishkak barak the Elohim of his father Abraham, who had not withdrawn his kindness and his righteousness from the sons of his servant Yishkak. And in the morning Yaakov told his father Yishkak the vow which he had vowed to Yahuwah, and the vision which he had seen, and that he had built an altar, and that all was ready for the offering to be made before Yahuwah, as he had vowed, and that he had come to place him on a donkey. And Yishkak said to Yaakov his son, I am not able to go with you, for I am old, and not able to bear the way. Go in peace, my son, for I am 165 years this day. I am no longer able to journey. Appoint your mother and let her go with you. And I know, my son, that you have come on my account, and may this day be Baruch on which you have seen me alive, and I also have seen you, my son. May you prosper and complete the vow which you have vowed, and not put off your vow, for you shall be called to account concerning the vow. Now therefore, make haste to perform it, and may he be pleased who has made all matters, to whom you have vowed the vow. And he said to Rivkah, Go with Yaakov your son. And Rivkah went with Yaakov her son, and Devorah with her, and they came to Beth El. And Yaakov remembered the prayer with which his father had barak him and his two sons, Lewi and Yehudah, and he rejoiced and baraked the Elohim of his fathers, Abraham and Yishkak. And he said, Now I know that I have an everlasting hope, and my sons also, before the Elohim of all. And thus is it ordained concerning the two, and they recorded as an everlasting witness to them on the tablets of the Shamaim, how Yishkak baraked them. Chapter 32. And he stayed that night at Beth El, and Lewi dreamed that they had ordained and made him the Kohen of the Most High El, he and his sons forever. And he awoke from his sleep and barak Yahuwah. And Yaakov rose early in the morning on the 14th of this month, and he gave a tithe of all that came with him, both of men and cattle, both of gold and every vessel and garment. He even gave tithes of all. And in those days Rachel became pregnant with her son Benjamin. And Yaakov counted his sons from him upwards, and Lewi fell to the portion of Yahuwah, and his father clothed him in the garments of the kahuna, and filled his hands. And on the 15th of this month he brought to the altar 14 bulls from among the cattle, and 28 rams, and 49 sheep, and 7 lambs, and 21 young goats, as a burnt offering on the altar of offering, well-pleasing as a sweet fragrance before Elohim. This was his offering because of the vow which he had vowed that he would give a tenth with their grain offerings and their drink offerings. And when the fire had consumed it, he burned incense on the fire over the fire, and for a slaughtering of thanksgiving, 2 bulls and 4 rams and 4 sheep, 4 goats and 2 sheep of a year old, and 2 young goats, and thus he did daily for 7 days. And he and all his sons and his men were eating with joy there during 7 days, and barakah and thanking Yahuwah, who had delivered him out of all his tribulation, and had given him his vow. And he tithed all the clean beasts, and made a burnt offering, but the unclean beasts he did not give to Lewi his son, and he gave him all the beings of the men. And Lewi served as Kohen at Beth El before Yaakov his father, in preference to his 10 brothers, and he was a Kohen there, and Yaakov gave his vow. Thus he tithed again the tithe to Yahuwah and kadashed it, and it became Kodesh unto him. And for this reason it is ordained on the tablets of the Shamayim as a law for the tithe. Furthermore, to eat the tithe before Yahuwah from year to year, in the place where it is chosen that his name should dwell, and to this law there is no limit of days forever. The law is written that it may be fulfilled from year to year in eating the second tithe before Yahuwah in the place where it has been chosen, and none shall remain over from it from this year to the year following. For in its year the seed shall be eaten till the days of the gathering of the seed of the year, and the wine till the days of the wine, and the oil till the days of its season. And all that is left of it and becomes old, let it be regarded as polluted, let it be burned with fire, for it is unclean. And so let them eat it together in the mikdash, and let them not allow it to become old. And all the tithes of the bulls and sheep shall be Kodesh unto Yahuwah, and shall belong to his Kohanim, which they shall eat before him from year to year. For so it is ordained and engraved regarding the tithe on the tablets of the Shamayim. And on the following night, on the 22nd day of this month, Yaakov resolved to build that place, and to surround the courtyard with a wall, and to kadash it and make it Kodesh forever, for himself and his children after him. And Yahuwah appeared to him by night and barak him, and said to him, Your name shall not be called Yaakov, but they shall name your name Yasharal. And he said to him further, I am Yahuwah, who created the Shamayim and the earth, and I shall increase you and multiply you exceedingly, and sovereigns shall come forth from you, and they shall rightly rule everywhere, wherever the foot of the sons of men has trodden. And I shall give to your seed all the earth which is under the Shamayim, and they shall rightly rule all the nations according to their desires. And after that they shall gain possession of the whole earth and inherit it forever. And he finished speaking with him, and he went up from him, and Yaakov looked till he had ascended into the Shamayim. And he saw in a vision of the night, and see, a messenger descended from the Shamayim with 7 tablets in his hands, and he gave them to Yaakov, and he read them and knew all that was written therein, which would come upon him and his sons throughout all the ages. And he showed him all that was written on the tablets, and said to him, Do not build this place, and do not make it an everlasting mikdash, and do not dwell here, for this is not the place. Go to the house of Abraham your father, and dwell with Yishkak your father until the day of the death of your father. For in Mizraim you shall die in peace, and in this land you shall be buried with honor in the grave of your fathers, with Abraham and Yishkak. Do not fear, for as you have seen and read, so it shall all be, and you shall write down all as you have seen and read. And Yaakov said, Adonai, how can I remember all that I have read and seen? And he said to him, I shall bring all matters to your remembrance. And he went up from him, and he awoke from his sleep, and he remembered all which he had read and seen, and he wrote down all the words which he had read and seen. And he celebrated there yet another day, and on it he slaughtered according to all that he slaughtered on the former days, and called his name Addition, for this day was added, and the former days he called the feast. And so it was revealed that it should be, and it is written on the tablets of the Shamayim. Therefore it was revealed to him that he should celebrate it, and add it to the 7 days of the feast. And its name was called Addition, because it was recorded among the days of the feast days, according to the number of the days of the year. And in the night, on the 23rd of this month, Devorah, Rivka's nurse, died, and they buried her beneath the city under the terebinth of the river. And he called the name of this place the river of Devorah, and the terebinth of the mourning of Devorah. And Rivka went and returned to her house to his father Yishkak, and Yaakov sent by her hand rams and sheep and goats, that she should prepare a meal for his father such as he desired. And he went after his mother till he came to the land of Caverton, and he dwelt there. And Rachel bore a son in the night, and called his name Ben-Oni, for she suffered in giving him birth. But his father called his name Benjamin, on the 11th of the 8th month in the 1st of the 6th week of this Yovel. And Rachel died there, and she was buried in the land of Ephrath, the same is Beth Lechem, and Yaakov built a standing column on the grave of Rachel, on the road above her grave. Chapter 33. And Yaakov went and dwelt to the south of Magdala-Draeth, and he went to his father Yishkak, he and Leah his wife, on the new moon of the 10th month. And Reuven saw Bilhah, Rachel's female servant, the concubine of his father, washing in water in a secret place, and he loved her. And he hid himself at night, and he entered the house of Bilhah, and he found her sleeping alone on a bed in her house. And he lay with her, and she awoke and looked, and see, Reuven was lying with her in the bed. And she uncovered the border of her covering and seized him, and cried out, and discovered that it was Reuven. And she was ashamed because of him, and released her hand from him, and he fled. And she lamented because of this matter exceedingly, and did not tell it to anyone. And when Yaakov returned and sought her, she said to him, I am unclean for you, for I have been defiled in regard to you. For Reuven has defiled me, and has lain with me in the night, and I was asleep, and did not discover until he uncovered my skirt and slept with me. And Yaakov was exceedingly wroth with Reuven, because he had lain with Bilhah, because he had uncovered his father's skirt. And Yaakov did not approach her again, because Reuven had defiled her. And as for any man who uncovers his father's skirt, his deed is exceedingly wicked, for he is abominable before Yahuwah. For this reason it is written and ordained on the tablets of the Shamayim that a man should not lie with his father's wife, and should not uncover his father's skirt, for this is unclean. They shall certainly die together, the man who lies with his father's wife, and the woman also, for they have wrought uncleanness on the earth. And there shall be none unclean before our Elohim in the nation which he has chosen for himself as a possession. And again, it is written a second time, Cursed is he who lies with the wife of his father, for he has uncovered his father's shame. And all the Kadashim of Yahuwah said, So be it, so be it. And you, Moshe, shall command the children of Yasharal that they observe this word. A punishment of death is for it, and it is unclean, and there is no atonement forever to atone for the man who has committed this, but he is to be put to death and slain, and stoned with stones, and rooted out from the midst of the people of our Elohim. For to no man who does so in Yasharal is it permitted to remain alive a single day on the earth, for he is abominable and unclean. And let them not say, to Reuven was granted life and forgiveness after he had lain with his father's concubine. And to her also, though she had a husband, and her husband Yaakov his father was still alive. For until that time there had not been revealed the law and right ruling and Torah in its completeness for all, but in your days as a law of seasons and of days, and an everlasting law for the generations forever. And for this law there is no end of days, and no atonement for it, but they must both be rooted out in the midst of the nation. On the day on which they committed it, they shall slay them. And you, Moshe, shall write down for Yasharal, that they may observe it, and do according to these words, and not commit a sin unto death. For Yahuwah our Elohim is judge, who does not respect faces and accepts no bribes. And tell them these words of the covenant, that they may hear and observe, and be on their guard in regard to them, and not be destroyed and rooted out of the land. For all they who do so are an uncleanness, and an abomination, and a contamination, and a pollution on the earth before our Elohim. And there is no greater sin than the whoring which they commit on earth. For Yasharal is a Kodesh nation unto Yahuwah, its Elohim, and a nation of inheritance, and a kahuna, and a royal nation, and for a possession. And no such uncleanness shall appear in the midst of the Kodesh nation. And in the 3rd year of this 6th week, Yaakov and all his sons went and dwelt in the house of Abraham, near Yishkak his father, and Rivkah his mother. And these were the names of the sons of Yaakov: the firstborn, Reuven, Shimon, Levi, Yehuda, Yissaschar, Zebulun, The sons of Leah, and the sons of Rachel, Yosef and Benjamin, and the sons of Bilhah, Dan and Naphtali, and the sons of Zilpah, Gath and Asher, and Dinah, the daughter of Leah, the only daughter of Yaakov. And they came and bowed themselves to Yishkak and Rivkah. And when they saw them, they baraked Yaakov and all his sons, and Yishkak rejoiced exceedingly, for he saw the sons of Yaakov, his younger son, and he baraked them. Chapter 34. And in the 6th year of this week of this 44th Yovel, Yaakov sent his sons to pasture their sheep, and his servants with them to the pastures of Shechem. And the 7 sovereigns of the Amorites assembled themselves together against them to slay them, hiding themselves under the trees, and to take their cattle as plunder. And Yaakov and Lewi and Yehudah and Yosef were in the house with Yishkak their father, for his spirit was sorrowful, and they could not leave him. And Benjamin was the youngest, and for this reason remained with his father. And there came the sovereign of Tappuach, and the sovereign of Katsor, and the sovereign of Saragan, and the sovereign of Shiloh, and the sovereign of Gaash, and the sovereign of Baath Koran, and the sovereign of Shakir Ma'ani, and all those who dwell in these mountains, who dwell in the woods in the land of Canaan. And they announced this to Yaakov, saying, See, the sovereigns of the Amorites have surrounded your sons, and plundered their herds. And he arose from his house, he and his 3 sons, and all the servants of his father, and his own servants, and he went against them with 6,000 men who carried swords. And he slew them in the pastures of Shechem, and pursued those who fled. And he slew them with the edge of the sword. And he slew Arasa, and Taphu, and Saragan, and Shiloh, and Ammonassaker, and Gaash, and he recovered his herds. And he prevailed over them, and imposed tribute on them, that they should pay him tribute, 5 fruit products of their land. And he built Roval and Tamnatares. And he returned in peace, and made peace with them, and they became his servants until the day that he and his sons went down into Mizraim. And in the 7th year of this week he sent Yosef to the land of Shechem, to learn about the welfare of his brothers from his house. And he found them in the land of Dothan. And they dealt treacherously with him, and formed a plot against him to slay him. But changing their minds, they sold him to Ishmaelite merchants. And they brought him down into Mizraim, and they sold him to Potiphar, the eunuch of Pharaoh, the chief of the guard, priest of the city of Elu. And the sons of Yaakov slaughtered a young goat, and dipped the coat of Yosef in the blood, and sent to Yaakov their father on the 10th of the 7th month. And he mourned all that night, for they had brought it to him in the evening. And he became feverish with mourning for his death. And he said, An evil beast has devoured Yosef. And all the members of his house were grieving and mourning with him all that day. And his sons and his daughter rose up to comfort him, but he refused to be comforted for his son. And on that day Bilhah heard that Yosef had perished, and she died mourning him, and she was living in Kaphrataph. And Dinah his daughter also died after Yosef had perished. And there came these 3 mournings upon Yasharal in 1 month. And they buried Bilhah opposite the tomb of Rachel, and Dinah his daughter they also buried there. And he mourned for Yosef 1 year, and did not cease, for he said, Let me go down to the grave mourning for my son. For this reason it is ordained for the children of Yasharal that they should afflict themselves on the 10th of the 7th month, on the day that the news which made him weep for Yosef came to Yaakov his father, that on it they should make atonement for themselves with a young goat on the 10th of the 7th month once a year, for their sins, for they have grieved the affection of their father regarding Yosef his son. And this day has been ordained that they should grieve thereon for all their sins, and for all their transgressions, and for all their strayings, so that they might cleanse themselves on that day once a year. And after Yosef perished, the sons of Yaakov took unto themselves wives. The name of Reuven's wife is Atha, and the name of Shimon's wife is Athibah, a Canaanite. And the name of Lewi's wife is Milcah, of the daughters of Aram, of the seed of the sons of Tarak. And the name of Yehudah's wife, Beth-Sual, a Canaanite. And the name of Yissakar's wife, Kezekah. And the name of Zebulun's wife, Neaman. And the name of Dan's wife, Eglah. And the name of Naphtali's wife, Rasu'u of Aram Naharaim, in the name of Gath's wife, Ma'akah, in the name of Asher's wife, Yana, in the name of Yosef's wife, Asenath, the Mitzrite, in the name of Benjamin's wife, Yasakah. And Shimon repented and took a second wife from Aram Naharaim as his brothers. Chapter 35. And in the first year of the first week of the 45th Yovel, Rivkah called Yaakov her son, and commanded him regarding his father and regarding his brother, that he should honor them all the days of his life. And Yaakov said, I shall do all as you have commanded me, for this matter shall be honor and greatness to me, and righteousness before Yahuwah, that I should honor them. And you too, mother, know from the time I was born until this day, all my deeds and all that is in my heart, that I always think good concerning all. And how should I not do this matter which you have commanded me, that I should honor my father and my brother? Tell me, mother, what perversity have you seen in me, and I shall turn away from it, and kindness shall be upon me. And she said to him, My son, I have not seen in you all my days any perversity, but upright deeds. And yet I shall tell you the truth, my son. I shall die this year, and I shall not survive this year in my life, for I have seen in a dream the day of my death, that I should not live beyond 155 years. And see, I have completed all the days of my life which I am to live. And Yaakov laughed at the words of his mother, because his mother had said to him that she should die. But she was sitting opposite to him in possession of her strength, and she was not weak in her strength, for she went in and out and saw, and her teeth were strong, and no sickness had touched her all the days of her life. And Yaakov said to her, Baruch am I, mother, if my days approach the days of your life, and my strength remain with me such as your strength. But you shall not die, for you are joking idly with me regarding your death. And she went into Yishkak and said to him, One petition I make unto you. Make Esau swear that he shall not injure Yaakov, nor pursue him with enmity. For you know Esau's thoughts, that they are perverse from his youth, and there is no goodness in him, for he desires after your death to kill him. And you know all that he has done since the day Yaakov his brother went to Charan until this day, how he has forsaken us with his whole heart, and has done evil to us. He has taken your flocks to himself, and carried off all your possessions from before your face. And when we implored and pleaded with him for what was our own, he did as a man who was taking pity on us. And he is bitter against you because you barak Yaakov, your perfect and upright son. For there is no evil, but only goodness in him. And since he came from Charan unto this day, he has not robbed us of any matter. For he brings us all in its season always, and rejoices with all his heart when we take at his hands. And he barak us, and has not parted from us since he came from Charan until this day. And he remains with us continually at home, honoring us. And Yishkak said to her, I too know and see the deeds of Yaakov who is with us, how that with all his heart he honors us. And I loved Esau formerly more than Yaakov, because he was the firstborn. But now I love Yaakov more than Esau, for he has done many evil deeds, and there is no righteousness in him. For all his ways are unrighteousness and violence. And now my heart is troubled because of all his deeds, and neither he nor his seed is to be saved. For they are those who shall be destroyed from the earth, and who shall be rooted out from under the Shamayim. For he has forsaken the Elohim of Abraham, and gone after his wives, and after their uncleanness, and after their strayings, he and his children. And you command me, make him swear that he shall not slay Yaakov his brother. Even if he swears, he shall not keep his oath, and he shall do no good, but only evil. But if he desires to slay Yaakov his brother, into Yaakov's hands he shall be given, and he shall not escape from his hands. And do not fear on account of Yaakov, for the guardian of Yaakov is great and powerful and honored, and praised more than the guardian of Esau. And Rivkah sent and called Esau, and he came to her. And she said to him, I have a petition, my son, to make unto you, and you shall promise to do it, my son. And he said, I shall do all that you say to me, and I shall not refuse your petition. And she said to him, I ask you that the day I die, you shall take me in and bury me near Sarah, your father's mother, and that you and Yaakov shall love each other, and that neither shall desire evil against the other, but mutual love only. And you shall prosper, my sons, and be honored in the midst of the land. and no enemy shall rejoice over you, and you shall be a barakah and a kindness in the eyes of all those that love you. And he said, I shall do all that you have told me, and I shall bury you on the day you die near Sarah, my father's mother, as you have desired, that her bones may be near your bones. And Yaakov, my brother, also I shall love above all flesh, for I have no brother in all the earth, but him only. And this is no great merit for me if I love him, for he is my brother. And we were knit together in your body, and together we came forth from your womb. And if I do not love my brother, whom shall I love? And I, myself, beg you to urge Yaakov concerning me and concerning my sons, for I know that he shall surely be sovereign over my sons and I. For on the day my father barak him, he made him the higher, and I the lower. And I swear to you that I shall love him, and not desire evil against him all the days of my life, but only good. And he swore to her regarding all this matter. And she called Yaakov before the eyes of Esau, and gave him command according to the words which she had spoken to Esau. And he said, I shall do your desire. Believe me that no evil shall proceed from me or from my sons against Esau, and I shall be first in none except in love only. And they ate and drank, she and her sons that night, and she died, 3 YUBALYM and 1 week and 1 year old, on that night. And her 2 sons, Esau and Yaakov, buried her in the cave of Machpelah near Sarah, their father's mother. Chapter 36. And in the 6th year of this week, Yishkak called his 2 sons, Esau and Yaakov, and they came to him, and he said to them, My sons, I am going the way of my fathers, to the everlasting dwelling where my fathers are. Therefore bury me near Abraham my father, in the cave of Machpelah, in the field of Ephron the Kittite, where Abraham purchased a grave to bury in the grave which I dug for myself, bury me there. And this I command you, my sons, that you do righteousness and uprightness on the earth, so that Yahuwah may bring upon you all that Yahuwah said that he would do to Abraham and to his seed. And love one another, my sons, your brothers, as a man who loves his own being, and let each seek how he may benefit his brother, and work together on the earth, and let them love each other as their own beings. And concerning the question of idols, I command and admonish you to reject them and hate them, and love them not, for they are full of deception for those that worship them, and for those that bow down to them. Remember, my sons, YAHUAH ALAHYM of Abraham your father, and how I too worshipped him, and served him in righteousness and in joy, that he might multiply you, and increase your seed as the stars of the Shamayim in multitude, and establish you on the earth as the plant of righteousness, which shall not be rooted out unto all the generations forever. And now I shall make you swear a great oath, for there is no oath which is greater than it, by the name esteemed and honored, and great and splendid and wonderful and mighty, which created the Shamayim and the earth and all matters together, that you shall fear him and worship him, and that each shall love his brother with affection and righteousness, and that neither shall desire evil against his brother from this time and forever, all the days of your life, so that you may prosper in all your deeds and not be destroyed. And if either of you plans evil against his brother, know that from this time on, everyone that plans evil against his brother shall fall into his hand, and shall be rooted out of the land of the living, and his seed shall be destroyed from under the Shamayim. But on the day of tribulation and abhorrence and displeasure and wrath, with flaming, devouring fire, as he burns Setham, so likewise shall he burn his land and his city and all that is his. And he shall be blotted out of the book of the instruction of the children of men, and not be recorded in the book of Kai, but in that which is appointed to destruction. And he shall depart into everlasting abhorrence, so that their condemnation may be always renewed in abomination, and in abhorrence, and in wrath, and in torment, and in displeasure, and in plagues, and in disease forever. I say and witness to you, my sons, according to the judgment which shall come upon the man who wishes to injure his brother. And he divided all his possessions between the two on that day. And he gave the larger portion to him that was the firstborn, and the tower and all that was about it, and all that Abraham possessed at Beer-Sheva. And he said, This larger portion I shall give to the firstborn. And Esau said, I have sold to Yaakov and given my birthright to Yaakov. Let it be given to him, and I have not a single word to say regarding it, for it is his. And Yishkak said, May a barakah rest upon you, my sons, and upon your seed this day. For you have given me rest, and my heart is not pained concerning the birthright, lest you should do wickedness on account of it. May the Most High Al barak the man that works righteousness, he and his seed forever. And he ended commanding them and to barak them, and they ate and drank together before him. And he rejoiced because there was one mind between them, and they went out from him and rested that day and slept. And Yishkak slept on his bed that day rejoicing, and he slept the everlasting sleep, and died 180 years old. He completed 25 weeks and 5 years, and his two sons Esau and Yaakov buried him. And Esau went to the land of Edom, to the mountains of Seir, and dwelt there. And Yaakov dwelt in the mountains of Cabron, in the tower of the land of the sojournings of his father Abraham, and he worshipped Yahuwah with all his heart, and according to the visible commands, accordingly as he had divided the days of his generations. And Leah, his wife, died in the 4th year of the 2nd week of the 45th Yovel, and he buried her in the cave of Machpelah near Rivkah his mother, to the left of the grave of Sarah his father's mother. And all her sons and his sons came to mourn over Leah his wife with him, and to comfort him regarding her, for he was lamenting her. For he loved her exceedingly after Rachel her sister died. For she was perfect and upright in all her ways, and honored Yaakov. And all the days that she lived with him, he did not hear from her mouth a harsh word, for she was gentle and peaceable and upright and honorable. And he remembered all her deeds which she had done during her life, and he lamented her exceedingly, for he loved her with all his heart and with all his being. Chapter 37. And on the day that Yitzchak, the father of Yaakov, and Esau died, the sons of Esau heard that Yitzchak had given the portion of the elder to his younger son Yaakov, and they were very wroth. And they strove with their father, saying, Why has your father given Yaakov the portion of the elder, and passed over you, although you are the elder and Yaakov the younger? And he said to them, Because I sold my birthright to Yaakov for a small bowl of lentils. And on the day my father sent me to hunt and catch and bring him some, that he should eat and barak me, he came with deceit and brought my father food and drink, and my father barak him and put me under his hand. And now our father has caused us to swear, he and I, that we shall not mutually devise evil, either against his brother, and that we shall continue in love and in peace each with his brother, and not make our ways corrupt. And they said to him, We shall not listen to you to make peace with him, for our strength is greater than his strength, and we are more powerful than he. We shall go against him and slay him, and destroy him and his sons. And if you shall not go with us, we shall do evil to you also. And now listen to us. Let us send to Aram and to Pelesheth and Moab and Ammon, and let us choose for ourselves chosen men who are ardent for battle, and let us go against him and do battle with him, and let us destroy him from the earth before he grows strong. And their father said to them, Do not go, and do not make battle with him, lest you fall before him. And they said to him, This too is exactly your manner of doing from your youth until this day, and you are putting your neck under his yoke, and we shall not listen to these words. And they sent to Aram and to Athoram, to the friend of their father, and they hired along with them 1,000 fighting men, chosen men of battle. And there came to them from Moab and from the children of Ammon those who were hired, 1,000 chosen men, and from Pelesheth 1,000 chosen men of battle, and from Edom and from the Korites 1,000 chosen fighting men, and from Kittim mighty men of battle. And they said to their father, Go out with them and lead them, or else we shall slay you. And he was filled with wrath and displeasure on seeing that his sons were forcing him to go before, to lead them against Yaakov his brother. But afterward he remembered all the evil which lay hidden in his heart against Yaakov his brother, and he remembered not the oath which he had sworn to his father and to his mother, that he would plan no evil all his days against Yaakov his brother. And notwithstanding all this, Yaakov did not know that they were coming against him to battle, but he was mourning for Leah his wife, until they approached very near to the tower with 4,000 warriors and chosen men of battle. And the men of Kivron sent to him, saying, See, your brother has come against you to fight you, with 4,000 girded with the swords, and they carry shields and weapons. For they love Yaakov more than Esau. So they told him, for Yaakov was a more generous and kind man than Esau. But Yaakov would not believe until they came very near to the tower. And he closed the gates of the tower, and he stood on the rampart, and spoke to his brother Esau, and said, Noble is the comfort with which you have come to comfort me for my wife who has died. Is this the oath that you swore to your father, and again to your mother before they died? You have broken the oath, and on the moment that you swore to your father, you were condemned. And then Esau answered and said to him, Neither the children of men nor the beasts of the earth have any oath of righteousness which in swearing they have sworn forever. But every day they plan evil one against another, and how each may slay his adversary and foe. And you hate me, my children, and I forever, and there is no observing the tie of brotherhood with you. Hear these words which I declare to you. If the boar can change its skin and make its bristle as soft as wool, or if it can cause horns to sprout forth on its head like the horns of a stag or of a sheep, then shall I observe the tie of brotherhood with you? And if the wolves make peace with the lambs so as not to devour or do them violence, and if their hearts are towards them for good, then there shall be peace in my heart towards you. And if the lion becomes the friend of the ox and makes peace with him, and if he is bound under one yoke with him and plows with him, then shall I make peace with you. And when the raven becomes white as the stork, then know that I have loved you and shall make peace with you. You shall be rooted out, and your sons shall be rooted out, and there shall be no peace for you. And when Yaakov saw that he was evilly disposed towards him with his heart and with all his being so as to slay him, and that he had come leaping like the wild boar which comes upon the spear that pierces and kills it, and does not recoil from it, then he spoke to his own and to his servants that they should attack him and all his companions. Chapter 38. And after that, Yehudah spoke to Yaakov his father and said to him, Bend your bow, father, and shoot your arrows, and bring down the adversary, and slay the enemy, and may you have the strength, for we shall not slay your brother, for he is such as you, and he is like you. Let us give him respect. Then Yaakov bent his bow, and shot the arrow, and struck Esau his brother, and slew him. And again he shot out an arrow, and struck Athorim, the Aramean, on the left breast, and drove him backward, and slew him. And then the sons of Yaakov went forth, they and their servants, dividing themselves into companies on the four sides of the tower. And Yehudah went out in front, and Naphtali and Gath with him, and 50 servants with him on the south side of the tower. And they slew all they found before them, and not one of them escaped. And Lewi and Dan and Asher went out on the east side of the tower, and 50 with them, and they slew the fighting men of Moab and Ammon. And Reuven and Yissaschar and Zebulun went out on the north side of the tower, and 50 men with them, and they slew the fighting men of the Pelishtites. And Shimon and Benjamin and Kanuk, Reuven's son, went forth on the west side of the tower, and 50 with them, and they slew of Edom and of the Korites 400 men, mighty warriors, and 600 fled. And 4 of the sons of Esau fled with them, and left their father lying slain, as he had fallen on the hill which is in Athorim. And the sons of Yaakov pursued after them to the mountains of Seir, and Yaakov buried his brother on the hill which is in Athorim, and he returned to his house. And the sons of Yaakov pressed hard upon the sons of Esau in the mountains of Seir, and bowed their necks so that they became servants of the sons of Yaakov. And they sent to their father whether they should make peace with them or slay them. And Yaakov sent word to his sons that they should make peace. And they made peace with them, and placed the yoke of servitude upon them, so that they paid tribute to Yaakov and to his sons always. And they continued to pay tribute to Yaakov until the day that he went down to Mizraim. And the sons of Edom have not released from the yoke of servitude which the 12 sons of Yaakov had imposed on them until this day. And these are the sovereigns that reigned in Edom before any sovereign reigned over the children of Yasharal in the land of Edom. And Balak the son of Beor reigned in Edom, and the name of his city was Dinhavah. And Balak died, and Yobab the son of Zerach of Batsra reigned in his place. And Yobab died, and Cushim of the land of Taman reigned in his place. And Husham died, and Hathath the son of Bethath, who slew Midian in the field of Moab, reigned in his place, and the name of his city was Awith. And Hathith died, and Samlah from Masrekah reigned in his stead. And Samlah died, and Shaul of Rechovoth Hanahar reigned in his place. And Shaul died, and Baal Canaan the son of Akbor reigned in his place. And Baal Hanan the son of Akbor died, and Hathar reigned in his place, and the name of his wife was Mehetab Al, the daughter of Matrath, the daughter of Me-Zahab. These are the sovereigns who reigned in the land of Edom. Chapter 39. And Yaakov dwelt in the land of his father's sojournings in the land of Canaan. These are the generations of Yaakov. And Yosef was 17 years old when they took him down into the land of Mizraim, and Potiphar, a eunuch of Pharaoh, the chief of the guard, bought him. And he appointed Yosef over all his house, and the barakah of Yahuwah came upon the house of the Mitzrite on account of Yosef, and Yahuwah prospered him in all that he did. And the Mitzrite committed all into the hands of Yosef, for he saw that Yahuwah was with him, and that Yahuwah prospered him in all that he did. And Yosef's appearance was handsome, and his appearance was good looking. And his master's wife lifted up her eyes and saw Yosef, and she loved him, and pleaded with him to lie with her. But he did not surrender his being, and he remembered Yahuwah and the words which Yaakov his father used to read from among the words of Abraham, that no man should commit whoring with a woman who has a husband, that for him the punishment of death has been ordained in the Shamaim before the Most High Al, and the sin shall be recorded against him in the everlasting books continually before Yahuwah. And Yosef remembered these words and refused to lie with her. And she pleaded with him for a year, but he refused and would not listen. But she embraced him and held him fast in the house in order to force him to lie with her, and closed the doors of the house and held him fast. But he left his garment in her hands and broke through the door and fled outside from her presence. And the woman saw that he would not lie with her, and she accused him in the presence of his master, saying, Your Ivri servant, whom you love, sought to force me so that he might lie with me. And it came to be, when I lifted up my voice, that he fled and left his garment in my hands when I held him, and he broke through the door. And the Mitzrite saw the garment of Yosef and the broken door, and heard the words of his wife, and threw Yosef into prison, into the place where the prisoners were kept, whom the sovereign imprisoned. And he was there in the prison, but Yahuwah gave Yosef favor in the sight of the chief of the prison guards, and compassion before him, for he saw that Yahuwah was with him, and that Yahuwah made all that he did to prosper. And he gave all matters into his hands, and the chief of the prison guards knew of naught that was with him, for Yosef did all, and Yahuwah perfected it. And he remained there 2 years, and in those days Pharaoh, sovereign of Mizraim, was wroth against his 2 eunuchs, against the chief cupbearer and against the chief baker. And he put them in confinement in the house of the captain of the guard, in the prison where Yosef was kept. And the captain of the prison guards appointed Yosef to serve them, and he served before them. And they both dreamed a dream, the chief cupbearer and the chief baker, and they told it to Yosef. And as he interpreted to them, so it befell them. And Pharaoh restored the chief cupbearer to his office, and the baker he slew, as Yosef had interpreted to them. But the chief cupbearer forgot Yosef in the prison, although he had informed him what would befall him, and did not remember to inform Pharaoh how Yosef had told him, for he forgot. Chapter 40. And in those days Pharaoh dreamed 2 dreams in one night concerning a scarcity of food, which was to be in all the land. And he awoke from his sleep, and called all the interpreters of dreams that were in Mizraim, and magicians and told them his 2 dreams, but they were not able to declare. And then the chief cupbearer remembered Yosef and spoke of him to the sovereign, and he brought him out from the prison, and he told his 2 dreams before him. And he said before Pharaoh that his 2 dreams were one, and he said to him, 7 years of plenty shall come over all the land of Mizraim, and after that 7 years of scarcity of food, such a scarcity of food as has not been in all the land. And now let Pharaoh appoint overseers in all the land of Mizraim, and let them store up food in every city throughout the days of the years of plenty, and there shall be food for the 7 years of scarcity of food, and the land shall not perish through scarcity of food, for it will be very severe. And Yahuwah gave Yosef favor and kindness in the eyes of Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said to his servants, We shall not find such a wise and discerning man as this man, for the spirit of Yahuwah is with him. And he appointed him the second in all his reign, and gave him authority over all Mizraim, and caused him to ride in the second chariot of Pharaoh. And he clothed him in fine linen garments, and he put a gold chain upon his neck, and proclaimed before him, YAHUAH AD. And he placed a ring on his hand, and made him rule over all his house, and magnified him, and said to him, Only on the throne shall I be greater than you. And Yosef ruled over all the land of Mizraim, and all the princes of Pharaoh, and all his servants, and all who did the sovereign's business loved him, for he walked in uprightness, for he was without pride and arrogance, and he had no respect of faces, and did not accept bribes, but he judged all the people of the land in uprightness. And the land of Mizraim was at peace before Pharaoh because of Yosef, for Yahuwah was with him, and gave him favor and kindness for all his generations before all those who knew him, and those who heard concerning him. And Pharaoh's reign was well ordered, and there was no adversary and no evil one. And the sovereign called Yosef's name Tisapnath-Paneach, and gave Yosef as wife the daughter of Potiphar, the daughter of the priest of On, the captain of the guard. And on the day that Yosef stood before Pharaoh, he was 30 years old. And in that year Yishkak died. And it came to be as Yosef had said in the interpretation of his 2 dreams, accordingly as he had said it, there were 7 years of plenty over all the land of Mizraim, and the land of Mizraim produced abundantly, 1 measure to 1,800 measures. And Yosef gathered food into every city until they were full of grain, until they could no longer count and measure it for its multitude. Chapter 41. And in the 45th Yovel, in the 2nd week, in the 2nd year, Yehudah took for his firstborn, a wife from the daughters of Aram, named Tamar. But he hated and did not lie with her, because his mother was of the daughters of Canaan, and he wished to take a wife of the clan of his mother, but Yehudah, his father, would not permit him. And this the firstborn of Yehudah, was wicked, and Yahuwah slew him. And Yehudah said to Onan, his brother, Go in to your brother's wife, and perform the duty of a husband's brother to her, and raise up seed for your brother. And Onan knew that the seed would not be his brother's only. And he went into the house of his brother's wife, and spilled the seed on the ground. And he was wicked in the eyes of Yahuwah, and he slew him. And Yehudah said to Tamar, his daughter-in-law, Remain in your father's house as a widow till Shelah, my son, is grown, and I shall give you to him as a wife. And he grew up, but Beth-Sual, the wife of Yehudah, did not permit her son Shelah to marry. And Beth-Sual, the wife of Yehudah, died in the 5th year of this week. And in the 6th year, Yehudah went up to shear his sheep at Timnah. And they told Tamar, See, your father-in-law goes up to Timnah to shear his sheep. And she put off her widow's clothes, and put on a veil, and adorned herself, and sat in the gate bordering the way to Timnah. And as Yehudah was going along, he found her, and thought her to be a whore. And he said to her, Let me come in unto you. And she said to him, Come in. And he went in. And she said to him, Give me my hire. And he said to her, I have naught in my hand except my seal that is on my finger, and my cord, and my staff which is in my hand. And she said to him, Give them to me until you send me my hire. And he said to her, I shall send to you a young goat. And he gave them to her, and she conceived by him. And Yehudah went to his sheep, and she went to her father's house. And Yehudah sent a young goat by the hand of his shepherd, an Athulamite, but he did not find her. And he asked the people of this place, saying, Where is the whore who was here? And they said to him, There is no whore here with us. And he returned and informed him and said to him that he had not found her. I asked the people of the place, and they said to me, There is no whore here. And he said, Let her keep them, lest we become a cause of mockery. And when she had completed 3 months, it was revealed that she was with child. And they told Yehuda, saying, See, Tamar, your daughter-in-law, is with child by whoring. And Yehuda went to the house of her father and said to her father and her brothers, Bring her out, and let them burn her, for she has wrought uncleanness in Yasharal. And it came to be, when they brought her out to burn her, that she sent to her father-in-law the seal and the cord, and the staff, saying, Examine whose are these, for by him I am with child. And Yehuda acknowledged and said, Tamar is more righteous than I am, and therefore let them not burn her. And for that reason she was not given to Shelah, and he did not approach her again. And after that she bore 2 sons, Peretz and Zerach, in the 7th year of this 2nd week. And after that the 7 years of fruitfulness were accomplished, of which Yosef spoke to Pharaoh. And Yehuda acknowledged that the deed which he had done was evil, for he had lain with his daughter-in-law, and he reckoned it hateful in his eyes. And he acknowledged that he had transgressed and gone astray, for he had uncovered the skirt of his son. And he began to lament and to plead before Yahuwah because of his transgression. And we told him in a dream that it was forgiven him because he pleaded earnestly and lamented and did not commit it again. And he received forgiveness because he turned from his sin and from his ignorance, for he transgressed greatly before our Elohim. And every one that does so, every one who lies with his mother-in-law, let them burn him with fire, that he may burn therein. For there is uncleanness and pollution upon them, with fire let them burn them. And you shall command the children of Yasharal that there be no uncleanness among them. For everyone who lies with his daughter-in-law or with his mother-in-law has wrought uncleanness. Let them burn the man who has lain with her with fire, and also the woman, and he shall turn away wrath and punishment from Yasharal. And to Yehuda we said that his 2 sons had not lain with her, and for this reason his seed was established for a 2nd generation and would not be rooted out. For in singleness of eye he had gone and sought for punishment, namely according to the right ruling of Abraham, which he had commanded his sons. Yehuda had sought to burn her with fire. Chapter 42. And in the 1st year of the 3rd week of the 45th Yovel, scarcity of food began to come into the land, and the rain refused to be given to the earth, for none whatsoever fell. And the earth grew barren, but in the land of Mizraim there was food. For Yosef had gathered the seed of the land in the 7 years of plenty, and had preserved it. And the Mizrites came to Yosef that he might give them food. And he opened the storehouses where the grain of the 1st year was, and he sold it to the people of the land for gold. And Yaakov heard that there was food in Mizraim, and he sent his 10 sons that they should obtain food for him in Mizraim, but he did not send Benjamin. And they arrived among those that went. And Yosef recognized them, but they did not recognize him. And he spoke to them and questioned them, and he said to them, Are you not spies? And have you not come to search out the nakedness of the land? And he put them in prison. And after that he released them again and detained Shimon alone and sent off his 9 brothers. And he filled their sacks with grain, and he put their silver in their sacks, and they did not know. And he commanded them to bring their younger brother, for they had told him their father and their younger brother were living. And they went up from the land of Mizraim, and they came to the land of Canaan, and they told their father all that had befallen them, and how the master of the country had spoken roughly to them, and had seized Shimon till they should bring Benjamin. And Yaakov said, You have bereaved me of my children. Yosef is no more, and Shimon also is no more, and you shall take Benjamin away? Your wickedness has come upon me. And he said, My son shall not go down with you, lest it be he fall sick. For their mother gave birth to 2 sons, and one has perished, and this one also you shall take from me. If it came to be he took a fever on the road, you would bring down my old age with sorrow to the grave. For he saw that their silver had been returned to every man in his sack, and for this reason he feared to send him. And scarcity of food increased and became severe in the land of Canaan, and in all lands except in the land of Mizraim. For many of the children of the Mizrites had stored up their seed for food from the time when they saw Yosef gathering seed together and putting it in storehouses and preserving it for the years of scarcity of food. And on this the people of Mizraim fed themselves during the first year of their scarcity of food. But when Yasharal saw that scarcity of food was very severe in the land, and there was no deliverance, he said to his sons, "Go again and obtain food for us, so that we do not die." And they said, "We shall not go. Unless our youngest brother goes with us, we shall not go." And Yasharal saw that if he did not send him with them, they should all perish by reason of scarcity of food. And Reuven said, "Give him into my hand, and if I do not bring him back to you, slay my 2 sons instead of his being." But he said to him, "He shall not go with you." And Yehudah came near and said, "Send him with me, and if I do not bring him back to you, let me bear the blame before you all the days of my life." And he sent him with them in the 2nd year of this week on the 1st day of the month. And they came to the land of Mizraim with all those who went, and presents in their hands, fragrant gum, and almonds, and pine nuts, and pure honey. And they went and stood before Yosef, and he saw Benjamin his brother, and he recognized him, and said to them, "Is this your youngest brother?" And they said to him, "It is he." And he said, "Yahuwah show favor to you, my son." And he sent him into his house, and he brought out Shimon to them, and he made a feast for them, and they presented to him the gift which they had brought in their hands. And they ate before him, and he gave them all a portion, but the portion of Benjamin was 7 times larger than that of any of theirs. And they ate and drank and arose, and remained with their donkeys. And Yosef devised a plan whereby he might learn their thoughts as to whether thoughts of peace prevailed among them. And he said to the one who was over his house, "Fill all their sacks with food, and return their silver to them into their sacks, and my cup, the silver cup out of which I drink, put it in the sack of the youngest, and send them away." Chapter 43. And he did as Yosef had told him, and filled all their sacks for them with food, and put their silver in their sacks, and put the cup in Benjamin's sack. And early in the morning they departed, and it came to be that when they had gone from there, Yosef said to the one over his house, "Pursue them, run and seize them, saying, You have repaid me evil for good. You have stolen from me the silver cup out of which my master drinks. And bring back to me their youngest brother, and fetch him quickly before I go out to my seat of judgment." And he ran after them and said to them according to these words. And they said to him, "Elohim forbid that your servants should do this matter, and steal from the house of your master any utensil, and also the silver which we found in our sacks the first time, we, your servants, brought back from the land of Canaan. Why then should we steal any utensils? See, here we are and our sacks. Search, and wherever you find the cup in the sack of any man among us, let him be slain, and we and our donkeys shall serve your master." But he said to them, "Not so. The man with whom I find, him only shall I take as a servant, and you shall return in peace to your house." And as he was searching in their sacks, beginning with the eldest and ending with the youngest, it was found in Benjamin's sack. And they tore their garments and loaded their donkeys and returned to the city and came to the house of Yosef, and they all bowed themselves on their faces to the ground before him. And Yosef said to them, "You have done evil." And they said, "What shall we say, and how shall we defend ourselves? Our master has discovered the transgression of his servants. See, we are the servants of our master, and our donkeys also." And Yosef said to them, "I too fear Yahuwah. As for you, go to your homes, and let your brother be my servant, for you have done evil. Do you not know that a man delights in his cup as I with this cup? And yet you have stolen it from me." And Yehudah said, "O my master, let your servant please speak a word in my master's ear. Your servant's mother bore 2 brothers to our father. One went away and one was lost, and has not been found, and he alone is left of his mother, and your servant, our father, loves him, and his life also is bound up with the life of his. And it shall come to be, when we go to your servant, our father, and the lad is not with us, that he shall die, and we shall bring down our father with sorrow to the grave. Now rather let me, your servant, remain instead of the boy, as a servant to my master. And let the lad go with his brothers, for I became surety for him at the hand of your servant our father. And if I do not bring him back, your servant shall bear the blame to our father forever." And Yosef saw that they were all in good accord, one with another, and he could not refrain himself. And he told them that he was Yosef. And he spoke with them in the Ivri tongue, and fell on their neck and wept. And they did not know him, but they began to weep. And he said to them, Do not weep over me, but hurry and bring my father to me. And you see that it is my mouth that speaks, and the eyes of my brother Benjamin see. For look, this is the 2nd year of scarcity of food, and there are still 5 years without harvest or fruit of trees or plowing. Come down quickly, you and your households, so that you do not perish through scarcity of food. And do not be grieved for your possessions, for Yahuwah sent me before you to put matters in order that many people might live. And tell my father that I am still alive, and you, look, you see that Yahuwah has made me as a father to Pharaoh, and ruler over his house and over all the land of Mizraim. And tell my father of all my esteem, and all the riches and esteem that Yahuwah has given me. And by the command of the mouth of Pharaoh he gave them chariots and provisions for the way, and he gave them all long coats and silver. And to their father he sent garments and silver and 10 donkeys which carried grain, and he sent them away. And they went up and told their father that Yosef was alive, and was measuring out grain to all the nations of the earth, and that he was ruler over all the land of Mizraim. And their father did not believe it, for he was beside himself in his mind. But when he saw the wagons which Yosef had sent, the life of his spirit revived, and he said, It is enough for me if Yosef lives. I shall go down and see him before I die. Chapter 44. Yasharal took his journey from Karan from his house on the new moon of the 3rd month, and he went on the way of Be'er-sheva, and he offered an offering to the Elohim of his father Yishkak on the 7th of this month. And Yaakov remembered the dream that he had seen at Beth El, and he feared to go down into Mizraim. And while he was thinking of sending word to Yosef to come to him, and that he would not go down, he remained there 7 days, if it came to be he should see a vision as to whether he should remain or go down. And he celebrated the harvest festival of the first fruits with old grain, for in all the land of Canaan there was not a handful of seed, for scarcity of food was over all the beasts and cattle and birds, and also over man. And on the 16th, Yahuwah appeared to him and said to him, Yaakov, Yaakov. And he said, Here I am. And he said to him, I am the Elohim of your fathers, the Elohim of Abraham and Yishkak. Do not fear to go down into Mizraim, for there I shall make you a great nation. I shall go down with you, and I shall bring you up, and in this land you shall be buried, and Yosef shall put his hands upon your eyes. Do not fear, go down into Mizraim. And his sons rose up, and his sons' sons, and they placed their father and their possessions upon wagons. And Yasharal rose up from Be'er-sheva on the 16th of this 3rd month, and he went to the land of Mizraim. And Yasharal sent Yehuda before him to his son Yosef to search out the land of Goshen, for Yosef had told his brothers that they should come and dwell there, that they might be near him. And this was the choicest in the land of Mizraim, and near to him, for all and also for the cattle. And these are the names of the sons of Yaakov, who went into Mizraim with Yaakov their father. Reuven, the firstborn of Yasharal, and these are the names of his sons, Kanuk, and Palu, and Ketzron, and Carmi, 5. Shimon and his sons, and these are the names of his sons, Yemuel, and Yamin, and Ohath, and Yakin, and Sisokar, and Shaul, the son of the Sephathite woman, 7. Lewi and his sons, and these are the names of his sons, Ger-Eshon, and Kehath, and Merari, 4. Yehuda and his sons, and these are the names of his sons, Shelah, and Peretz, and Zerach, 4. Yissaskar and his sons, these are the names of his sons, Tola, and Puah, and Yashuv, and Shimron, 5. Zebulun and his sons, and these are the names of his sons, Sareth, and Elon, and Yakli-al, 4. And these are the sons of Yaakov and their sons, whom Leah bore to Yaakov in Aram Naharaim, 6, and their one sister, Dinah. And all the beings of the sons of Leah and their sons, who went with Yaakov their father into Mizraim, were 29, and Yaakov their father being with them, they were 30. And the sons of Zilpah, Leah's female servant, the wife of Yaakov, whom she bore unto Yaakov, Gath and Asher. And these are the names of their sons who went with him into Mizraim. The sons of Gath, Sephion, and Kaggai, and Shuni, and Etzbon, and Ari, and Arali, and Arathi, 8. And the sons of Asher, Yimnah, and Yishwa, and Yishwi, and Beriah, and Sarak, their one sister, 6. All the beings were 14, and all those of Leah were 44. And the sons of Rachel, the wife of Yaakov, Yosef and Benjamin. And they were born to Yosef in Mizraim before his father came into Mizraim, those whom Asenath, daughter of Potiphar, priest of On, bore to him, Manasseh and Ephraim, 3. And the sons of Benjamin, Bela and Becher, and Ashbal, Gera, and Naaman, and Aki, and Rosh, and Mupin, and Kupim, and Ard, 11. And all the beings of Rachel were 14. And the sons of Bilhah, the female servant of Rachel, the wife of Yaakov, whom she bore to Yaakov, were Dan and Naphtali. And these are the names of their sons who went with them into Mizraim. And the sons of Dan were Cushim, and Salmon, and Asuthi, and Ayakah, and Salomon, 6. And they died the year in which they entered into Mizraim, and there was left to Dan Cushim alone. And these are the names of the sons of Naphtali, Yaksiel, and Guni, and Yetzer, and Shalom, and Il. And Il, who was born after the years of scarcity of food, died in Mizraim. And all the beings of Rachel were 26. And all the beings of Yaakov which went into Mizraim were 70 beings. These are his children and his children's children, in all 70. But 5 died in Mizraim before Yosef, and had no children. And in the land of Canaan 2 sons of Yehudah died, Er and Onan, and they had no children. And the children of Yasharal buried those who perished, and they were reckoned among the 70 Gentile nations. Chapter 45. And Yasharal went into the country of Mizraim, into the land of Goshen, on the new moon of the 4th month, in the 2nd year of the 3rd week of the 45th Yovel. And Yosef went to meet his father Yaakov to the land of Goshen, and he fell on his father's neck and wept. And Yasharal said to Yosef, Now let me die, since I have seen you. And now may YAHUAH ALAHYM of Yasharal be Baruch, the Elohim of Abraham, and the Elohim of Yishkak, who has not withheld his kindness and his favor from his servant Yaakov. It is enough for me that I have seen your face while I am still alive. Also, the vision is true which I saw at Beth El. Baruch be YAHUAH my Elohim forever and ever, and Baruch be his name. And Yosef and his fathers ate bread before their father and drank wine, and Yaakov rejoiced with exceedingly great joy, because he saw Yosef eating with his brothers and drinking before him. And he Barak, the creator of all matters, who had preserved him, and had preserved for him his 12 sons. And Yosef had given as a gift to his father and to his brothers the right of dwelling in the land of Goshen, and in Ramesses, and all the region round about, which he ruled over before Pharaoh. And Yasharal and his sons dwelt in the land of Goshen, the best part of the land of Mizraim. And Yasharal was 130 years old when he came into Mizraim. And Yosef provided his father and his brothers, and also their possessions, with bread, as much as they required for the 7 years of scarcity of food. And the land of Mizraim suffered by reason of scarcity of food, and Yosef acquired all the land of Mizraim for Pharaoh in return for food, and he got possession of the people and their cattle, and all for Pharaoh. And the years of scarcity of food were accomplished, and Yosef gave to the people in the land seed and food that they might sow in the 8th year, for the river had overflowed all the land of Mizraim. For in the 7 years of scarcity of food it had not overflowed, and had watered only a few places on the banks of the river. But now it overflowed, and the Mizrites sowed the land, and it bore much grain that year. And this was the 1st year of the 4th week of the 45th Yovel. And Yosef took of the grain of the harvest the 5th part for the sovereign, and left 4 parts for them for food and for seed. And Yosef made it a law for the land of Mizraim until this day. And Yasharal lived in the land of Mizraim 17 years, and all the days which he lived were 3 YUBALYM, 147 years, and he died in the 4th year of the 5th week of the 45th Yovel. And Yasharal barak his sons before he died, and told them all that would befall them in the land of Mizraim. And he made known to them what would come upon them in the last days, and baraked them, and gave to Yosef 2 portions in the land. And he slept with his fathers, and he was buried in the cave of Machpelah in the land of Canaan, near Abraham his father, in the grave which he dug for himself in the cave of Machpelah in the land of Hebron. And he gave all his books and the books of his fathers to Levi his son, that he might preserve them and renew them for his children until this day. Chapter 46. And it came to be that after Yaakov died, the children of Yasharal multiplied in the land of Mizraim, and they became a great nation, and they were of one accord in heart, so that brother loved brother, and every man helped his brother, and they increased abundantly and multiplied exceedingly 10 weeks of years, all the days of the life of Yosef. And there was no adversary, nor any evil, all the days of the life of Yosef, which he lived after his father Yaakov. For all the Mitzrites honored the children of Yasharal all the days of the life of Yosef. And Yosef died, being 110 years old. He lived 17 years in the land of Canaan, and 10 years he was a servant, and 3 years in prison, and 80 years he was under the sovereign, ruling all the land of Mizraim. And he died, and all his brothers, and all that generation. And he commanded the children of Yasharal before he died, that they should carry his bones with them when they went out from the land of Mizraim. And he made them swear regarding his bones, for he knew that the Mizrites would not again take and bury him in the land of Canaan. For Machamaran, sovereign of Canaan, while dwelling in the land of Asher, fought in the valley with the sovereign of Mizraim, and slew him there, and pursued after the Mitzrites to the gates of Armon. But he was not able to enter, for another, a new sovereign, had become sovereign of Mizraim, and he was stronger than he, and he returned to the land of Canaan, and the gates of Mizraim were closed, and none went out, and none came into Mizraim. And Yosef died in the 46th Yovel, in the 6th week, in the 2nd year, and they buried him in the land of Mizraim, and his brothers died after him. And the sovereign of Mizraim went out to battle with the sovereign of Canaan in the 47th Yovel, in the 2nd week, in the 2nd year, and the children of Yasharal brought out all the bones of the children of Yaakov, except the bones of Yosef, and they buried them in the field in the cave of Machpelah in the mountain. And the majority returned to Mizraim, but a few of them remained in the mountains of Hebron, and Amram your father remained with them. And the sovereign of Canaan was victorious over the sovereign of Mizraim, and he closed the gates of Mizraim. And he devised an evil plan against the children of Yasharal of afflicting them. And he said to the people of Mizraim, See, the people of the children of Yasharal have increased and multiplied more than we. Come, and let us deal wisely with them before they become too many, and let us afflict them with slavery before battle comes upon us, and before they also fight against us. Maybe they shall join themselves with our enemies and go up out of our land, for their hearts and faces are towards the land of Canaan. And he appointed over them slave masters to afflict them with slavery, and they built strong cities for Pharaoh, Pithom and Ramses, and they built all the walls and all the fortifications which had fallen into the cities of Mizraim. And they made them serve with harshness, and the more they dealt evilly with them, the more they increased and multiplied. And the people of Mizraim loathed the children of Yasharal. Chapter 47. And in the 7th week, in the 7th year, in the 47th Yovel, your father went out from the land of Canaan, and you were born in the 4th week, in the 6th year, in the 48th Yovel. This was the time of tribulation on the children of Yasharal. And Pharaoh, sovereign of Mizraim, issued a command regarding them, that they should throw all their male children which were born into the river. And for 7 months they threw them in until the day that you were born. And your mother hid you for 3 months. And they informed regarding her. But she made an ark for you, and covered it with pitch and asphalt, and placed it in the reeds on the bank of the river, and she placed you in it 7 days. And your mother came by night and nursed you, and by day Miriam, your sister, guarded you from the birds. And in those days Tharmuth, the daughter of Pharaoh, came to bathe in the river, and she heard your voice crying, and she told her female servants to bring you out, and they brought you to her. And she took you out of the ark, and she had compassion on you. And your sister said to her, Shall I go and call to you one of the Ivri women to nurse and suckle this infant for you? And she said, Go. And she went and called your mother, Yochebed, and she gave her wages, and she nursed you. And afterwards, when you were grown up, they brought you to the daughter of Pharaoh, and you became her son. And Amram, your father, taught you writing, and after you had completed 3 weeks, they brought you into the royal court. And you were 3 weeks of years at court until the time when you went out from the royal court and saw a Mitzrite smiting your friend, who was of the children of Yasharal, and you slew him and hid him in the sand. And on the 2nd day, you found 2 of the children of Yasharal striving together, and you said to him who was doing the wrong, Why do you smite your brother? And he was wroth and displeased and said, Who made you a prince and a judge over us? Do you think to kill me as you killed the Mitzrite yesterday? And you feared and fled on account of these words. Chapter 48. And in the 6th year of the 3rd week of the 49th Yovel, you departed and dwelt in the land of Midian 5 weeks and 1 year. And you returned to Mizraim in the 2nd week in the 2nd year in the 5th Yovel. And you yourself know what he spoke to you on Mount Sinai, and what Prince Matstema desired to do with you when you were returning into Mizraim on the way when you met him at the lodging place. Did he not with all his power seek to slay you and deliver the Mizrites out of your hand when he saw that you were sent to execute right ruling and vengeance on the Mizrites? And I delivered you out of his hand, and you performed the signs and wonders which you were sent to perform in Mizraim against Pharaoh, and against all his house, and against his servants and his people. And Yahuwah executed a vengeance on them for Yasharal's sake, and smote them through blood and frogs, gnats and dog flies, and evil boils breaking out in sores, and their cattle by death and by hailstones. By these he destroyed all that grew for them, and by locusts which devoured the remnant which had been left by the hail and by darkness, and of the firstborn of men and beasts. And on all their idols Yahuwah took vengeance and burned them with fire. And all was sent through your hand, that you should declare these words before they were done. And you spoke with the sovereign of Mizraim before all his servants and before his people. And all took place according to your words. 10 great and terrible judgments came on the land of Mizraim, that you might execute vengeance on it for Yasharal. And Yahuwah did all for Yasharal's sake, and according to his covenant, which he had ordained with Abraham, that he would take vengeance on them, as they had brought them by force into bondage. And the prince of Matstema stood up against you, and sought to cast you into the hands of Pharaoh, and he helped the Mitzrite magicians, and they stood up and wrought before you. The evils indeed we permitted them to work, but the remedies we did not allow to be wrought by their hands. And Yahuwah smote them with evil sores, and they were not able to stand, for we destroyed them so that they could not perform a single sign. But despite all signs and wonders, the prince of Matstema was not put to shame, because he strengthened himself and cried to the Mitzrites to pursue after you with all the powers of the Mitzrites, with their chariots and with their horses, and with all the hosts of the peoples of Mizraim. And I stood between the Mitzrites and Yasharal, and we delivered Yasharal out of his hand, and out of the hand of his people. And Yahuwah brought them through the midst of the sea, as if it were dry land. And all the peoples whom he brought to pursue after Yasharal, YAHUAH ALAHYM, threw them into the midst of the sea, into the depths of the abyss beneath the children of Yasharal, even as the people of Mizraim had thrown their children into the river. He took vengeance on 1,000,000 of them, and 1,000 strong and energetic men were destroyed on account of one nursing child of the children of your people which they had thrown into the river. And on the 14th day, and on the 15th, and on the 16th, and on the 17th, and on the 18th, the prince of Mastema was bound and imprisoned behind the children of Yasharal, that he might not accuse them. And on the 19th, we let them loose, that they might help the Mizrites and pursue the children of Yasharal. And he hardened their hearts and made them stubborn. And the plan was devised by YAHUAH our Elohim, that he might smite the Mizrites and cast them into the sea. And on the 14th we bound him, that he might not accuse the children of Yasharal on the day when they asked the Mizrites for goods and garments, objects of silver, and objects of gold, and objects of bronze, in order to plunder the Mizrites in return for the bondage in which they had forced them to serve. And we did not lead out the children of Yasharal from Mitzrayim empty-handed. Chapter 49. Remember the command which YAHUAH commanded you concerning the Pesach, that you should celebrate it in its season on the 14th of the first month, that you should kill it before it is evening, and that they should eat it by night in the evening, from the time of the setting of the sun. For on this night, the beginning of the festival, and the beginning of the joy, you were eating the Pesach in Mitzrayim, when all the powers of Mastema had been let loose to slay all the firstborn in the land of Mitzrayim, from the firstborn of Pharaoh to the firstborn of the captive female servant in the mill, and to the cattle. And this is the sign which YAHUAH gave them. Into every house on the lintels of which they saw the blood of a lamb of the first year, they should not enter into that house to slay, but should pass by, that all those should be saved that were in the house, because the sign of the blood was on its lintels. And the powers of YAHUAH did all according as YAHUAH commanded them, and they passed over all the children of Yasharal, and the plague did not come upon them to destroy from among them any being, either cattle or man or dog. And the plague was very grievous in Mitzrayim, and there was no house in Mitzrayim where there was not one dead, and weeping and lamentation. And all Yasharal were eating the flesh of the Pesach lamb and drinking the wine, and were praising and barakah and giving thanks to YAHUAH Elohim of their fathers, and were ready to go out from under the yoke of Mitzrayim and from the evil bondage. And remember this day all the days of your life, and observe it from year to year, all the days of your life, once a year, on its day, according to all the law thereof, and do not turn away from day to day, or from month to month. For it is an everlasting law, and engraved on the tablets of the Shamayim regarding all the children of Yasharal, that they should observe it every year, on its day once a year, throughout all their generations. And there is no limit of days, for this is ordained forever. And the man who is free from uncleanness, and does not come to observe it on occasion of its day, so as to bring an acceptable offering before YAHUAH, and to eat and to drink before YAHUAH on the day of his festival, that man who is clean and close at hand shall be cut off, because he did not offer the offering of YAHUAH in its appointed time. His guilt is upon him. Let the children of Yasharal come and observe the Pesach on the day of its appointed time, on the 14th day of the first month, between the evenings, from the third part of the day to the third part of the night, for 2 portions of the day are given to the light, and a third part to the evening. This is that which YAHUAH commanded you, that you should observe it between the evenings. And it is not permissible to slay it during any period of the light, but during the period bordering on the evening, and let them eat it at the time of the evening until the third part of the night, and whatever is left over of all its flesh from the third part of the night and onwards, let them burn it with fire. And they shall not boil it with water, nor shall they eat it raw, but roast it on the fire. They shall eat it with diligence, its head with its inward parts, and its legs they shall roast with fire, and not break any of its bones. For of the children of Yasharal no bone shall be crushed. For this reason YAHUAH commanded the children of Yasharal to observe the Pesach on the day of its fixed time, and they shall not break its bone, for it is a festival day, and a day commanded, and there may be no passing over from day to day and month to month, but on the day of its festival let it be observed. And you shall command the children of Yasharal to observe the Pesach throughout their days, every year, once a year, on the day of its fixed time, and it shall become a memorial well-pleasing before Yahuwah. And no plague shall come upon them to slay or to smite in that year in which they celebrate the Pesach in its season in every respect according to his command. And they shall not eat it outside the Mikdash of Yahuwah, but before the Mikdash of Yahuwah. And all the people of the congregation of Yasharal shall celebrate it in its appointed season. And every man who has come upon its day shall eat it in the Mikdash of your Elohim before Yahuwah, from 20 years old and upward. For so is it written and ordained that they should eat it in the Mikdash of Yahuwah. And when the children of Yasharal come into the land which they are to possess, into the land of Canaan, and put up the Mishkan of Yahuwah in the midst of the land in one of their tribes, until the Mikdash of Yahuwah has been built in the land, let them come and celebrate the Pesach in the midst of the Mishkan of Yahuwah, and let them slaughter it before Yahuwah from year to year. And in the days when the house has been built in the name of Yahuwah in the land of their inheritance, they shall go there and slaughter the Pesach in the evening at sunset at the third part of the day. And they shall offer its blood on the threshold of the altar, and shall place its fat on the fire which is upon the altar. And they shall eat its flesh roasted with fire in the court of the house which has been Kadash in the name of Yahuwah. And they may not celebrate the Pesach in their cities, nor in any place except before the Mishkan of Yahuwah, or before his house where his name has dwelt. And they shall not go astray from Yahuwah. And you, Moshe, shall command the children of Yasharal to observe the laws of the Pesach as it was commanded to you. You declare to them every year the festival of Matzah, that they should eat unleavened bread 7 days, and that they should observe its festival, and that they bring an offering every day during those 7 days of joy before Yahuwah on the altar of your Elohim. For you celebrated this festival with haste when you went out from Mizraim, till you entered into the wilderness of Shur, for on the shore of the sea you completed it. Chapter 50. And after this law I made known to you the days of the Shabbaoth in the wilderness of Sin, which is between Elim and Sinai. And I told you of the Shabbaoth of the land of Mount Sinai. And I told you of the Yovel years in the Shabbaoth of years, but the year thereof I have not told you till you enter the land which you are to possess. And the land also shall keep its Shabbaoth while they dwell upon it, and they shall know the Yovel year. Therefore I have ordained for you the yearly Shabbaoth, and the years and the YUBALYM. There are 49 YUBALYM from the days of Atham until this day, and 1 week and 2 years. And there are still 40 years to come for learning the commands of Yahuwah until they pass over into the land of Canaan, crossing the Jordan to the west. And the YUBALYM shall pass by until Yasharal is cleansed from all guilt of whoring and uncleanness and defilement and sin and straying, and dwell with confidence in all the land. And there shall no longer be an adversary or any evil one, and the land shall be clean from that time forever. And see, the command regarding the Shabbaoth I have written down for you, and all the right rulings of its laws. 6 days you shall labor, but on the 7th day is a Shabbat of Yahuwah your Elohim. In it you shall do no manner of work, you and your sons, and your male servants and your female servants, and all your cattle, and the sojourner also who is with you. And the man that does any work on it shall die. Whoever profanes that day, whoever lies with his wife, or whoever says he shall do whatever on it, that he shall depart on a journey thereon, in regard to any buying or selling, and whoever draws water thereon, which he had not prepared for himself on the 6th day, and whoever takes up any burden to carry it out of his tent, or out of his house, shall die. You shall do no work whatever on the Shabbat day, except what ye have prepared for yourselves on the 6th day, so as to eat and drink and rest and guard the Shabbat from all work on that day, and to barak Yahuwah your Elohim, who has given you a day of festival and a Kadesh day, And a day of the Kodesh reign for all Yasharal is this day among their days forever. For great is the honor which Yahuwah has given to Yasharal, that they should eat and drink and be satisfied on this festival day, and rest thereon from all labor which belongs to the labor of the children of men, except burning frankincense and bringing offerings and slaughterings before Yahuwah for days and for Shabbaoth. This work alone shall be done on the Shabbat days in the Mikdash of Yahuwah your Elohim, that they may atone for Yasharal, with offering continually from day to day, for a memorial well-pleasing before Yahuwah, and that he may receive them always, from day to day, accordingly as you have been commanded. And every man who does any work thereon, or goes a journey, or tills his field, whether in his house or any other place, and whoever lights a fire, or rides on any beast, or travels by ship on the sea, and whoever smites or kills whatever, or slaughters a beast or a bird, or whoever catches an animal, or a bird, or a fish, or whoever fasts or goes to battle on the Shabbaoth, the man who does any of these matters on the Sabbath shall die, so that the children of Yasharal shall observe the Shabbaoth according to the commands regarding the Shabbaoth of the land, as it is written in the tablets which he gave into my hands, that I should write out for you the laws of the seasons, and the seasons according to the division of their days. Thus is completed the account of the division of days.